Perfecto. And then we'll get this show started. Welcome in, tubers. I did not connect it yet. Whoopsies. Looks like they changed some settings. Bruh, why do they always do this? Why do they always do this last minute? Okay, I gotta figure out the Tickfinity thing. I'll figure that out in a bit. Welcome into the show, Defend the Indefensible, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, theys, thems, and MAGA, where we talk to Trump supporters about what they do best, which is defend, quite literally, the worst administration ever. The Trump administration has shown that they do not stand on the very principles that founded this country, such as the Constitution. We can see so in the many ones that he's violating, or better yet, his straight-up call for the dismantling of the Constitution itself, which we can go over in a bit momentarily. But the purpose of this live is, as it always is, to talk to Trump supporters who regret their vote, the individuals who've seen the light, the people who know damn well that the Trump administration is the most destructive system ever. However, we're also willing to talk to Trump supporters who may not regret their vote, who still stand on it today, and I really want to hear those perspectives as well. I'm going to make a mistake here and let up two Trump supporters and politely ask that only the first one starts talking, which is going to be Yeetus, and the other one stays on mute until we're done with him, which shouldn't be long. I think we've spoken to him before. In the meantime, between time, you guys know what to do. Continue to tap the screen, shout the live with your friends and family, post, add to your story, send your daily heartbeats if you haven't already, knock out these little 1-cent gift goals, and let's get this show started. Yeetus, have we spoken before?
Well, how you fellas doing today?
Have we spoken before?
Well, not that I'm aware of.
All right, great. Did you vote for Trump?
I voted for Donald Trump.
All right. And do you regret your vote?
I do not.
Okay. Wait a second. We spoke yesterday. You just kept starting everything off. You started everything off with well.
Well, I don't believe we did, man.
All right, you said you don't regret your vote, correct?
Well, I don't regret it. No, I don't. Like, I still got to support him.
Okay. So I think I can give you a very good reason to regret your vote. But first and foremost, would you like to give me a reason as to why you have continued support for him?
Well, what have Democrats ever done for me?
Okay, I can answer those questions for you, but I do want to say that's probably not the way you want to start this conversation.
Well, I never got a check from them.
Okay, you got a check from the Trump administration?
Well, no, I didn't get a check from them either, man. But if I got to go with the one that don't hate me, man, I got to go with the one that don't hate me. I mean, if I ain't getting nothing from either of them, man, I mean, that's logical.
You think Democrats hate you?
I do, man.
Why do you think Democrats hate you?
Well, Democrats, man, they hate me, man. They just hate me.
Why do you think Democrats hate you? There would be a specific reason,
truth,
right? Yeah. Can you articulate that truth? What is there to hate about you? You tell me. What is there to hate about you?
Well, man, oh man.
I'm waiting.
Well, I can't take one particular thing, man. I mean, they just hate me, though.
Okay. So, again, if we're going to continue this conversation on the basis of you being hated by the Democratic Party, then I would imagine...
I'm sure seen that on the news somewhere.
You saw on the news somewhere that Democrats hate you?
I did.
And you believe it? Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Let's do this. I'm a Democrat. Okay,
I'll probably pull it up for you.
I'll do this. I'm a Democrat. Okay, I'm a Democrat. For the most part, I vote Democrat. I don't hate you, at least not yet. You haven't given me much of a reason to. Granted, we may have some monumental disagreements on the fact that you voted for Donald Trump, and I very much hate that guy.
That's good, man. I mean, you hate me because you already hate me on me because I voted for Donald Trump.
No, I don't hate people just because they vote for Trump. No, because I think that would be unfair. I think a lot of people voted for Trump and not fully understanding what exactly he was about and what he was going to do to the country. So I don't think.
Well, no, I mean, I knew what was going to happen. I'm just saying, man. I mean, I ain't getting no check from the Democrats, man. I ain't getting one from Trump either. I ain't denying that. I'm just saying one side hates me, man. If one side hates you and you ain't getting nothing from neither side, you're going to go with the side that don't hate you,
yeah,
man.
Again, you can't articulate what they hate you for, so I don't know why you keep saying that. You said you knew exactly what you were going to get with the Trump administration. And what was that exactly? What did you vote for the Trump administration to do?
Well, exactly. I mean, to keep just to keep the status quo, man.
To keep what now?
The status quo.
To You voted for Donald Trump to keep the status quo?
Yep, yep.
You have to be the only Trump supporter. What's going on, Bree? I haven't seen you in a bit. Hope you're doing well. You have to be the only Trump supporter I've ever spoken to that has said that's the reason they voted for Trump. Quite literally, every single Trump supporter I speak to is because he was outside of the system. It's because he was against the status quo.
I mean, he is the system, man. I mean, he is the system, but I
mean, yes, he would be in the system, which would then make him a part of the system. But again, your rhetoric differs heavily from other Trump supporters.
Well, it's not rhetoric, man. I mean, I seen it going far left, and I knew Trump would just hold the status quo, man. I mean, just keep it like it was, man. We was all doing all right, and then we just need to keep it like it was.
What exactly is the far left to you? Like, can you give me an example of what you would consider a far left policy pushed by the Democrats?
Well, spending money, man. I mean, y'all spend a lot of money.
Spending. Okay. W's in the chat to Jared for the $5 Venmo. Just a quick PSA from your favorite hair model. I've said this in the Discord, but thank you for this community that makes me and others feel so welcome and connected. Whether you realize it or not, you're doing a lot of good in the world. Sometimes I definitely don't realize it, Jared. Sometimes I wonder what the fuck we're doing here. But I appreciate that reminder, Jared. Thank you so much. W's to you, Jared. W's to you. I hope you did see my latest tag in the Discord. We're going to do a movie night Thursday night, so make sure you go in there and vote on what movie you'd like. Those of you in the Discord, make sure you do that. W's in the chat to Jared again for the $1 Venmo. And holy crap, how'd you get Boomhar from King of the Hill on the show? I'm not super familiar with King of the Hill, but I think I know who you're talking about.
Debunk my logic, man. You just
W's to you. W's to you.
Debunk my logic.
You have given me nothing really to debunk yet. What was the last thing you mentioned? Oh yeah, spending money. So, you said a far left policy is spending money. Okay.
Y'all spend a lot of money.
Are you aware of the trillions of dollars that would have been spent under the Trump administration, specifically during the pandemic in his first term, that was completely unrelated to non-COVID spending?
I mean, first off, the pandemic was fake. I mean, we shouldn't have spent no money on it.
So
did we spend money
the guy you voted
did we spend the same amount on flu virus, man?
We spent quite a bit. We spent quite a bit on flu viruses.
Flu virus killed a lot more people.
The same guy you voted for spearheaded things like Operation Warp Speed during the pandemic to rapidly respond to the crisis and get people vaccinated. That was Trump's administration. Then he was the president over the pandemic's first half, and then he was the one who would have spent the majority of money into the event.
If you got your RFID chip, that's fine, man. I didn't get mine.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going down the road with you of chips. I just want you to pay attention to what I said. Once again, the president that you voted for spearheaded not only people getting vaccinated through Operation Warp Speed, but also he spent the most money in the pandemic that had nothing to do with specifically pandemic related spending. Like the depth, when he went up to, what was it? What was the end of his first term? Shit. I don't remember what it was with the end of his first term, but we know he went 8.2 to 8.4 trillion more dollars in debt because of Donald Trump. He spent the most out of any president in only 4 years. So if we're going to talk about spending, then look no further than him. And I'm not saying that some of it wasn't justified. It absolutely was during the pandemic. But let's simply look at the numbers. Let's look at what the Federal Reserve printed. It is what it is.
Well, I guess you got me on that one, man.
And even if there was the case that it was Biden or any other Democrat who spent the most money, spending money wouldn't be an example of a quote unquote far left policy. But I'm going to be nice. I'm going to give you an attempt to give me another example of a far left policy, and we can see where we go from there.
Yeah, protesting, man. That's a far left protest, man. You seen them guys out there protesting like that, man?
Protesting is far left?
Man, yeah.
Okay, so you're aware that the First Amendment would also protect freedom of speech, right? And protests
Well,
against the
just because it's
government.
protected don't mean it's right, man.
Well,
I mean,
does the
there's a lot of words.
Constitution? Well,
I mean, there's a lot of
it
words
did,
that are
to be fair.
protected, man, that ain't morally correct,
Okay,
right? I
so
mean,
would
there's a
you?
lot of words out there.
Hey, buddy, you got a misinformation
No, I'm just
violation.
saying, man, there's a lot of words out there,
You
man.
got a misinformation violation. I had to remove you from the panel. Probably because you said the pandemic was fake. It's probably because you said the pandemic was fake. You got a misinformation violation. I had to remove you. You're more than welcome to come back at a later date. Oh man, continue to tap the screen, guys. 230 people in the live. Continue to tap the screen. Let's get the likes up to 50k, and let's do that within the next couple of minutes. Knock out this little 1 cent gift goes. I'm going to keep setting it to those things for a few times until we get the live boosted out in the FYP. Thank you so much for sending your heart me. Continue to do that. JT, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Can you give me a second to do a quick thank you before we get into this conversation?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Big W's in the chat, guys. Big W's in the chat for Margs and Queso. What up, Margs? For the $20 Venmo. For your patience, because I'm plumbed out. Margs, that was only the first guy. But good news, guys. We have good news. We will not have a repeat of last night. I have had my ashwagandha tonight, okay? Ashwagandha is in the system. We're woosah tonight. We're good. We're Gucci. And if necessary, I'll get a shot. W's in the chat to you, Margs. W's in the chat to you. Guys, best way to support the platform is going to be the links in the bio. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Hector Talks with 2 R's or Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's on the PayPal. If you're over on the tube side, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. All right, JT, you said you voted for Trump, correct?
God, oh, shut up. My God. Boy, if you don't get your...
You could just say yes, or you can just say no, or you can just do that.
Why are you running?
That was strange. Moving on. Oh, and there's another one gone. Alrighty. Trump supporters, of course, up in the box. You're the demographic of people that I want to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you may call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. And that number is active as of a minute ago. I just double checked. Oh, that was strange. I still think I get residue from like Parker's weirdos sometimes from that one raid he sent me. We still get some weirdos from that. I'm not going to lie. Justin, did you vote for Donald Trump?
God.
Okay. Trump supporters, of course, up in the box. Why are you guys doing this? Yidis, I don't know why you came back. You got flagged for misinformation, and you will risk my platform if I let you up again. If you have another account that you would like to try, you're more than welcome to get on that one. I cannot let you back up on that profile. I do think this would be a great opportunity for you to do some due diligence on the pandemic. You should probably do that first. Just a thought. I would strongly suggest you do some due diligence on the pandemic. Somebody's getting a bunch of messages deleted on YouTube. If it's that bad, mods, just mute them. Because I don't know what they're saying, but just mute them. You guys can always call in the number on screen. Like Mr. James, if you smell shit, you might have TDS. Oh, Trump diaper syndrome. I thought you were an op. But yeah, anyone has an issue with anything that I've said, request up. Request up. With that being said, guys, you know what to do. Continue to tap the screen to do all of the things. I just want to remind everyone that the president of the United States that is currently serving in the Oval Office, that the 77 million people who liked him voted for, they voted on the Constitution and they said Biden violated. What's going on, facts? They said Biden violated in several amendments. This is my question. This is going to be the challenge to Trump supporters because I haven't quite gotten a proper answer. If I can get a Trump supporter to come up here and cite one amendment that the Biden administration has violated, we can have a fantastic conversation. Now, I want to be abundantly clear. I'm not saying that he hasn't. I don't think that the Constitution is something that has not been challenged by a president just because of their political party affiliation. I'm sure Democrats have maybe pushed the boundaries of select amendments, but I'm more specifically in contrast to the Trump administration's blatant violations in this first administration and especially the second. I just want to get a rebuttal from the last Democratic president from a Trump supporter. Which violation Which amendment of the Constitution has the Biden-Harris administration violated? That's what I want to hear. That's going to be your challenge. Come up to talk about anything, but if you really want some bonus points, I want to know which amendment they violated. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much for knocking out this gift goal. I'm going to go ahead and reset it to another one of these 1 cent things and keep doing that for little tiny bits. Appreciate all of you guys and your engagement. Make sure to continue to comment, continue to tap the screen, and let's keep these conversations going. Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people that I want to have a conversation with. Whether you regret your vote, I would love to know why and what exactly did it in, or you don't regret your vote. I can give you several reasons as to why you should. We have our next guest here. Too fresh. We're just gonna call you Frank. Frank, you vote for Trump?
Yes, I absolutely voted for Trump.
Yes, I absolutely voted for Trump. You said that with such enthusiasm. Alrighty.
Yeah, he's kind of the best president that we ever had.
The best president that we've ever had.
100%.
Fascinating. Okay. So, needless to say, you do not regret your vote.
Absolutely not. But what I can say is like his immigration policies is frankly the exact same as Obama's. I want to hear your argument on that, bro. Like we can throw shade on things that he does, but previous Democrats have done the exact same thing.
Okay.
And we're just like, oh, boo Trump.
Okay. I want to ask you a quick question before I respond to that. How many times do you think I've heard that the Obama administration did the exact same thing as Donald Trump when it comes to immigration?
Probably 100 million times.
Okay. What do you think my response to that was?
I don't know. I'm waiting for it.
I just want you to guesstimate. I'm going to tell you. I just want you to guesstimate. I do this shit for fun, okay? I swear to God. I'm just a grifter, so I do this for fun. Why do you think? What do you think my response to that is?
I don't know. You're a Democrat and you voted for them, and so it's like, okay. Yeah, cool.
All right, cool. So, can you tell me what aspects of the Obama administration, the Obama administration's deportations? Can you tell me what aspect would make it the exact same as Trump's?
I mean, I wouldn't say. Okay, well, I wouldn't say that it's the exact same, but what I can say.
Are you walking your statement back already?
Yeah. Well, now that I got to thinking about it, and actually, if we're gonna actually implement facts into it. Nigger.
Do you often associate with racists?
I don't know, dude.
I do.
He's actually a black dude. He's a piece of shit. He's actually a black dude that's saying this. And no, I don't.
Mexican and go Trump.
Oh. So your black friend just said he's Mexican, go Trump, as he proceeded to say the hard R.
Dude, why are you such a piece of shit?
Dude, I can tell you, I have black family members. I don't mean it in a derogatory term.
I want to personally thank you, Fresh, for giving me my clip for tomorrow.
Dude, I'm not the one who said that.
Yeah, I don't know why you think that makes it look better on you. You apparently befriend pieces of shit who also vote for Trump and like to call black men niggers on TikTok panels. I feel like you have some things to evaluate on life.
FaceTime with a close friend, and I apologize.
I am so glad you think that an apology clears everything. Hey man, random TikToker, I am so sorry for saying the hard R despite being a Mexican Trump supporting self-hating bigot apparently. I don't know what you think that did. So I'll tell you what, my guy. I wouldn't mind carrying on this conversation with you, but I'd rather not hear your racist friend in the background. Is there any way we can exclude him from this conversation?
Yeah, dude, shut your fucking mouth, you racist piece of shit.
Great.
All right.
Interesting. What a goddamn show, y'all. Continue to tap the screen. What a goddamn show. Okay, so you came up here and saying that he's doing the same thing that Trump was doing, and then upon pressing further, you already started to walk these statements back. So, based off the fact that you said per your application of it, started thinking more with reason and facts, then you would say that he didn't do the exact same thing when it comes to immigration as the Trump administration.
Because I can say that Trump is banning the Constitution and illegally detaining people and doing all this extra shit that I don't technically agree with. But if we're going to throw shade, Obama didn't technically stop U.S. citizens and illegally detain people and stuff like that, but he did deport a lot of people. A
Yeah.
lot more than Trump.
Yeah. So first and foremost, we need to be abundantly clear and just preface this: presidents don't deport anyone, right? They can have directives under their administrations to direct DHS to deport. But yes, I understood what you're saying. I just want to clarify. Okay, so deportations is not a new thing. Deportations is something that every president and their departments would have a responsibility to do, right? Because DHS and ICE would be interior enforcement from illegal alien threats or undocumented migrant threats. So this isn't something that any president can stop. It doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. They have to deport violent criminals or anyone who quite literally violates the law. All Obama did, and then it translated over to the Biden administration because he served as Obama's vice president, is change the directives and priorities of DHS and ICE to focus on violent offenders who are undocumented migrants versus anybody and everybody. The Trump administration broadened it, blanketed it to just get everyone, which we quite literally saw in the ICE report from May 2015 to April 2019, actually led to more level 3 offenders getting off. But that's the difference between their deportations. I'm not here advocating against deportation. I am pro-deportation. I think we need to deport violent criminals. The problem is the Trump administration isn't doing that, or at least not mostly.
I concur.
So then we wouldn't have a disagreement here.
Yeah, no, we do not have a disagreement.
But wouldn't you have voted for, okay, better yet, what would be the number one reason you voted for Trump? Because I guess it's not immigration.
I would have to say, I'd have to say that I like a lot of his policies, like his big beautiful bill. I like a lot of things that he implemented. Like, and I understand like the crashes. We have less jobs. People are losing their jobs, so on and so forth. But in the entirety of every president, we've had that. There's been hiccups, there's been things that went wrong. They've done things wrong. People didn't certainly like. I'm not saying that I like everything that Trump has done and is or doing and is probably going to continue to do during his presidency. But there's a lot of things, like it's a give and take. It's like, would I prefer to have all these things that I like implemented or not? And that's where I had the defense on voting for Kamala Harris or Trump.
Kamala Harris. Okay.
Yeah, Kamala Harris.
So I'm aware of the fact that every single president is going to make mistakes. They're human. Sometimes they don't have the right team. Sometimes they just are not the most knowledgeable on things. It's different with Donald Trump when he quite literally runs off of policies that we know not only don't work, but ultimately benefit the 1% versus the average American citizen. It's different when you would run off of policies that, again, would harm marginalized groups of people, such as the deletion of DEIA policies.
Yeah, and honestly, bro, like I don't throw shade on anyone, bro. I don't give a shit either way. I'm not a Republican. And being thrown into like a category of like being a MAGA or like a racist just because I support certain things that Trump does is kind of fucking mind blowing to me. You know what I'm saying?
Are you a white guy by any chance?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, cool. So here's why I'm going to tell you that you very much either A, are racist, or you at least don't condemn racism, because you literally just had your friend in the back there call me the hard R. You're friends with apparently a person who is obviously racist, clearly racist, and he showed it on this panel. We literally have it recorded and clipped. Why do you befriend racist people?
Well, I can't honestly. I love the dude. Like, even though he's a racist piece of shit, I enjoy him around. He makes me laugh. He says stupid shit, does stupid shit all the time.
Okay.
But me personally, I wouldn't blatantly call anyone the ever. But each is their own.
I wouldn't say using the hard R would be a determining factor on you being racist or not. But sure.
But I wouldn't condemn an entire race just because of the color of their skin. I get the basis of racism. Like, I get the basis.
No one did that. No one condemned an entire race based off of that factor. Thank you guys for knocking out the gift goals. Appreciate you.
That's racism in the definition.
Well, yes, racism would be condemning that group. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I just find it funny here because one of your issues, I guess, with as being a Trump supporter would be that people look at you and consider you a racist. And I love that before I can even articulate how you either are racist or excuse it with the Trump administration, your friend, a close compadre of yours, was racist on this panel. Not to mention the correlation with both of you guys being Trump supporters and then him saying the racist shit that he said is surprising to literally none of the people in the live right now. Why do you think so many people associate Trump and Trump supporters with racism?
I don't know, because Trump's a racist, I guess. I don't know.
Do you think Trump's a racist?
I think that he says things and does things that would implement him to be kind of a racist, for sure.
What is kind of a racist?
I mean, I guess I wouldn't say kind of a racist. I mean, you're either racist or you're not. Then, yeah, so I would just throw him in the category as being racist, for sure.
Okay. So, would a non-racist vote for a racist?
I don't know. I'd have to really pick my brain on that one. I don't know. You tell me, dude.
Chat, let's do an experiment. And Betty, I'm going to give you guys an answer. Some of you guys may not like it, but let's do an experiment. Chat, put a 1 in the chat if a non-racist would vote for a racist and stand on said vote. Put a 2 in the chat if a non-racist would probably not vote for racist. 2 in the chat if non-racist wouldn't vote for racist. 1 in the chat if they would. Okay?
Man, we're getting a lot of 2s in here.
Getting a fuck ton of 2s in here. Sweet black baby Jesus. So, now I'm going to give you guys the chat. I'm going to give the chat an answer that you don't like.
Because, like, his character doesn't base off of my character. Like I said, I support some of the things that he does, not all of them.
You don't vote for people that would reflect your character and values? Because that's what I voted for in Kamala Harris.
This is what I'm saying. I don't know these people. I'm never going to meet these people ever. What they do basis on their own character and morals has nothing to fucking do with me at all. So whatever they do is whatever. I don't give a fuck.
I don't think that's how that works, my guy. Obviously, we can't know our politicians like intimately as we would know our own family members, but then we would know them based off their fruits, right? We can
We're basing his character off what we see on the news and the stupid shit that he portrays and says sometimes. And I mean, and that's really it.
That's all we need.
Like, and I'm not gonna hate you just because you voted for whoever you voted for. And I'm not going to call you whatever name just because you voted for whoever you voted for. I could care less.
Okay. I would argue
saying?
there's a large demographic of people, myself included. We can't afford not to care. We have to care about who people vote for because we would have to care for what they're supporting. When you voted for Donald Trump, you voted for a racist. A open racist who stands on it. I'm sure you're aware of the recent post that he made on Truth Social depicting the Obamas as monkeys, correct?
I have not seen that.
You have not seen that. I would strongly suggest that you look into it. Why would anyone who would be me, myself, black or Mexican, your weird friend excluded, or Somalian or any other race, why would we be comfortable talking to people who would have voted for the man who would make that post? Why would we be comfortable engaging with individuals who support that?
Well, because I would have no problem engaging with you. Like, that's the thing. I think that's like the separation.
You're not the demographic at risk. You're not the demographic attacked. Of course, it's easy for you to say that. In fact, you just summed up white privilege in a nutshell. You're not the demographic of people attacked by the Trump administration. So, of course, you don't care who you interact with because you're fine. People like me and others are not. Hence why we would be cautious about how and who we interact with.
But what are we going to do? Like, what is there to do about it? It's already happened.
It is already happened.
Literally what we're doing right now, we're like grains of sand right now. Speaking about a topic that we have no...
Thank you guys for the follows.
We're speaking on a topic, honestly, almost meaninglessly. Because nothing's going to change from us having this conversation.
Do you know what
in the sense of how you wanted to change or how I wanted to change.
Do you know what the significance of this year is in regards to politics?
No, I don't. Let me know.
Okay. So the significance would be midterms. because we don't just have federal elections. We have midterms where we would vote for individuals from as low as our city councilmen all the way up into our senators in Congress, governors of your states. Midterms is a year where several people are up for re-election. So this is another part of the process who you apparently don't get involved in. So to answer what we can actually do and give you a sliver of the power that you have, we can vote out the people who would be causing harm in this country. We can vote out the people that are upholding and defending Donald Trump and his disgusting actions. Mind you, we're just on racism. I haven't even gotten to the majority of other stuff that he's done that is our net negative, that even Republicans said are bad. So
let me ask you a question though. So like, do you know how like Australia took over their government because they was doing things specifically to segregate, or they were calling mass genocide and stuff like that? They literally overthrew their government. Why isn't people doing that here? Like, we're sitting here having a conversation about it. And I get what you're saying. Like, debating and getting each other's ideas and opinions about certain things helps in a sense. But if people want real change, people have to stand up and do it themselves. No one's coming to save no one.
yeah, so we have a representative democracy where we look at candidates who we can then get into these positions of power, peacefully, patriotically, and civilly implement the change that we need.
What has that ever done?
I don't know. I would argue maybe roughly 60 years ago, certain people couldn't drink out of the same water fountains. There weren't certain laws. Women weren't able to have bank accounts upon a certain time. So there's a lot of things that process has done.
I'm talking about right now in this specific moment.
What about right now?
Because they were doing a lot of things back then. They was rioting. They were not playing games. They were doing things to stop what's happening right now. We're just sitting and having a conversation.
Ooh, I missed this one. 1 second. W's in the chat to Fax. What's going on, Fax? For the $20 Venmo. Race is going to be like that. Yeah. W's to you, Fax. W's to you. I appreciate your support. Guys, once again, best way to support the platform is going to be links in the bio if you're over on the tube side. Super chat or super sticker. Make sure you hit that like button if you're over on the tube side. Subscribe as well. We got to see a couple people in there. Welcome in. Okay, so what you're talking about was more dire times that I guess to some degree we can argue had a more formidable response. And I'm not saying now the times aren't dire, but I am saying we have grown a little bit comfy and complacent. Although I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I think we have a process that we were supposed to rely and trust on. Trust.
Not to be being trustworthy though.
I mean, I don't disagree with you. We have a moron like Trump in the Oval Office, but that wasn't because the process wasn't working. It's because we didn't have enough people participating in it. Kamala Harris lost the entirety of the Electoral College, and by the popular vote, or the majority of votes, merely by 2.5 million. If we got the right individuals who actually woke up to the importance of election years and voting for the right policies, we wouldn't be in this predicament. So I'm one of those people who say there's no point in arguing about violent revolutions if we haven't even fully utilized the process that we have today. That's a last resort. So until we get more than enough people involved in our process now, because it's only, how many people registered to vote? Was it 2/3 of the population? We have a large portion of people.
You gotta count the people that are dead too, that somehow voted as well.
Yeah, that's not how that. Anyway. We don't have enough people participating in our process to scream and cry about violent resolution. That is my position. Regardless of that, you would be one of the people, literally, you would be one of the people who voted for the worsening of this country and more corruption. That's what I want you to acknowledge right now. I'll tell you what, you do have a, thank you, Fax, 240 million. So you have a really weird echo situation. I'm not sure what's going on, but I am going to move on to the next guest. I do appreciate you coming up. Feel free to come back at a later date. Yeah. And also pick better friends, my guy. You have a good night.
Yep.
That was strange. That was very strange. Who's been in the request the longest? Unfortunately, the queue doesn't work on who was there first, so I think I saw this guy here for a while. Let me see if I can get him up in the box. Continue to tap the screen, guys. We have the likes up at 62K. Let's get the likes up to 100K within the next couple of minutes. 398 people in here. If you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday at 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Send your daily heartbeats, repost this live, add it to your story, share it in your group chats. Make sure you're putting all the comments. Thank you for knocking out this gift goal. I'm going to go ahead and reset that to something a little bit bigger. I appreciate y'all for that. Bless you too. God bless you. And W. Vincent for the mighty sweet whatever the hell those were. I appreciate you. All right, now we're gonna move on to the next guest. I believe his name was Freyo. Freyo, did you vote for Trump?
Fail. But yes, I did vote for Trump.
Heyo, Freyo, you voted for Trump. Gotcha.
No,
Gotcha.
Fail, not Freyo. There's no R sound in it. It's Spanish.
Fail. Okay, got it. Fail. All right, you said you voted for Trump, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you regret your vote?
No.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, many reasons, but the one thing I wanted to talk about was the the whole the racist video that he put out last week.
Mm-hmm.
The United States has had a lot of racist presidents. Lyndon Johnson was probably one of the most racist presidents we have. We have actually audio recordings of him referring to black people as the N-word many times, and yet he signed the Civil Rights Act and also the Voting Rights Act.
Chat, is he cutting out or is it my
just
my
because
sound?
Trump, let's say Trump is racist, like Trump's racist, that doesn't mean that he can't be a good president for black people.
It is your sound cutting out. Hey, to all these people in the chat who want to be debate bros going, you can't debate me, blah, blah, blah. We have a queue here. I am more than happy to debate you if you're patient enough. You probably won't be. Just give me a second. I'm a little busy if you can't notice. Okay, so your justification for Trump's racism is we've had a lot of racist presidents in the past, and that they negate the fact that they've done good things for black people and other marginalized groups, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll continue to have racist presidents, whether it be against black people or any other race.
Cool. So what I find hysterical about you bringing up Lyndon B. Johnson as your example specifically is that would be a couple of decades ago. And it's strange to me when Trump supporters go all the way back to, right. It's strange to me when Trump supporters go all the way back to the past for a time that I'd rather not live in, a time that I'm trying to attempting to, in my own little bubble, steer my base and voters against. It's strange to me when we go back to that time to justify a blatantly racist president in the year of our Lord and Savior, 2026. I think that's very, very strange. What's up, Ari? Very strange. So why don't we do better than Lyndon B. Johnson?
You don't think 20 years from now there could be a racist president?
Could be, sure. Donald Trump got in. There could be, but I would then do what I'm doing and what I have been doing, which is advocating for people not to vote for racists. That we can do better than the 60s and 70s and 80s and 90s, especially with a president specifically who quite literally coined the best part of America or the best time in America as what? The 30s, 20s or 30s, if I'm not mistaken, is what he said. A time where some of us, we're still, we don't have to go there.
Well, Lyndon B. Johnson was around the 1960s, 1964.
I'm aware of that, yeah. But I'm saying
what was the
your president's ideal America, as per his words, was before then, a time that was worse off for black and brown people. So what I'm advocating for is for people to evolve, not excuse someone like Donald Trump being in the Oval Office in 2026.
Okay, but you're not engaging with the point.
I literally am engaging in the point. I'm aware of the fact that we've had racist presidents. Better yet, I'm going to throw you a bone. Biden has said and done some racist things. Check this out. My people. That's funny. So Biden has said and done some racist things in his past, right? He absolutely has. I never said that I wasn't. Just listen to the words coming out of my mouth. Listen to the words coming out of my mouth.
Then why'd you laugh when I said your people?
Because I love how you guys love to tokenize black people when it's convenient to you. So Biden has said and done racist things, right? He's said and done racist things.
Highly melanated.
Has Biden done and said racist things?
Probably. I don't know. I mean, wasn't he good friends with Strom Thurmond? Wasn't he like a Southern segregationist?
I'm pretty sure. Do you mean Richard Byrd?
No, Strom Thurmond, or I think I'm saying.
Why am I blanking on that?
Strom Thurmond is the guy that had the longest filibuster record prior.
There you go.
to
That's
Ford.
yeah.
Oh, for what you
Wasn't
call it?
friends with him.
Was it
Against
desegregation?
Against the Civil Rights Act.
He was against that, correct? Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's trying to think of
He was very
Robert
good friends with
Byrd,
Strom Thurmond.
just like Steve said in the chat. But
No, not Robert Byrd. Robert Byrd was somebody else.
well, you've already been told you're wrong. Also, so funny thing, Hector,
So
I
what?
noticed that.
Just because someone tells me I'm wrong, that makes it wrong.
So I noticed that that there's they've been bringing up LBJ a lot this week, right? Do you want to know why they've been bringing up Lyndon B. Johnson?
Why is that?
There's a documentary on Netflix.
Without
I swear they
fail.
didn't know beforehand.
Without fail, Ari.
Yeah.
Without
God forbid we learn
fail.
something. God forbid we learn something.
Apparently you
I
didn't learn
think,
the right
Eric,
message.
I think this guy sounds like Bocephus. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I have no idea who that is. So the point I was trying to make, the point I was trying to make with Joe Biden is that he said and done racist things. So what happens often is people will say, well, Biden was a racist and you voted for him, which is funny because I didn't. I voted for Kamala Harris, but there's other people who voted for Biden, right, over Trump in the 2020 election. And they'll say, well, you voted for him and he was racist, so now what? So let me tell you the difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Joe Biden didn't stand on racism. Joe Biden has apologized for the racist things that he said and done. And that doesn't excuse his racism necessarily, but I think we have people who are actively working on their racist and don't distribute said racism into policies and rhetoric versus the ones who quite literally say it openly, blatantly, and stand on it. That's the difference between some of the racist presidents that you would be talking about versus Donald Trump.
God bless you.
W. Santana, thank you so much for the gifts.
You're not dealing with the thrust of my argument. How is it?
What part of your argument did I ignore?
Well, this is the part you're not engaging with, or you're choosing not to address. Is that my point? Is that throughout American history, we've had very racist presidents, including presidents who've done way more for the black community than, say, the only black president that we've ever had, and yet we're moving towards more freedom.
What?
Freedom.
By what metric?
More freedom. And
By
yet
what
we're
metric?
racist
Hold on.
presidents.
Hold on.
Can you
I have
explain
no
how
problem, but I really want to unpack. I want to unpack what you just said. We can't move forward until we unpack what you just said. You said
Can you explain that?
You said that other presidents has done way more than the black president. By what metric are you making that
Because
argument?
it goes against what you believe.
No, I'm simply asking you to further expand on the point that you're making. Hey, my guy. So here's what I don't want to do. If you keep talking over me and not answering my questions, I'm going to start muting. I don't like muting people. So I'm going to ask you to expand on the point that you made. Because if I'm going to answer to your point in question, I need to have the full context of everything you're saying and the full understanding of what you're saying. You said that he's done, or our other presidents have done more than even our black president. So you'd be referencing Obama. So what presidents would that be? And by what metric would you say that they've done more?
Lyndon B. Johnson, easy.
Lyndon B. Johnson. He did more based off of the signing the Voting Rights Act. Okay. So what was Barack Obama? Got you. I know what it did. So what would Obama had to do? What would Obama have to do to top that?
Well, he'd have to write something that advances Civil Rights Act and protects the Human Rights Act.
What could top giving black people the right to vote in the 8 years of Obama's presidency? What can top that? Yeah, and civil rights. What would top that?
I don't know. You tell me.
I'm asking you because you said you're the one who's saying that it's more, right? So I'm saying, what would you have to do to top that?
You're asking me to repeat my argument? The answer is
no. I'm not asking you to repeat your argument. I'm asking you to simply articulate what he could have possibly done to substantiate the metrics that you're using to say that one has done more than the other.
White president did that.
So you're not going to answer the question. Okay. I'm going to spoil it for everyone. I'm going to spoil it for everyone. Okay. So if this one president way back here gave black people certain rights, I don't know how we'd expect a black president now to somehow top that when they would have already had said rights and protections, which, to be clear, Obama under his administration and people under him, we saw even those rights further protected and pushed forward by his vice president, Joe Biden. He would reinforce some of those protections. We can look at things like the 2014 or 2013 disparate impact rule when it came to HUD. We can look about him raising the requirements. We can talk about him raising the requirements, adding requirements, better yet, so that they would have to prove discrimination, right? Or not that you're not discrimination, and they were able to get HUD housing to the right demographics of people, and then Trump did away with all of that. No, so what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to make a point to my audience because you're not. Now I'm going to start muting you. Please shut up. Okay. What I'm trying to say is I don't know how you would expect Obama to top Lyndon B. Johnson and what he did back in the day. I don't know what you think he would have had to done to do that, because there's quite literally very few things he could have. I don't know. Maybe give a bunch of black people money. Maybe that would have been something that's cool. But then you would have voted against that too. So The problem that I have with your metric
Engaging
and your argument that
with my
the racist white president did more than the black president is that the black president only had so much that he could have possibly done based off of the actions of people before him.
Okay.
So you holding him to this standard
I
of
agree
him
with you.
being
So how is it
having to do
possible that
more
Lyndon B.
and
Johnson-
doing less and stuff is ridiculous.
agree with
That's
you.
a terrible
I agree with
argument
you.
that you tried to make.
I agree with you.
And
So how is
also,
it possible
Hector,
Lyndon B. Johnson
also,
did that?
Hector, by his own metric, that also means that Donald Trump couldn't have possibly done anything to top
Right.
that.
I know. I agree with you. I agree with you. He already done it. So how could he do it? I agree. But how is it possible that we had this racist white Lyndon B. Johnson president who hundreds of times referred to your people as the N-word, and yet he passed the Civil Rights Act and Voting Rights Act.
Do you think racists are incapable
How
of
is that
doing
possible?
quote unquote good
Just
things?
explain it to me. Just explain that to me.
What-
Just explain it to me
what
because I don't
step-
get it.
I am explaining
I'm
to you.
dumb.
I'm simply asking
I'm
you a
dumb. I don't
question.
get it.
Do you believe that racists can only do bad things?
No, of course
No.
not. That's
So
not the
racists can
argument.
do good things,
Are you-
right?
I mean, are you not listening to my argument?
Got you. So
That is
racists can
you're
do good
literally
things,
making my
but
argument.
that would not excuse their racism. Now would it?
Okay, okay, now we're getting somewhere. So someone who's racist can do good things for black people. Is that so? You're admitting that, right?
That is correct.
Oh wow.
I don't know
Okay,
whoever denied that.
So therefore, just
Literally
because
no
Donald
one.
Trump is racist doesn't mean he can't help or do good things for black people.
You're
Correct?
absolutely correct. He can absolutely do good things for
Oh,
black
wow,
people
okay.
as a
No,
racist. Can you now
I think we're-
proceed
I
to
think
give me
we're-
a
I think
good
we're
thing
making
that Donald
progress
Trump has
here.
done for black people?
I think we're making progress.
Sure.
here.
Can you now give me a
This is
good thing that
this is-
Donald Trump has done
I
for
think
black
this
people?
is a very big breakthrough. I think you're the first person. Black
Can you
person
now
to-
give me a good thing that Donald Trump has done for black people?
Um. I mean, I can't. I mean, obviously nothing to.
There's no fucking way. There's
Well,
no
nothing compared
fucking
to
way
the
we
voting
went
rights
down
act.
this road and you're now stalling on
compared to
mentioning
the
a good
voting
thing
rights
that
act.
he's done. That's diabolical, my guy. There's no possible way you didn't have something ready off the top of your tongue, tip of your tongue, to shoot at me
Like I said,
after
how about
making
voting
this
rights?
argument of
You
Donald
have
Trump
a
doing
whole
good things for
argument
black people.
how
That's
Obama can do something
hilarious.
like that, like, compared to what
Absolutely
Lyndon B.
hilarious.
Johnson said.
Hey, big W's in the chat to Jana. Hi, Jana, for the $10 Venmo. Sending love. Sorry you have to deal with the people living in the movie Idiocracy. Idiocracy is not a fictional movie. It's a documentary. W's in the chat to you, Jana. W's in the chat to you. I appreciate your
So
support.
racists can be good
Guys,
at
best way to
that's a
support the
really
platform is
big,
going to be links in the bio. Cash App, PayPal,
admission.
Venmo. Hector Talks with 2 R's on Cash App and Venmo. PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the tube side, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. Also, make sure we're taking care of Ari while he's here. Please make sure to gift her as well, and she may have links in her bio too. Back to you, my guy. Can you name something good he did for black people? Yes or no?
I think it's amazing that you admitted racist people can do good things. I mean, this is really good.
I
mean, that's
don't
basically
know
the
how
whole
that's in the
idea
middle. That is a common
of,
fact that it doesn't excuse the
What
racism.
white supremacists would say.
Do
I mean,
you
that's a really
think?
big
Do you
admission.
think a racist doing a good
I
thing
mean,
would
that's a
negate
huge
their
admission you're
racism?
making. That's a huge admission you're making.
I'm gonna need you to start answering questions directly and specifically. I'm getting a little bit tired of your rambling. Would the good things that a racist can do excuse or negate the racism that they display?
You just said it does.
No,
You
I
literally
didn't.
said that.
I literally
Yes,
never
you did.
said that.
You
Those
said
words
that.
never came
That's
out of my
exactly
mouth.
what you said.
Can you play that
That's
clip?
exactly what you said.
Can you play that clip?
You said they can do just because someone racist doesn't mean they can't do good things. So
When did I
by
say that the good
definition-
thing that they would
so
do
by
would
definition,
excuse their
they can do
racism?
more good things that outweighs their racism.
No, I never said that. Those words never came out of my mouth. And then even if those words came out of my mouth, you would then have to answer my last question, which was articulating what good things he's done specifically for black people, which you haven't been able to do. In fact, you
so
stalled
racists
like a
can do
dumbass for quite
good
some
things.
time.
So racists can do good. So someone could be racist and do enough good things.
I love how you
that
just keep
outweighs their
repeating the
racism,
same
right?
thing. No, I never said that. I said even if I were to go
So
down
do
that
you
route,
agree
right?
with
I
that?
was playing devil's advocate. I don't
Do you
necessarily
agree
agree
with
with that ideology. What I need you to do
don't
now
agree with that?
is articulate what Donald Trump has done for black people that would quote unquote negate his racism.
Well, I mean, we're only halfway down with this.
I know what I'm doing with my platform, Iceman. Don't worry about it. So go ahead and elaborate.
Well, he's not done with this term, so we don't know what's coming. He might
I'm
do it
sorry.
later.
I'm sorry. Last I checked, he had an entire first term, and he's been in this second term for literally 12 months. You can't
Yeah,
tell me
but
within the last
the
5
pandemic
years of his
had a
administration
growth.
what he's done for black people?
Yeah, but in his first term, that
So
pandemic
Trump is a
happened.
racist, and that racism
Yeah, but
wouldn't
that doesn't-
negate,
according to you, that-
and that
that's
racism
not
wouldn't
the
negate the
point.
good that he did, but I also can't articulate what good he did.
No, I mean, but that doesn't really matter. I mean, so if
Well,
all that
It
matters is
quite
whether they do good
literally
things,
would.
not whether they're racist.
It
What are you
quite
talking
yeah.
about?
literally would.
It doesn't matter
The
if they're
good things that
racist.
you'd be
It matters if
referencing
they
would
do
be in
good things
regards
for the
to
black community.
races, different races of people, correct? The marginalized communities that I'm referencing. That would be the ultimate factor in this conversation, one that you've not been able to cite. So what I need you to do is try one more
We're not
time. In fact, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to help you out. I'm going to mute you because you're too busy talking. I don't think you're thinking with your noggin.
like-
So I'm going to give you the opportunity to think with your noggin and try to articulate a good thing he's done for black people. And I'm just going to spoil it for everyone because I'm actually sick of the sound of your voice and you're rambling. Okay. You did this entire thing, and you think you have a got you simply by saying Donald Trump does good things, so his racism doesn't matter, right? That's really stupid.
Yeah.
That's really fucking crazy, especially if the good things that we're referencing would be in relation to different races of people that would be marginalized. So if you can't cite the good things he's done for black people, for brown people, and other demographics, then your point is moot because he wouldn't have done any good that would negate the racism.
But it
Nor would any good that he's done in other factors negate the fact that he's a raging racist. And I would stand on the initial point that I made, which was maybe we should stop voting for racists in the Oval Office in the year 2026.
racism doesn't matter.
Got you.
Two.
The guest cannot cite what good things Trump has done for black people. And I'm done wasting my time. Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people that I want to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you may call them the number on screen, 737-295-5321. See, I thought he was going to go somewhere with that argument. I thought he was going to be like, okay, so racists can do good things. Bam, this is the good things he's done for black people. Then you would have something. You wouldn't, but then you would have something. Thank you, Ari. That would have been impressive. I'm like, oh, okay. I like that. I see where you're going with that. That's what I was expecting. But imagine being a Trump supporter so brain dead that the best you have is Trump is a racist, but that doesn't negate the fact that he can do good things. I don't know what those things are, but I'm just saying, let's give him 3 more years, despite the fact that he's had 5 to show that he can do good for black people that he shits on a daily basis. That was fucking pathetic. Goodness gracious.
And then at the end, he's like, but you know, in his first term, half of it was with
The pandemic.
that was one singular year.
Less than a year.
I was gonna say technically only 10 months in total. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh my gosh, that was super funny. W's for the follows, y'all. I appreciate you. Continue to tap the screen, shout the live with your friends and family. 451 people in here. We are 6 minutes away from being live for an hour. You guys know the drill. 100,000 likes every hour at minimum. 100,000 likes every hour at minimum. So make sure you double tap the screen. Let's get the likes up to 100K. You have 5 minutes now. 5 minutes to do that. All these people in here, I know we can. Where are my super tappers at? I'm just gonna call you Amik. How to say your name?
That's cool.
Is that how I say your name?
That's cool.
Okay. Mick, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Alrighty. And do you regret your vote?
No, sir.
No. And why is that?
Trump doing what he's supposed to do.
What is he supposed to be doing?
Making America great again.
Really? Okay. I want you to tell me what makes America great. Give me 2 things. Give me 2 things to start. I'm going to take one. I'm going to have Ari take one. Give me 2 things to start on what makes America great.
As you can see, we're free. We're a free country. Unlike other countries, of course.
I don't know what that has to do with Donald Trump specifically, and that's heavily questionable. What's your next point?
So I'm gonna bring in regards of Trump, the deportation. We making sure it get done. We doing a good job. You don't see it?
Ari, which one do you want to take?
Deportation.
Awesome.
Hey, question for you.
I'm listening.
Just a quick question. Do you know how much on average it costs us to deport a singular immigrant?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know who Penn Wharton is?
Yes.
So you know it's the business college that Donald Trump attended?
I'm listening.
Okay. So according to the Penn Wharton budget model, it costs on average $77,000 in order to deport a singular immigrant. That means that for the 620,000 that Donald Trump and his administration claims to have deported, that is 45.4 I can't remember if it's trillion with a T or billion with a B. I don't have my calculator in front of me right now. So are you happy adding all of that to our national debt to deport all of these people that are apparently the big bad boogeyman in your world?
I mean, we got to do a job, man. Keep the Americans safe. That's
Yeah,
the
and
that's the
about
that's
what
the that.
percentage? And about what percentage of those immigrants that were deported do you think were actually convicted criminals?
See, the numbers can be tweaked just like the votes was tweaked. We don't know the exact
Huh?
numbers, but what we do know
So the
for sure,
Trump administration would be tweaking the numbers they're putting out of violent criminals they deported.
anybody
So
could be doing
they're
it.
lying?
Trump per se ain't doing it. It's somebody that's handling the business. It could be somebody, anybody could be doing it. You could be doing it. AI is invented now. AI is invented now. Anybody can do anything now.
I'm I'm talking about the reports directly from ICE.gov. Are you
I'm talking about the same reports y'all talking about. The reports can be
oh
they is not no accurate number. That's what I'm saying. It's inaccurate. Nobody can tell you that
in
because at the end of the day, the border is open, not just
it's
in the
open.
south in the southern area. Why you looking like that? Your face, you're a handsome young man. You don't gotta look like that, man.
Thank you,
Bring your
Grizzly,
face
for
the
the
fuck.
2 jewels on YouTube. I appreciate you.
I agree, Hector's handsome, but if you want to hit him up, that's what his DMs are for.
No,
Yeah.
I ain't trying to hit him up. I'm cool. I'm just letting him know, like you know, I get everybody trying to go against Trump is
Thank
a
you,
good
Jaded.
thing. It's kind of like fun to do, you know.
Fun?
It's trolling because at the end of the day,
This
the
is
president,
trolling?
it gotta be. It's attention. You get attention from it. If y'all would have been saying
That
y'all
gives you
with Trump,
attention.
y'all wouldn't be. It's good. It's good publicity.
Well, hold on, hold on. Were you about to say?
But
Were you about to say if we would have said we're with Trump, we wouldn't be getting the same attention? Were you about to say that?
y'all probably thought Bad Bunny was a
No, no, no,
good
no, no, no. I need you to answer my question.
halftime show.
Were you about to
I'm
say
answering.
that if we were to say we were with Trump and do like Trump stuff, we wouldn't get the same attention?
Y'all wouldn't.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a man who goes by the name or went by the name of Charlie Kirk?
Yes, he got assassinated.
Yeah, he got an
Yeah.
awful lot of attention. One could say he built his entire platform off of talking about Trump and advocating for far right, and in many cases, Republican policies. I think he was doing pretty well for himself, and he got a shit ton of attention. So I
And he
find
got
that to be
and
an interesting argument that you just made.
he got shot for being interested.
I mean,
You know,
we've had
and
several creators
you
on the
could
left and straight up congressmen, Democratic congressmen and women who are dead
name
because
one.
of political violence. Melissa Hortman.
Not for the same reason Charlie Kirk had got
She was
assassinated.
literally assassinated for her political stances and votes.
Okay.
Seriously. And then the other guy was Hartman. I don't remember his first name.
Yes,
Hartman?
I know what you're talking about. Let me find
But
it.
I'm gonna answer your question on what Trump did for the black people. The First Step Act was
Fucking pivoting,
specifically for
bro.
it wasn't.
Oh,
I'm pivoting.
that Hector got that one. He's ready to circle back to it.
I just want to know what did you, and then y'all be calling him racist.
You said the First Step Act, correct?
Go Google it.
I
However
know
you
what
wanna
I
do
know
it.
what the First Step Act is. Oh my god.
Read it.
All right, what did the First Step Act do?
It helped. It helped a lot of us. You
How?
know, if you black, right?
Yeah, last I checked it.
Okay, so
This
we
is
know
me.
our people. We ain't talking about nobody else. We talking about our people.
Yeah, we're just talking about niggas. Got you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we the lowest of the lowest. Anything lower,
I'm not the lowest of the lowest. I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
you not. But if as a whole we is, but continue. They treat the Mexicans better than us. If you want to be technical,
My God. You mentioned the First Step Act. Stay on the First Step Act. What does or did the First Step Act do?
it helped freed a lot of us.
It helped free black people. How did it help free black people?
You act like now you trying to act like I don't know what the First Step Act is.
You don't, and you're about to prove it.
I'm about to prove it. I just mentioned
Once you
it. Why
answer
would
the
I say
question.
something about it?
You tell me. You tell me. I talk to Trump supporters every day, all day, and they love to come up here and cite shit they don't know fuck about. You tell me why they do that. I have no idea. I'm still trying to figure it out. How did the First Step Act help black people be free? And I'm assuming by free, you don't mean in the general sense. Not this nigga Googling.
Yeah, keep up for this. Y'all need to up your game.
Why would I be Googling anything, man?
Okay.
If I mentioned it, that means I
shit.
had knowledge on it.
Question?
But
How did
I want.
the First Step Act?
Could I ask a question? Y'all have asked a lot of questions.
Yes, no problem. Once you answer my question.
How did it help black people?
Be free, yes.
Yeah.
A lot of people had a chance to get out of prison behind the First Step Act.
How?
How? Because it was first criminals. The First Step Act was to help them. The people that got a lot of time, they got a chance to get back off up.
Okay, I'm going to explain to you what the First Step Act is, but give me a second to do a quick little PSA, guys. I did notice that I gave you guys 5 minutes to get the likes up to 100K, and you did it in 2.5. Big W to you guys. Big W to you guys. Thank you so much for tapping the screen. Now let's move on to get the likes up to 200K. Let's preferably do that within the next 30 minutes. Tap the screen, show the algorithm want to be here. Okay. Those of you over on the tube side, do me a favor. Make sure you hit that like button. Hit the like button on the stream. Subscribe and turn on the notification bells. You can't see Ari, but Ari is over here co-hosting with us. Actually, she's in the chat. Yeah, fuck, she's in the chat. So click on Ari's name and make sure that you're subscribing to her YouTube as well. Fantastic creator. Make sure you subscribe over to her. Back to you guys on the tube side. Make sure you continue to send your daily heartbeats. Hit that follow button if you're not following me. We are live every Saturday at 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Also, it's super important that we knock out your favorite creators' gift galleries. If you click on my name in the top left corner, you see the B4, B5 gift gallery. We have 4 or 5 gifts left. Anyone who would like to donate to those gifts in there, that really helps your favorite creators. So knock that out if you'd like to. Share out the live with your friends and family. Check out the links in the bio for the best ways to support the platform. Follow me and subscribe on the other social media platforms, joining the Discord. We are 700 members strong, 600 members strong, tripping. And then the links in the bio, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. If you're on the tube side, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. Back to you. So the First Step Act wasn't this monumental piece of prison reform that the Trump administration and others make it out to be. Quite literally, all it did, and this is a study that was released 2023 into 2024, and I can pull that source up for you if you would like. All it did was simply basically commute some people's sentences, with the majority of them, 87 to 91%. I'm not done. 87 to 91% of the individuals who were released under the First Step Act were just non-violent offenders who had their sentence reduced by a maximum of 5 months. Now, let me be super clear. I'm not saying those 5 months weren't super important to people who were serving these sentences. I will never say that. I don't get to decide that for the people in prison. But I will say that it is a monumental joke to sit here and say he did this amazing thing for black people when that ultimately, yes, majorly affected black people because we are disproportionately arrested and convicted even of crimes we haven't committed and get aggressive sentences in the prison system. But
so
at the end of the day, sitting here and going that this was a thing he did specifically for black people, that it was amazing, would be a joke because it wasn't.
Okay.
That's my argument.
It would be a joke. It would be a joke because you've never been to prison. That's why. If you ever been to prison, it won't
I would say objectively it was a joke because it didn't change the prison system. It did nothing in regards to qualified immunity, how that protects criminal gang members with badges. It did absolutely nothing when it came to reviewing convictions, in many cases, wrongful convictions of black people. It did nothing in regards to addressing things like stop and frisk. It did absolutely nothing. It had no real impact on changing the system fundamentally that keeps throwing us in those prison cells to begin with. So that's why I say it's a joke. If any person is happy about the 5 months, you have every single right to be happy about the 5 months you got out early. And I think the maximum someone could got under that was a year and a half. Very small percentage, but that's the maximum. You could be happy about that too. I'm outside of it, looking objectively and saying this didn't do what Trump and Republicans said it did.
Because You never did an hour in jail, so you don't.
Not to mention, he worked alongside individuals like Ice Cube and the NAACP to get that act drafted, and then the man literally started shitting on the NAACP. He had Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, work alongside him to get elected, just for that man to come out and say defund the NAACP, as if the NAACP is a government agency. And now the NAACP is going back and forth with him in regards to his rhetoric and policies surrounding DEIA. So, contradictory.
You can't speak on that because you never did a day in jail.
I literally can, and I literally just did. I don't have to be in a prison cell to say that only getting out by 5 months with some of the sentences and crimes for nonviolent offenders is supposed to be some super good thing.
I mean, anybody can.
Have you been to prison?
I've been there, so I know 5 months will make you feel like you got saved by God.
Sure.
You ain't never been there. You never ate no cheese out of shit.
But again, you're reviewing this. Here's the problem with everything that you're saying. I'm sorry you're in prison eating cat head. You gotta, I don't know what the fuck that was about.
Exactly. So them 5 months saved a motherfucker life.
So you're speaking from a biased perspective. You're looking from the perspective of someone who served in prison, and then you can be thankful for the 5 months, but you can still step outside of yourself, look at the entirety of what the First Step Act did, and say that it was nothing.
Okay, well, you put yourself inside of the box instead of looking outside of the boxes.
I can do both. I can literally do both. And I can say that it ain't shit. I can say that as a black person, black people aren't better off because of the First Step Act.
All right, well, we're going to move past that. So I want to know, why do y'all think Trump racist? Because everybody's saying it? Or is it what? What is it? What was racist?
He has a long history of it.
The things he said, he got a long history of being with black people too.
What does that mean, being with black people?
Does proximity equal distance?
I'm just saying. So you mean to tell me I'm gonna be a racist towards something?
I know you're not gonna understand this question, but I'm just. Can you answer this? Does proximity equal distance?
No. So look. I just want to know, how do y'all define him to be a racist if his whole being who he is been around black people?
Easy.
And then why do people even keep making it seem like black people is
cool?
Like,
I have no problem answering your question, okay? I have no problem answering your question. But first, I want to make sure that we have an objective basis for racism. So I'm going to read you a definition. You tell me if you agree or not, okay? Prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. Do you disagree with that definition?
I mean, like, that's the definition. I'm
just checking. Please understand. I do this on a daily basis, and I kid you not, I have to read definitions of words to so many people because we end up going on a landslide of bullshit. So I just want to make sure we start there. So we're both on the same page when it comes to that definition of racism. Okay, no problem. Cool.
Okay.
Great. Awesome.
I'm listening.
So I'm gonna give you. Actually, I fucking hate talking about that. When Donald Trump looked at the vice president of the United States, someone who was a prosecutor and then went on to be a district attorney and then went on to be an attorney general and then went on to be a United States senator and then went on to be a vice president and then ran for the presidency of the United States. When Donald Trump looked at this individual and called her a quote unquote DEI hire who was stupid and had no brains and said that she was only picked because she was a woman, was that racist?
Do that make him racist? Because what?
You're going to answer my question with a question?
No. That don't make him racist.
No, that doesn't make him racist. Okay. Explain to me how his rhetoric surrounding DEIA and specifically how he applied it to one of the most accomplished presidential candidates we've ever had makes him doesn't make him racist.
She didn't even identify herself as black until she was saying she was Asian. I remember. You don't remember? You delusional? You don't remember?
Amik.
I'm asking you. Do you remember when she was saying she was Asian?
Is it possible, Amik? Is it possible to be of more than one ethnicity?
Yeah, it's more than possible. But you're not gonna use black. You're not gonna use black when it's to your convenience.
So
she would have been Asian if we was in Europe.
Asian. When did she start saying she was Asian?
Come on now. She only used the black just to make it sound good to us.
No, are you aware that? So the reason why, and
She the same
I know
black person
Hector,
locked us up.
Amit, shushies, it's okay. Calm down for a
I'm
second,
listening.
Ricky. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I know Hector could like obviously wipe the floor with you on this one easily. But
I
I'm
could
just gonna
use the
go over a
break,
couple
so
of
have fun.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go over this with you fairly quickly here. So in
Tap the screen, y'all.
2016, when she was elected to the Senate, the reason why it wasn't her, it was the it was the United States of America, right? That made a big deal of her being the first Asian American woman to be elected as a senator is because she was literally the first Asian American woman to be elected as senator. And when she had an interview with CNN, she did 2 interviews, right? One where they interviewed her about her South Asian ethnicity history, right? And then literally, and they published that on one day. And then literally the next day, they talked about her being black growing
W.
up
Lauren.
in California.
One of the interviews
You
that
are
she's
just looking at the
referencing.
history you want.
Yes, one of the interviews that she'd be referencing specifically took place in 2009, and the interviewer's name was Anise Hanifa, who was an Indian American. And then she asked Kamala Harris about her Indian American side of her heritage, where she reinforced the fact that she was raised in both cultures, or she knew it was a part of both cultures, but her mother raised her black because she is black. There was never a single interview where she denounced blackness. That doesn't exist. She's been specifically asked about her Indian American or South Asian specifically heritage, and she answered in regards to her South Asian heritage. No different from a biracial person who would have white in him would do the same thing if he was asked questions specifically about the white aspects of that culture and the white aspect of his upbringing. That doesn't negate their blackness. Do you understand?
I understand it, but this is what I want to know. Is it because she lost against Trump, or is it because y'all just, I don't get it? Because
what?
In my
What?
opinion, I feel. Listen to me. In my opinion, I feel like Hillary Clinton was better than every president.
Bro, I don't give a fuck what you think about Hillary Clinton. Can you stay on topic for 2 seconds?
Why y'all
Again,
do this for her?
this isn't no. Your response to Donald Trump calling her a DEIA hire, which you haven't really touched. Your response was she didn't even identify as black. So before we move forward on that topic, I had to have Ari here and myself debunk your point. So your point, your lie, actually, I'm going to stop doing that. Your blatant lie about Kamala Harris not identifying as black was just that, a lie. Now that we have that understanding, let's move forward. Now that we understand that she's black, Donald Trump attacked her specifically because she's black by calling her DEIA hire. Would you like for me to explain to you how that is?
I can talk now.
You can answer my question.
What's the question?
Are you listening?
I'm trying to listen, but you steady acting like I'm interrupting you, so I'm just gonna.
Donald Trump attacked Kamala Harris on the basis of her race by not only calling her a DEIA hire, but saying that she's quote unquote, like you just did, not black, which we just went over the fact that she is. And Donald Trump, a whole ass white man, would not understand race to the degree of excusing someone's race or denouncing someone's race.
So what's the question is what I'm asking.
The question is, now in the DEIA section, would you like for me to explain to you how he's racist with his attacks on DEIA and how he applied it to Kamala Harris?
Okay, I'm listening.
Wonderful. Fantastic. Can you name a single white person, white congressman or anyone who Donald Trump has called a DEI hire?
I thought you was going to explain to me.
I am. I know, but this is a part of the explanation. I try to pick at people's brains and give you the opportunity to respond so we can have an engaging dialogue instead of me just preaching to people.
No, I want to hear you.
You want me to preach? No problem. Okay. All right. He said I can preach. You heard it. He said I can preach. I just want to point that out. I don't want no one complaining that he doesn't have the chance to respond. He said I can preach. In fact, hold on. Now I'm going to get fucking messy. Now I'm about to get fucking messy. Ari, actually, if you would like to touch on the DIA topic a little bit while I do something real quick, you're more than welcome to.
Diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility, Amik. What's the
I know
opposite
what
of
I know what DEI is.
And so, is it a hiring program? Like, what do you think DEIA is? I guess like.
Black people that made it up in their head that it made them lose jobs and all this crazy
Huh?
stuff.
No, that's white people. White people
Um,
think that DEIA policies made them lose jobs.
Literally.
well, that, well, the black people been doing it where I've been, but it's okay. I just feel like people
Well,
just,
considering that black unemployment has skyrocketed because Donald Trump literally started firing a bunch of us the second he got in the Oval Office, they would be correct in what they said. But okay.
Oh my goodness. So DEIA policies were just a human resource training tool after somebody was already with the company to talk about why it's good to get different ideas from different sets of people, and then also to offer programs within the workplace that assist people for like what they need. So like ADA, Americans with Disability Act, that was rooted from DEIA policies, the acknowledgement that we have to help people, right? Like, because the A in DEIA is accessibility, right? It's not affirmative action. People seem to think that it was some kind of hiring tool. It wasn't. It was literally a training program after the fact. And mostly it just encouraged like recruiters to go out or post job listings in places they normally wouldn't go out and do that.
well, I don't. I mean, the black people I'm around doing good. I don't.
Oh my god.
DEI,
Is your
none of
personal experience representative of the entire
God
country?
bless you.
no, just like the racism.
Thank you, Erica.
Don't
Okay.
him saying something to Kamala or whoever. That don't that ain't
How
the
about the
whole
fact that
black community.
the only
But
reason
y'all
why
making it
Donald
be the
Trump,
black community.
do you know why Donald Trump went to the NABJ?
Why he what?
Why did Donald Trump go to the NABJ?
You don't know what that is.
National
Uh,
Association of Black Journalists.
why wouldn't I know what that is?
Okay. Yeah, okay. So I mean I just told you.
Man, you
So the
yep,
NABJ,
you
why
really
did he
think
go to
I'm
the
slow, don't
NABJ?
you? You think I was one of the kids that was in the special ed or something, huh?
Nobody said that. You don't have to be. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing
I'm just
ableism.
saying.
Shut up. Shut up. We're
Damn it.
not
I'm
Damn
just
it. We're
doing
not going to do
that.
ableism.
Nope.
Let's not do
uh,
that.
Nope.
that's how they trying to treat me up
No.
here.
No. I think you're stupid. Yes, but I did not call you that word. So let's move on. Y'all gotta stop doing this when I literally have someone up on the
You
line.
have to put it on Do Not Disturb.
It literally rings through it. That's what it's on.
That's
It
weird.
makes sense.
Okay, there we go. See, I just ended it, and it's still.
I'm about to burn the house down
Actually, hold on.
because you have it on your phone too. Hey, Amic. I heard you guys talking about a lot, a whole lot, but we haven't been able to flesh out anything. And I know that right now we are talking about DEIA, right? Okay, and I heard that they went over like how DEIA is not a hiring practice. I do believe that was said, which is very true. DEI is not a hiring practice. It's simply just a set of procedures that companies can implement on their own in order to ensure that everyone basically has a seat at the table. So, like an ergonomic keyboard, that'll be taking care of someone who has carpal tunnel. Making sure that we have maternity rooms at a job, that'll be taking care of mothers.
Thank you,
All
Adler, for
right,
the 200
so
joules.
that's gender right there. All right. So let's see here. Making sure that they have a ESA, so a what is that? EAS, an employee assistance program. EAP. I cannot remember. I haven't been corporate in over a year. An EAP program which offers things like therapy. It offers benefits like gym membership, so on and so forth. Things like that. That would be considered DEIA, right? Now, I don't know where that music is coming from because it's not me.
I know.
Oh, okay. Stop. Oh God. But so that's what that would be. Now, here's the thing. Prior to taking office, but after winning the 2024 election, Donald Trump began threatening companies like McDonald's, Facebook, Walmart, Target, major companies that we all know, and love. I'm not in the preaching mood right now. I am preaching, but in a calmer way. And what happened is Donald Trump was threatening these companies that he would remove their federal funding and their tax incentives if if they did not get rid of their DEI programs. What he called them was woke ideology. Now, Amik, I know you've heard this before. In 2025, between February and April of 2025, we saw 300,000 Black women leave the workforce either by choice or by force, right? Do you know what kind of impact that has on the Black community as a whole, so macro?
The same impact it had when all the niggas was getting locked up in the 90s. The black men. The same impact.
This is who you voted for.
So who did y'all vote for then?
But I'm saying is this is who you voted for, though, to contribute to that problem. Because think about it this way. The numbers show that with these Black women out of work, all right, that's upwards now of over, I believe it was over $20 billion taken out of our economy. This because they do not have the salaries to do the things that they once were able to do. They didn't have the spending power anymore because all of that money was gone. And you can fact check me on that, Amik.
No, look, this is the nicest I heard you talk, so I'm actually appreciating it.
Great. Fantastic.
Okay.
And you absolutely right. Yeah,
okay.
I understand.
Okay, you do understand. But what I first heard you say when you came up here is that you said that the Biden administration didn't do anything for Black people. That's what I heard you say.
You got it. I ain't say nothing about Biden. Tell her.
You did. Didn't you say that the Biden administration?
I think no. That was
what had they done?
That was a different. I guess I think. Yeah.
Okay, because that's why I sent the thing via Discord. To show you what the Biden-Harris administration had done for Black people.
No, yeah, that was different.
That was a different guess.
Yeah,
they sound alike.
I want to hone back in to the point that I was making with Kamala Harris, and Erica just went over perfectly how DEIA was not just for Black people. Yet for some reason, whenever it's in Donald Trump's mouth, it only applies to them, and he thinks it overwhelmingly benefits them when we know that most of it was for white women. But for some reason, when he comes to calling someone DEI, it's only a reference to people that he considers to be stupid and unqualified and unfit for the position, to where he says they were hired based off of these merits or immutable characteristics. So that would be the aspect where I would say Donald Trump has been racist with his application of DEI and why he's aggressively fought to undo it in the United States, even though it was never a federal policy. So that when he calls someone that he would consider DEI, which would be, based off everything we mentioned, stupid, unqualified, chosen because of immutable characteristics, and he applies that specifically towards the Black women that he has, which hasn't just been Kamala Harris. It's also been Letitia James. It's also been Ketanji Brown. It's also been Joy Reid and other Black individuals on the left in politics. He would be being racist with those claims. Because again, if we were to go off the qualifications alone, I opened up with every single thing that Kamala Harris has accomplished in her political career, regards to the positions that she's held, that she was elected in every single time. Maxine Waters, good point. Michelle Obama, Jasmine Crockett, that's correct. The list goes on. And these are some of the most accomplished Black women that we've seen in our political process or in general.
They are very successful Black women. They are good Black women.
I didn't say successful, but yes, they are. They are intelligent.
Wow.
They are intelligent. But we all got to understand why this happening. Y'all act like y'all been saying nice things about this man.
Okay, hold on. No. You are not. He responded to what?
The things that people already been saying to him.
Okay.
You act like he just.
So,
you act like people just.
In regards to being attacked, to provable cases and causes, such as Donald Trump being a racist, Donald Trump quoting similarities to Nazi and Mein Kampf, Donald Trump shitting on immigrants, Donald Trump talking mess about Black people, and his response to that was to be racist specifically or misogynist towards Black women.
Everybody else doing it. Why y'all mad at him?
Okay, it sounds like you're literally. It sounds like you're literally conceding, basically, that he is a racist, but he's justified because they were attacking him first.
No, I'm saying everybody in the world is trolling now. So I don't look at it as racism. I think he trolling. Honestly, he might not be fit for
So
for being a
why
president
would you why would you want the president of the United States to be a troll? You have to understand why you are okay with that. Like what's that about?
because he doing things besides the troll shit. He doing things that can help the country.
Like what?
For one, the deportation helped the black community for sure. It don't.
How?
How?
Hold on.
What?
Hold on. I'm gonna ask you this really quickly, Mick. Are you saying that you knowingly and willfully voted for a man who would sit in the highest office in this country because he's a troll? Or despite the fact that he's a troll, I should say.
No.
No. But you just said they're all trolling.
Man, y'all see what's going on. Y'all see the TV just like.
Is Donald Trump trolling? Yes or no?
Y'all just seen the governor of.
Is Donald Trump trolling? Yes or no?
God bless you.
Thank you, Sick Society. Simple question, my guy. Requires a simple answer.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So a Mick here knowingly and willfully voted for a man to sit in the highest office in this country
Hector,
and
his
troll
name
like
is
a motherfucker.
Amick.
Okay.
His name is Amick. It's just the mispronouncing. I'm sorry, it's killing me. It's Amick.
I asked him how to pronounce it, and he
sorry.
literally said nothing. So Amick. Okay.
Our bad.
Cool. He didn't say shit. That's not on me. The fuck. Okay. Cool.
I know it's not
So
on
I
you.
know. You knowingly voted for a blatant fucking racist. You knowingly voted for a man who you admittedly says is trolling America in the highest office in this country. And for some reason, when we would call this out and we would respond in kind to the nonsense that he's been saying, we're the bad, biased people. I think that's fucking hysterical. Y'all can have fun. This is a stupid conversation.
And I mean, I guess it would be a question of like it's helping black people, and I'm not trying to step on toes, but
You are? Go.
okay,
Sorry.
Wait,
So
who was
sorry.
supposed to go? I
Because, like,
I
no,
didn't
but
have an
it's
order
not
here.
it's no order, but it's like certain conversations that we have to have that like I can't explain it. All right, it's certain conversations that we have to have. We don't.
We didn't have an
It's a
order,
thing.
so
It's
we're gonna drop that. We're gonna drop that. Erica, go ahead, and then Nara can say what she wants.
I think I should have listened to my horoscope today. Amit, so in regards to the black unemployment rate, if this is actually helping us, the deportations, then why is it that our unemployment rate has gone up if you look at the numbers? Why is that? Because this isn't information that you don't know, because I know who you are. And so,
Yeah.
again, so you know this information. So why is it that you're arguing the same things when you know the numbers, you know the stats?
I hear you. I understand what you're saying, but
Okay.
things are getting better.
How?
How?
Yes.
The numbers is getting better.
What numbers are getting better, Amit?
The unemployment numbers. I know what you're talking about.
What?
The unemployment? No, they're not. We literally just had a report. We just had a report where we did more layoffs in January, like the worst month since January of
God bless you.
2009. 2009, at the height, January of 2009, at the height of the Great Recession.
We ain't talking about 2009. We talking about 2026. Where we at now?
Okay, did you hear the words that came out of my mouth or not? Also, W's to Andy, W's to Andy.
Oh shit! Big W's, you, Andy. Thank you so much for the
You're
Astro
the
Bear.
best, Andy.
I'm talking about prior to where we've been at, not 2000. I'm talking about
How
from
is it
last
prior
month
to
this
where we've
month.
been at?
I'm talking about from January to February. Was it better? Yes
They
or no?
haven't released the numbers for that as of yet. The most recent numbers that we have is for December.
That's
All
correct.
right, from
So
December
you
to
can't
January.
say that.
All right, from
Okay,
December to
I'm gonna
January.
say it again slowly. I'm gonna say it again slowly because you're about to piss me off. All right. We do not have the numbers for January 2026. Thank you very much. They come out later this week. With that being said, we can look at January, all right, of 2025, and we can see that the Black unemployment rate altogether was 6.2%. In December of 2025, it was at 7.5%. That's a 1.3% increase, yet deportations are helping us. With Black women, we saw the rate in January of 2025 be 5.4%, and it jumped all the way to 7.8%. That is a 2.4% increase. Thank you, Andy, my love. I appreciate you. Thank you. Drop some hearts in the chat for Andy. All right. That is a 2.4% increase in the unemployment rate. All right. Why is it that if the undocumented immigrant was taking the jobs from us, from Black people, did we
W.
see?
Andy.
Did we see? Shout out to Andy. Guys, we need to like drop all of the hearts in the chat for Andy.
W's Andy in the
Why
chat,
is
y'all.
it that we see our unemployment numbers going up? Why is it? Make it make sense if Donald Trump is helping Black people.
You said that we'll get the numbers for January in a few weeks.
We're going off of the most recent numbers.
Man, you know how hard it's been to be Donald Trump in this whole year.
You're not. You know what? You want to piss me off. Is what you want to do, and you make absolutely no sense whatsoever. Because you can't say that a man who literally went after programs that actually helped Black people, that actually helped us within the workplace, that created roles that Black people were able to fill based off of experience and merit. All right, but now no longer exists because of the dismantling, the eradication of DEIA, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility policies and procedures that has again led to, just in the span of 3 months, 300,000 Black women leaving the workforce or being fired or laid off. It's helping Black people. Where are the jobs? Why is our unemployment rate so much higher? Because the white woman unemployment rate hasn't gone up that high. Neither has it gone up that high for white men. All right, for white people in general. So, Emmett, why is it that our unemployment rate is so much higher? If Donald Trump is helping Black people, why isn't he bringing it down?
I mean, like, it do take time. It just ain't gonna happen overnight.
It do take time. It just ain't gonna happen overnight. So how do you get to argue that Donald Trump is helping our community?
I ain't mentioned the unemployment rate. You did, but
is the unemployment rate not a factor?
Yes, it definitely is a factor.
Then. So I don't care if you mention it or not. It's a factor. What has Donald Trump done in regards to small businesses for Black Americans in 2025?
You're absolutely right. I don't want to piss you off. You're doing good today. I'm glad you read your horoscope.
All you've done since you've been up on this panel is excuse action after action after action on the Trump administration after you proceed to ask questions specifically about why we think he's this, how he's doing this. And then every single time we bring up the point, you excuse it.
I can't even ask nothing. Y'all ain't answer one question.
Go ahead and ask your question.
So, Trump haven't done nothing that will be good in your eyes. Nothing.
He has done nothing that is a net positive for not only specifically Black people, but the majority of Americans in this country that would outweigh the harm that he's caused.
So the tariffs didn't help us?
No, the fuck the tariffs didn't help us. They especially didn't help us. Average cost of groceries, specific items such as coffee, such as certain materials, wood, have gone up under the Trump administration and his damn tariffs.
So the gas ain't going down?
First off, that's a separate topic. Gas ain't got shit to do with tariffs. But the gas going down has nothing to do with the Trump administration. There's nothing specifically he's done for gas prices. We've seen this commonly go down around this time of the year. We can look at 2023 to 2024 gas prices, how they decrease from 2023 to 2024 around this time. That's common. The president doesn't set gas prices. That's OPEC dealings. And some of the new permits that Trump would have allowed in drilling wouldn't be something that we'd see impact gas prices until a couple months after now. So no, he didn't do anything to affect gas prices.
The new permits won't even actually be usable or affect the gas prices until the earliest of 2027, 2028 for the Alaska project.
6,000%.
Oh, I know. You said you agree with this First Step Act was a positive though, so
I,
that's one thing.
I'm sorry. Did you miss
You
every
ain't
single
agree?
thing I said in regards to the First Step Act?
You didn't agree? You said it was 5 months. 5 months? You ain't did 5 months in your room yet. Imagine that.
Chad, did you vote for Trump?
Chad, please come back.
Trump supporters request up in the box here the demographic of people that I want to have a conversation with. If you're on the tube side, just fucking wait. Chad, are you there? Chad, I will invite you to unmute and give you 10 seconds to respond. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There we go.
There we go. Wonderful.
I thought you had me muted.
And he ran.
Who ran?
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Really quickly, before we get on to you, Chad, give me a second. I'm gonna say a black thing. I'm gonna say a black thing, okay? White people close ears. I'm gonna say a black thing. There's something about stupid black men coming up on these panels and saying this shit that just vexes me to my core. Vexes me to my core. Something about them. I don't know what it is. All the same talking points, nothing new, just the worst information or lack of information possible. Oh my God, these people. Trump supporters, no, not Trump supporters. Guys, continue to tap the screen. Let's get the likes up to 200K. We're about an hour and 40 minutes in, and we're very close. Thank you guys so much for tapping. Engagement is super important on this platform, so make sure we get up to 200K. Send your daily heart meets if you haven't already. Hit that follow button in the top left corner if you haven't. It does look like I missed a thank you here. I apologize. W's in the chat to Nikki. Hi, Nikki, for the $5 cash app for the church basket. Amen. Hallelujah. W's in the chat to you, Nikki. W's in the chat to you. I appreciate your support. Guys, best way to support the platform is going to be the links in the bio, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. If you're over on the tube side, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. You want to send your thanks, you want to send a message for me to read out, the best ways to do so is going to be those links. Also, make sure that you're liking the stream on the tube side and subscribing. Mermaid also has a YouTube. Eric also has a YouTube. All of these things, including their pay links as well, are available in the links in their bios. Please make sure that you're gifting the fuck out of them as well. Where the fuck did chat go?
Patience ran out, I guess.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
All right.
Ari, my apologies to you. I'm sorry about that. I'll message you on the back end. But again, my apologies about that. I'm going to go ahead and drop and just y'all keep doing all the good things. And chat, drop your favorite hashtags in the chat. Try to get them up in here.
Thank you very much, Erica, for coming up. Make sure that you hit that follow button for Erica Sanchez. You guys already know the drill. I'm not sure if she's going to be live later tonight. She'll let us know about that in a second. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people that I want to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you may call in the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Actually, I don't even have that phone line opened up. Let me put that back. So the problem with the calls, because it's all weird, and I'm gonna have to figure this out, is that I'll have a guest up on the panel and y'all will call in when that happens. And then I, for some reason, can't seem to turn off the ringing. And then it's an annoying thing when we're trying to talk to people. So then I have to cut it off and turn it on and put it back on. Just try to call if you want to call in times like now. When we don't have, oh yeah, it is Tuesday. When we don't have people in the requests, or at least, hold on, last I checked, we don't have people in the requests. Oh, we do. When we don't have people on the panel. I'm not going to answer you if we have someone on the panel. Alrighty, liquidity. Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Do you regret your vote?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I honestly, kind of did a little bit. I forgot why, though. At the beginning, I did, but then he took Venezuela and he, did some cool shit, you know what I mean? Like, ice and shit, so I was like, all right, it's pretty cool guy.
He did some cool shit with ice.
Huh?
Yeah.
What did I just fucking say?
I actually, you brought me up so fast, I didn't hear you. I clicked the thing.
Not to you. Not you. Hold on. Just give me a second.
Call from. Change the ringer to go to a different speaker.
Different speaker. Caller, you're on the
Yeah,
line. Did
change
you vote
that
for
setting.
Trump?
Absolutely, yes.
Great. What speaker should I do, actually? Let me try this one. And do you regret your vote?
No,
No, I doubled down on my vote.
You doubled down on your vote. Okay. What reason do you have to double down on said vote?
Well, first, I got to establish some fundamental truths regarding you guys so we can have a more robust.
Simple question requires simple answer. Plus, we have a guest up here anyway.
Well,
So
he was
that
just trying
makes
to.
sense.
He was just trying to like.
I asked a question. I need answers to
Put
it.
some
He
common
wants to
ground
understand
down.
a fundamental truth about you guys. Shut the fuck up. Okay, back to you, Liquidity. So you said you initially regretted your vote. You don't know why, but now you're good because of ICE
I
and Venezuela.
think it might have
specifically,
been
correct?
like. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay.
I forgot what it was though. Really.
Interesting. Okay. What W did you think we're getting with ICE?
Gotta get them out of here, bro. These illegals shooting each other, doing crazy shit, like not knowing the language and shit. Like they gotta go.
What?
Yeah,
Undocumented
what's up?
migrants shooting themselves.
Yes, they are, bro. Yes, they are. Seriously.
Are you trolling?
No, I'm not, dude.
Wait, do you guys hear that
Rage
ringing?
baiting?
Excuse me?
Yeah, I
Hey,
still
whoa,
hear
what's
it.
going on here, dude?
Fuck's
This is
sake.
nuts.
I'll figure it out. Or you can have this one. I need to figure out these sound settings.
Okay. Are you okay?
Yeah, it's
Did, do we have a an actual congressionally designated language for the United States of America?
English.
Do we have a congressionally designated language for the
Okay,
United
listen.
States?
All right. You can fucking do your fancy pants bullshit. All right. But the fact of the matter is, people here speak English. All right. English, maybe a little bit fucking, you know what I mean? A little bit of Spanish here and there. Okay. I don't mind it. But when I try to talk to you, all right, when I'm trying to like buy drinks and it's loud, there's loud music and shit going on, and like you can't understand me, I can't understand you. That's where I'm like, dude, like that's where I put my foot down. That's where it has to go. Every other night too. Every other night. It can't happen like that.
So you're
Walking down fucking
upset-
Southwest 8th, and like every fourth step, pop, 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 fucking guns and shit. Like it's crazy, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry. What city is that happening in?
What?
Sorry?
What city is that happening in?
Miami.
Do you live in Miami?
Yeah.
Okay, so according to you, you walk around Miami and every fourth step you see an undocumented migrant shooting at
Okay,
each other,
whoa.
right?
It's a fucking figure of it's a figure of speech, okay? And I'm in the place where they congregate, all right? And they're blasting, all right? They're not all like it's obviously not like every fourth step, okay? But it goes down. It goes fucking down.
How do you know they're undocumented?
It's likely that they are. It's likely. I don't know. Like, obviously, I don't know for a fact. Like, give me a break, bro. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't have. They're not like giving me their papers and shit and trying to mug me and shit. Like,
Wow, that took no time whatsoever.
what do you mean?
Gracious.
Because they are, dude. Listen, you're in this place,
Can
right?
you
Where
guys
they
at least
come.
try not to sound racist?
No,
Can you at
because
least
watch this.
hide
Watch
it?
this.
Like, you know
Hector.
what? I'm low key missing the Trump supporters that would waste your time for 20 minutes before calling you a slur. Like, I kind of miss those guys because
I'm
you
not
guys
gonna
just
slur
say
you,
it
man.
like off the bat how racist you are, and I think it's just
I don't do racism. And this is the thing, right? I'm in this place, right? It's literally called. Well, I forgot what it's called. What is it called? Like Havana, Little Havana, or something. They all come there. They all go there. Okay. And when shit goes down, when it's fucking pop, yeah, bro, there's probably them. It's like not 100%. It's
probably
51%
them.
and up. Not 50, like 25% and
probably
up.
them. And
Likely
you would be
them.
basing this
Likely.
probability off of the fact that they would be
Them coming over here.
What?
Them coming over here.
Venezuelan, Mexican, brown.
Cuban. They fucking make those chug boats and they come over.
Brown. And you would be basing that to
Sorry?
say that not only are they undocumented migrants, but they're these violent criminals that you're alleging.
Are they violent? Yes. Well, like, not all. Okay, well, that's like a little rude. Like, they're not all. I'm not saying 25% of them are violent, or I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that in that specific area, 25% of them are probably doing crazy shit. Number one. Number two. Yeah, like they do that stuff. I'm sure they do. 100%.
Okay. So that would be reflected in our crime statistics, correct?
Well, no.
No? We don't
I mean,
arrest
dude, you can commit a crime and
and
not get away with it
prosecute
easy, dude.
and deport
What's the clearance rate of murder here?
violent
50%?
undocumented migrants.
50%? Dude, you have a 1 in 2 chance of getting away with murder here. 100%, yeah.
Again, do we arrest, prosecute, and in many cases deport violent undocumented migrants here in the United States?
Not enough.
So yes. Okay.
Yes, we do.
Cool.
We take them down.
And if there was this mass influx of violent undocumented migrants, the same way that our criminal records that reflect American citizens committing these shootouts and crimes that
And
you're
the issue
talking
is
about,
they're actually competent
the same,
at it too.
The same would So
no,
we
because,
don't
dude,
have
they
the
don't- they
numbers
don't
to
run-
reflect their criminality because they're much better at doing it than Americans apparently, and it's harder to get.
Dude, because Americans, dude, they like drive by, gun down, bodies everywhere, guns, bullets. They don't even throw the gun away. They fucking shoot them, bury them in the fucking glades, whatever. Like they're actually good at this because they do this. They do this in their own country, bro. Seriously.
Dude, oh my goodness.
This is so bad.
People hanging people from banana trees and shit. Like, I mean, no, not here, obviously, in Cuba. And it's like, dude, like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me?
So bad.
Like, they have experience. They have dead ass experience with this.
You're actually a piece of shit. You're actually
I'm probably.
a piece of
Whoa,
shit.
okay, why? Why?
Because you are a racist, xenophobic piece
I'm not
of
racist,
shit.
though.
You
I'm
came
not
up here
xenophobic or
making these
racist.
allegations of undocumented migrants and this mass crime in the streets of Miami, where you would be basing this off of the color of their skin. You can't look at
Not
someone.
the color of their skin.
Yes, you would be. You can't
No.
look at someone and tell they're undocumented. You understand that, right?
Kind of can. I actually can. Well, like they have
How
to
does
talk
that
a little bit. They have to talk as well.
How does that work?
Like, it's like they're like what they're wearing and shit. You know what I mean? What they're wearing and like how they sound like. Kind of the walk too. They got a walk as well. They got a walk. Serious.
Mike.
I am just curious.
They got
Okay,
they got a kind of gate to them.
Hey,
Wide
sir,
gate.
Wait a second, Mike.
Pookie, let me ask you a quick question. What's up?
Dude.
Okay. There is one demographic of people within the United States of America that are responsible for killing over 100,000 dogs each year. Who do you think that is?
White people.
It's actually cops.
All right. They're probably white cops. I'm joking. It's a joke.
Ari, I'm over this.
Okay, listen.
I can't.
So
You
why
just
does that even
roasted
matter?
me.
Like, I don't get.
You're a horrible human being. All right, caller, person. What is your name again?
Mike.
Mike, and you voted for Trump.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Cool. So, are you able to look at a person and tell if they're undocumented or not?
I would say at face value, no.
Okay. You're automatically slightly a bit smarter than the last guest. Yay. We'll see how far that gets you. You was going to tell me some crap about telling me about myself and my party or some shit like that, right?
No, wrong. I said I just wanted to establish some fundamental truth about what you believe. I want to know what you believe. I like hearing the person before
You're
I
asking me a
espouse.
question. Got you. I apologize. I jumped the
Yeah.
gun. I assumed you were going to go on a ramble about some bullshit. But I did mostly hang up because we already had a guest on the line. And I literally said beforehand that do not call in when we had a guest on the line. But that guest is gone now. So now let's go ahead and establish this foundation here.
Okay. Yeah. So what do you guys espouse? What do you believe?
I am a Democrat, or at least someone who votes Democrat. I would consider myself a quote unquote social Democrat, where I would advocate for policies that overwhelmingly benefit the majority of American people. I denounce racism, xenophobia, homophobia, transphobia, and all the things that affect marginalized groups. I am a pro-tax, although I do think we need tax reform before we keep asking people to pay more. The fun things like universal health care, I do think we can do better audits into fun things like the DOD. I think we should do a lot more in advocating for peace and soft powers versus aggression and imperialism, to give you a gist.
Okay. So I'll attack the first notion of your argument, at least when it comes to socialism. When
Never
it comes
said
to
anything about socialism.
okay. So what economically, what are your stances? Because I thought you said socialist,
No,
right?
I
Or is
said I
that
am a social
programming? Okay.
democrat, which means that we would still work inside of capitalism ultimately, but just with more restrictions. And taxes would go towards policies such as our social programs to help people more.
Okay, a social democrat. Okay. So you don't totally disagree with capitalism.
I don't have a choice but to uphold it. I'm sure I would like it to be gone, but I live in the real world, so I don't see the point.
Okay, so what would you replace capitalism with
More,
if you had to get rid of it?
get rid of it entirely, then that would go into the conversation of socialism, but that's not what we're talking about. That's not necessarily what I'm advocating for. So, no point in going down
Okay.
that road.
Okay. So, do you fundamentally think that America is racist?
Yes.
Awesome. If America, as you say, is fundamentally racist, you're not a Garvinite, correct?
How do what?
You don't believe in Marcus Garvey's ideology of all of us going back to Africa, or is that something you espouse?
I mean, I would entertain that. I guess maybe. I was very much pro Malcolm back in the day when he said, "Hey, man, give us something here, or we can ship us all back and pay for our ticket."
So
I am actually
okay.
one of the black people who thinks. I personally think. I'm not saying I will be one of the people who do it, but I personally think that maybe a lot of black people would do well to let go of like America and maybe invest in a country that more reflects us, even though it's overrun by white people too in positions of power. But I don't have so much of a strong stake in the U.S. I'm just here in the U.S. I'm advocating for the U.S. to be better. But I think some black people would benefit from not so much hyper focusing on America. But then
Awesome.
that's
Well,
easy
thank
for
you
me to say because I'm not a what you call it foundational black American. So I would never say someone whose entire lineage is here that they should pick up and leave unless they think it's the better choice.
Okay, awesome. Well, I appreciate you bringing up Brother Malcolm X. So let's go to the ballot and the bullet. 1964, Lyndon B. Johnson wins the presidency. What was Malcolm X's stance on the Democratic Party when the Civil Rights Act was passed?
Wolves in sheep's clothing?
No. It was specific quotes and lines that he gave about today, what you would call the white liberal. What did he say?
I'm aware of those quotes. I would again say that summarize.
Awesome.
I
Allow
would
me
say I
to
summarize
share
it in
them with
wolves in
you.
sheep's clothing, right? The white liberal would be the type to like stab you in the back, smile in your face. I'm aware of all of the quotes, but I find it hilarious that you mentioned the ballot and the bullet specifically, because ultimately that would solidify the fact that despite his criticisms and wariness of the white liberals and the Democratic Party, he still advocated for black people to utilize their right to vote if they so chose.
Yeah, but he never agreed with the Democratic,
the Democratic
or
Party isn't something to agree with. It's not an ideology. It's just a part of our political process.
Well, it is because he said both parties are bad. He said the conservative, the white conservative, and the white liberal are both bad. They don't have the black communities and best intentions in mind. But he said what makes the white liberal or liberal worse is that they lie and they deceive and they're hypocrites.
That is correct.
And
Doesn't change the fact that there's only one side of that coin that you're referencing that has gotten us as far as we've gotten today. So there's that. The deceitful wolfness of individuals in the Democratic Party would not only be the people that we're actively trying to vote out and reform, but they wouldn't be overwhelmingly represented in the same extent that it would be on the Republican side. So there's that.
Okay.
Did you vote?
Yes, but
in
back
2024.
to my Garvin. Yes, but can I make a point
Did you
before
vote third
we
party?
Okay. I'm an independent and I voted for Trump. Could I before you go on another soliloquy, could I make another point?
Sure. But at some point we do have to get to the prompt here, which does have Trump's face on it.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, so you're not a Garvinite. You don't believe in us.
I'm gonna keep it $1.50 with you. I've never heard of that term until today.
Oh, okay. Well, I won't say it's a term that's widely used, but people that do believe in, the system that he tried to create with the Black Star and whatnot, saying that the best opportunity for black people is in Africa. And obviously, to you and a lot of other people, America wouldn't be the best place for black people. Would you agree with that?
I don't know how to agree with that.
Well, you would
if I was
have to
say
because
that
America is
America,
inherently racist,
sure,
right?
I would. Let me be clear: the world is inherently racist.
So there's no place good for black people, not even Africa?
There's no place that's exempt from racism.
Oh, so Africa. Our
Africa
El
isn't exempt from
Kabulan.
racism.
You said Africa is not exempt from racism.
No, just because there's more niggas there doesn't mean that niggas don't experience racism in Africa.
Awesome,
Like,
but
what?
I'm pretty sure it's more of us there than here in America. So the point I'm
Sure.
trying to make, can you tell me which country produces more black millionaires?
America?
Yeah.
And
so
let
if
me be
America,
clear, let me be
you,
clear. You
Okay,
made a specific word that I have a problem with. You said America would produce more black Americans.
no, I said
right?
who has. I never
Who
said
has,
it
got
would.
you.
I said who has.
Who
Yes.
has. So again, America
Yes.
has produced more black millionaires, and I guess how many billionaires? What was it? 13? We have 14 here in the United States. I have a problem with that word produce. Because the black Americans who would have become millionaires and billionaires that you're referencing would have been exceptions, not individuals who were supported in any case by America as a country. They were just allowed to utilize the same process.
I never
that
made
white
those
people,
assertions.
Well, that's the problem with the word
that's
produce
a red
that you're
herring.
talking about, right?
I never made
so
those
these
assertions.
black millionaires would have been present and would have gotten to their accomplishments and success despite America's racism, despite the hurdles that they had to jump over.
Lies.
I think it's
Give me a
disingenuous to say
lies.
that
Lies.
America
Give me a LeBron
produced
James in
them.
another country. Give me a LeBron James where he would be as successful
Again,
as he is. He's
you're
another.
talking about an
so,
individual who is able to utilize the system to his benefit. I am not saying
Thank
that's
you.
not
Here in
I'm not
America,
saying that's
give
an
me another country.
impossibility here in the United States. I'm saying that would
Give
be
me
an
another
example
country where
of
it's
black
possible.
excellence versus America, quote unquote,
Absolutely.
producing it.
If it's so excellence and it has nothing to do with the country, give me another country to where LeBron James will be as successful as he is
I'm
here.
saying
That's
the
simple. Give me
the associations that you would make with the country would be based off of capitalism. Sure. And then simply hard work and
Capitalism.
determination
So
of an
nothing to do
individual.
with
Yes.
social democracy. Amazing. So only in a
Yes,
capitalistic
nothing to do with
society
social
does black
democracy
people
because you'd
have
be
a chance.
referencing exceptions. Exceptions. And
Absolutely,
black people who
yes.
become millionaires and billionaires, and then in many cases, a lot of cases, I don't know LeBron James' personal life, exclude themselves
Yeah.
and separate themselves from the majority of other black people who are still suffering under the boot of this country and its systemic racism.
Absolutely. Suffering, but they're still managing to make a large lump sum.
Also, it would be,
of
let's say,
capital.
Democrats, specifically
Capitalist
black Democrats,
society.
who
This
would
is
then
beautiful.
voted on behalf of policies and civil rights that
Mhm.
would have allowed them to successfully and comfortably, to the best of their ability, access the
Mhm.
capital that you're talking about and build themselves up in a country where it was, safer.
Okay. So your philosophical or political ideology, you cannot format it in any country to where you think black people would be able to make it.
I am
But you picked a
unfamiliar.
capitalist
No.
country.
Hold on. Let me be super duper clear. Unless you're under the belief that no black millionaires exist anywhere else outside of the
Never
United
said
States.
that.
Okay, got
Red
you. Cool.
herring.
So no, I am unable to give you a specific name of a black millionaire in other countries because I don't focus on a bunch of other countries and how black people are doing there. If you're going off the basis of the sheer number of black millionaires and billionaires here in the United States automatically makes America better for black people than any other portion, I would disagree with you because then I would also argue other forms of wealth and other values that may
Mhm.
not be so much spearheaded here in the United States versus other countries. So there's
Okay,
that.
so I think we both, I like coming to a common ground. I cannot have dialogue without coming to some type of middle passage. So I think we both can agree that although America may, as you say, be inherently racist, that we still have produced the most black millionaires, which can
The
attest
most black
to
billionaires as it sits today have come out of the United States, correct?
Yes, so we can attest
With
that
many
at
of
least
those individuals
America.
being immigrants who came from other places.
So you're saying the large majority of millionaires produced in America, black millionaires produced in America today, were immigrants?
When the fuck did I say that?
I'm asking you. That's why I'm asking a
No,
question.
that was a
I'm
weird
sorry.
question to ask, simply based off of me saying a good portion of the immigrants who came over from other places became those millionaires. No, I'm not saying that the majority of them are immigrants. I would have no
Okay.
data or information for that, nor would it matter.
Okay. So we both agree that capitalism is not as bad as some people may say. That it's good. It does produces a large amount of wealth for even people that may have been in underclass.
The
It
production of that
definitely.
wealth for the exceptional people that I'm referencing, or the exceptions that I'm talking about, would not make capitalism better. Every single system can be exploited. Capitalism specifically is inherently violent and inherently stepping on a large group of people to produce those exceptions that you're talking about. So no, I wouldn't say the fact that black people are able to utilize it just like everyone else would then make it a good system. We just don't have a choice. I'm utilizing
Okay.
capitalism right now with this entire platform. I would much rather have a better system.
Okay. So how would you implement social democracy? That's what you believe in. So how would you implement that? I want you to give a trickle economic breakdown of how that would work, how we would be able
I
to
think we
produce
have several
wealth.
candidates and several policy platforms that would be rooted in social democracy, such as universal health care. We can see the
I don't
likes
care.
of
I
some of
said
those.
producing wealth. I don't care about
aware
health
I'm
care.
aware of what you said. I don't prioritize wealth above everything, especially not in the form of just having a couple
What
millionaires
else is there?
and
Keeping
billionaires.
somebody safe
I am
and
big
being
on
able to
like the
produce
social
money.
welfare of all people, whether I have a
Okay.
shit ton of money or not. In fact, I have no problem making less
Okay.
money, and if I'm able to take care of myself properly, and it means more people can get ahead as well. That's the difference between me and you. But I just want to remind everyone and yourself that the prompt here is Donald Trump, and the question is if you regret your vote. So I don't know why we're having this
I,
whole back and forth about these words and
it's good.
Africa and
Just
all this
learning.
other stuff. So do you
You
regret your
didn't
vote
mind
for
that with
Donald
your
Trump?
other guests? No.
We were literally talking about exactly what the prompt was and regretting his vote, and he brought up immigration and everything else.
Okay, it encompasses a lot.
Also,
I mean,
thank you,
it's a
Erica,
loaded
for
question.
the mention. Liko Dangote. He's a Nigerian. He's one of the
I don't
millionaires,
regret
billionaires.
my vote. Who did you vote for?
I voted for Madam Vice President Kamala Harris. So why don't you regret your vote for
Okay.
Trump?
Because I think he's done a lot of good with his foreign policies. I don't see any new wars that has stirred up since he's been in office. He's actually done a pretty good job quieting them, with all the rhetoric of him being a warlord and somebody who doesn't have good temperament. I haven't seen. Well, I mean, and I'm big on foreign policy. I like to have peace throughout
What
the
is
world.
Donald Trump? What war has Donald Trump tempered?
Well, he signed the peace treaty between Israel, the Abraham Accords. I like peace in the Middle East.
We're
I think
talking
we
about
will
his
all.
second term. I don't know why you went all the way back to his
Okay,
first term.
well,
And as you mentioned, the Abraham Accords, we know that the moving of the embassy to Jerusalem instigated tensions amongst the two groups. I would argue that sucking off Israel isn't a good thing, which is exactly what the Abraham Accords did in large part. And they literally have still been bombing the hell out of each other since, including under Trump's term here. So I don't know what that point was.
Okay, well, wrong. The peace treaty between Israel and Palestine was in 2025. So I'm just
I
giving
never
you
said
a
that there was
list.
a specific peace treaty that wasn't in 2025. You mentioned the Abraham Accords, and then I referenced the time period
Okay,
of the moving of the embassy to Jerusalem around that time period. Are you tracking this conversation?
I'm giving you his accomplishments. You're asking why I voted and why I supported him.
Yeah, so I'm
That
more
is one
so
of the
specifically
reasons
talking
why.
about this term and what he's doing now
Okay, this
versus
term. Well,
his
you should have
first
been
term.
more specific. You never
I
said
don't know
this
why
term.
we talk about his first term when his first term would have
Okay,
nothing
well, I
to
voted
do
for
with
him
what
the
he's
first
doing
term.
now.
You wasn't specific. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You got to be specific. You
Let
got
me
to
be
say
more
this
specific
term.
for you. Let's talk about this term
Thank
and what
you.
he's done to
So-
tame wars this term. Which, by the way,
So-
everyone forgets about several wars that we had ongoing during that time, including in Afghanistan, Turkish Kurdish, we literally abandoned our allies, and several others that he did nothing about. But go ahead.
Okay, so the 7 others that you're talking about, I like researching. So can you list them? Because I'm not familiar with them.
I just mentioned 2 that you can start with. You're aware of one of them because everyone criticizes Biden for the pullout.
Okay, and you said several. So what are the other ones you mentioned? One with Turkey.
The Turkish Kurdish. You're aware
Turkish
of the
Kurdish. Okay.
situation that took place in
A little, but I want you to expound on it because I'm not
Pull
too
outs that we
informed
had
about
there,
it.
and that we abandoned those allies despite the fact that they worked alongside us on several operations in the region. And then our relationship with them has been contentious since.
Okay, and that's an ongoing war or it's not?
I'm not sure exactly what's happening in 2025, but again, going back to the time period that you mentioned, it wasn't good.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. We're not talking about that time period. We're talking about now.
Correct. I
Correct?
was
Is
just
that war
finalizing
going
on
on
where
currently?
you started. We're talking
Okay.
about the wars
Well, that
currently now. I would need you to expand on which one he's quenched.
Okay, well, you know the war that's going on between Israel and Palestine. So far, I'm not, I don't know the future, but right now, it seems to be the calm, maybe the calm before the storm, but calm nonetheless. You just had somebody who offered Donald Trump the Nobel Peace Prize. This person who has never met Donald Trump, who has no, stake. I mean, it's funny. I mean, instead of the pious, um, narcissistic laugh, why don't you explain to me why the Nobel Peace Prize being given to him was not good?
It's cool. So I can care less what a woman who earned
Okay,
her Peace Prize for whatever reason chooses to give Donald
awesome.
Trump. I wouldn't say that's an indicator of him having any peaceful policies or
Okay,
quenching wars, because
God
he
bless
quite
you.
literally hasn't. W's in the chat to Ari for the well diving. Thank you so much, Ari. I appreciate you. Guys, friendly reminder, if you click on my name in the top left corner and you scroll down to the B gift gallery that we're in, the lead gallery that we're in, there's a couple gifts there that are grayed out. Whatever you clear out there really helps out the creators if you want to support the platform that way. Thank you so much, Ari. So yeah, that little Peace Prize that was handed to him, quite literally a quote unquote DEIA Peace Prize, means nothing to me. And in regards to the other thing I laughed about, which is what you said about Israel and Palestine, the calm before the
hmm
storm, nothing has calmed down since. As they were signing even the documents that Trump cites as being quote unquote ending 9 wars in 9 months or whatever the new rhetoric is now, they were bombing each other as they were quote unquote signing these documents, as they were negotiating these peace deals. They're still
Okay, what about
killing
the
each
peace deal
other.
between Armenia and Azerbaijan? What about that one? I think that one was pretty good, right?
Again, the
Do
peace
you
deals
know
that you
about
be
that?
referencing is documentation in regards to, I guess, states and the relationships with each other versus some of the
The
outside
conflicts.
instigators
What
or
about
the
India?
outside terrorist groups that had
What
nothing to
about
God
do with
bless
India
quote
you.
and
unquote peace
Pakistan?
deals.
What about what about India and
What
Pakistan?
about India and Pakistan? Has the fighting stopped there?
Okay,
I'm sorry.
okay. So you
This is
don't know.
I'm claiming
Okay,
ignorance
so
on
the
this.
ceasefire.
I'm claiming
Okay,
ignorance on this. Has the fighting stopped in India with India and Pakistan?
yeah, they signed a ceasefire. So, and this was more. This was in 2025. I can't remember the month. They signed a ceasefire.
W's
There
in the
there
chat
are.
to what the fuck were you thinking for the meteor shower? Thank you so much, WTF. W's to you. W's to you for the meteor shower. Big W's. How much does that leave us left in the gift gallery? I think 3. We should have 3 left in the gift gallery. And happy birthday to you, Unscripted. I think we have 3 left in the gift gallery. Again, if anyone wants to help that out, I greatly appreciate it. Okay, back to you. Elaborate on this India Pakistan
Okay,
thing. 'Cause I can claim total ignorance on this. I have no idea about that fighting stopped.
okay. No, no. I mean, no problem. And I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm some intelligentsia when it comes to these topics either. But there was a ceasefire that was signed. I'm not privy to the actual conflict that went on with them, but they signed a peace treaty. You also had, I can't remember the conflict. It was Egypt. It was Egypt and another African country. I want to say Nigeria or Ethiopia. They also signed back in 2025 a ceasefire and a semi-peace treaty. So there are many of conflicts, and I can't call them wars, but there are many of conflicts that have been signed since Trump has been in office that has thwarted wars or furthering the conflict. So, but I don't want to stay on, just the wars and stuff. What I will go to, the other reason why I'm happy with my vote for Trump is that
Hold on,
um
hold
okay,
on. Let's say on this Indian Pakistani individual. So I'm
okay,
reading here with the last attack or the huge one specifically would be April 22nd, 2025. Militants attacked Indian tourists in Kashmir, killing 25 Indian
It
nationals.
was after that.
Correct. This incident marked the deadliest terrorist attack in Indian territory since the
Yeah.
2008 Mumbai attacks. In the wake of the attack, tit-for-tat measures by India and Pakistan have driven bilateral relations to the lowest point in recent years. India and Pakistani forces have exchanged fire across the LOC every single day since the attack. So this is the problem with a lot of the points that you're going to make, and these 9 deals that he signed, these ceasefire deals, they're symbolic. The fighting hasn't actually stopped. These forces, while they've signed this
you
document,
said it
don't
started
seem to be
in
doing
what month?
anything about specifically 2025 April. And then you mentioned that the peace deal was signed afterwards.
So
and then I just followed
it
up
was
with,
signed after.
they've literally still been shooting and killing each other every day since.
Okay, but when the ceasefire, I mean, yeah, there's still going to be, flare-ups. Nobody's denying that there's still going to be fighting. Nobody's denying that. But what I am saying is that he did get them to come to the table of commerce and at least talk to each other and sign a ceasefire.
The talking did nothing.
Which,
the talking did nothing.
Well,
do you know what a ceasefire is? They stopped firing. It's done.
Yeah, which is good. You go to the south side of Chicago or Baltimore. I'm from Paterson, New Jersey, Opelika, Florida. So all of these are bad, spots. And if you get the people to stop shooting,
I don't know why you're
even if
talking
it's
about
for a day, it's
domestic
good.
issues with gang violence.
I'm using that as it's an analogy. You sound like a learned man. You can follow analogies. I'm not speaking in unarticulated presuppositions.
How
I'm
is
actually,
your analogy
saying it for
applicable
a
to the
point.
point that you're making?
Because a ceasefire, you just said a ceasefire, stopping people from shooting at each other, I think is a good thing. You, on the other hand, antipodean to my thought, are saying, no, it doesn't matter. I think it matters. That's the point. So I don't want to say
ceasefire was signed, which the first evidence I would say of these ceasefires being bullshit is the fact that he was able to do so much with so many in this record amount of time, as if the only thing that was stopping these countries from shooting at each other was signing a piece of paper. If that was the case, Biden would have done a bunch of ceasefires. Let's be clear. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on, that would have happened. So you keep saying that these ceasefires are good and that he's ending or quenching all these wars when we have literally no evidence to support the claim that they have been quenched or reduced under the Trump administration in light of these or in relation to these ceasefires, especially considering what I just read, because again, I claimed ignorance on this. I admitted that to you and I looked it up. They have been firing and killing at each other every single day since. Not just random one-offs. The Pakistani and Indian forces have been carrying on business as usual since the ceasefire was signed, according to you, after April 22nd. So to me, the ceasefire doesn't mean a damn thing if the exact same conflict is going on.
Okay, I'm not saying it was going to be non-existent. Once again, I never said that. To get them to come
that
to
would
the
be
table,
the problem with the rhetoric surrounding him ending or quote-unquote, at minimum, quenching wars.
Well, none have. First of all, I asserted that no new ones have started up, and then my second assertion is at least he's getting people to come to the table and talk. That I believe, my opinion, I think that's important.
What do the new wars matter to you if the United States had nothing to do with it? Any country anywhere around the world can start killing each other and having any negative deal for whatever reason. That ain't got shit to do with the United States. This argument about new wars is weird to me.
We're a superpower, and for the most part, they stay at bay. That's why you had Russia-Ukraine happen under Biden. You never had that happen under Trump. And Putin himself, whether you say he's, a puppet for Trump or whatever, Putin himself said it wouldn't have happened under Trump. So that big, huge conflict between Russia and Ukraine happened under Biden. So obviously, when they know a superpower is in office, somebody who they may not like but fear, they may not respect but fear, it does cease conflicts. I mean, you don't have to agree with that, but it's obviously showing for the most part. But on to the next point about my vote for Trump. I think he's very good for the black community.
Sure, hold on. We're not done with your last point. What exactly did Biden do to instigate the conflict between Russia and Ukraine? Because if anything, I would argue Trump giving them the suck-off that he did under his first term and allowing them to be comfortable enough to believe that they can attack someone who would be our ally would then led into the conflict that took place under the Biden-Harris administration. Biden-Harris was never like pro-Russia. It was Trump.
Okay, so Trump was pro-Russia, but Russia never figured to go invade Ukraine. Explain it.
I don't know how that
Silence.
would be an indicator of him not being pro-Russia.
Yeah, I know, absolutely, because you can't answer
Not
it.
to
If
mention
he was
the
so
exact same
pro-Russia,
conflict. Okay, got
why
you.
wouldn't
Let me go
Putin
with your
feel
logic. Let me
comfortable?
go with your logic. The same
Thank you.
conflict that would have happened under the Biden administration because of his quote-unquote weakness or whatever argument you're trying to make is
Yeah.
still ongoing. And they can't even get the peace deal pointed out. First it was 28 points, then it was 20 points, and now I don't even know where the hell it is. So it sounds like he's not that scared of him. In fact, Donald Trump posted on Truth Social himself as of April the 30th of 2025 that Russia was playing him along, or Putin was playing him along.
Okay, awesome. But as I said, Biden was in office, that war took off. You said Putin and Trump are friends, but yet that big friendship didn't bring forth
Donald
any
Trump's
wars or
words.
invasions.
Donald Trump's words. I'm not even
Okay.
adding shit. That was Donald Trump's words. We're cool. We're good friends.
Okay.
He would have never done this under me.
I got you. So I think Trump is very good for the black community. I don't think Trump, I know a lot of people call him racist prejudice. I don't think he reaches the so-called racial threshold to have those aphorisms or connotations put on him. Reason being, if you look at every single racist figure throughout history, they all had one thing in common. Eugene Bull Connor, who was the Alabama police commissioner, all of them had extremely high incarceration rates. Trump, when he got in office, the incarceration rate of black people dropped. When that 90s crime bill that disproportionately incarcerated a large majority of black people, mainly black men, was under what? A Democratic leadership. Trump took people out of prison with the First Step Act. I know, and me myself, have been caught up in the system before, and I have people in prison serving 65 years. I have some 20, 15 years doing very, very hard time. And some people, my friends, have gotten out because of the First Step Act. So I think that is a very, very big deal to take nonviolent sentences, commute it to where you can serve the rest of your time at home. And not just that, but Donald Trump also created what they called opportunity zones that incentivize companies to build inside impoverished neighborhoods instead of outsourcing it to so-called rich white neighborhoods, as you would say, or outsourcing it across seas. He incentivized them to build in the communities and also incentivize them to actually hire these people. There's not enough workforce programs for people that have been institutionalized when they get out.
Cool.
There's no transition part.
Pause for a second. Pause for
okay, go.
1
I'm
second.
listening.
I love how everyone forgets.
Yes, sir.
I'm going a little bit back to Russia real quick. Just a quick point. I love how everyone forgets about the constant fighting on the Donbass region specifically. The only thing you can say is that there was no quote-unquote full-scale invasion, but that conflict was still ongoing under Trump's first term, and he did absolutely fuck all to end it. So there's that. And we can directly correlate the Donbass region and the the steps that they took to invade Ukraine and the fighting there into a full-scale invasion that took place years later, and it just so happened to be under a Democrat. So that's the funny thing I find about how you guys blame Biden for that. But back to your point about the First Step Act, and then we'll get into the opportunity zones. What did the First Step Act do?
I just told you it commuted the sentence for nonviolent offenders to where they can get out and didn't have to serve their whole entire time. There's a lot of pieces of the First Step Act, but that's one that stood out to me.
That's the major one, and the only really one that mattered. Actually, the First Step Act wasn't this super progressive criminal reform thing. The majority of the sentences commuted was for 5 months. 5 months maximum, which was roughly no more than 7 to 10% of them, was for a maximum of 1.5 years. So yeah, that's cool and all, commuting sentences. That didn't clear records. That didn't tackle wrongful convictions. That didn't do any of those things. So again, to the black people that may have gotten a couple months off of the remainder of their sentence, good for them, W's. But then that wouldn't have been something done specifically for black people, not to mention Donald Trump's role in it is what? Signing it into law?
Well, first, you're wrong with that. When it comes to wrongful convictions,
really?
with the First Step Act, with the First Step Act, it also allowed public defenders or people that were defending the criminals, some cases got reopened because that legislation was passed. So whereas, let's say somebody was accused of a violent crime, they could now sign, get a writ of habeas, and they could go before the magistrate or the judge and have them rehear the case. There were a lot of underlying things that happened where you would have to have somebody who was in the prison industrial complex to know about it.
We do.
You can't
We've had
you can't
several
take
reports
okay.
on this, and everything that I'm citing would be based off of reviews from some of the prisons that would have worked on the First Step Act, and such as their credit system. We can talk about the impacts of the individuals who had their sentences commuted. Regardless of any of that, I would love for you to expand on the part where it directly tackled wrongful convictions, because I have literally heard nothing about that. Not even heard. Nothing in that act tackled wrongful convictions whatsoever.
Yeah, well, tying it together, I can't tie it in a pretty little bow for you, but I have people who cases were brought back before magistrates and judges and whatnot.
That would have nothing to do with the First Step Act. That would have been individuals with their newfound freedom who would have been able to open up those appeals.
They were never freed. So when like I said, there's a lot of pieces to the First Step Act. I'm not going to sit here and act as if I've read all, what is it, over 25 pages, or however many pages of the First Step Act it was, that lays out exactly what it does. I'm not going to sit here and fake, okay? I didn't read all of it. Some underwriting in the First Step Act would allow for certain individuals to go and, cases to be retried. I don't know how deep it goes, but I know personally people who were able to go back to court to have their cases heard because of the First Step Act. So let's say it was a non-violent crime, right? And they were looking to use the First Step Act to get out. So let's say they were in there, let's say a cop planted drugs on them. Because of the First Step Act, they say, hey, well, I qualify for the First Step Act. This police officer lied. They planted drugs on me. I have a nonviolent crime. I should be eligible to receive those benefits. Therefore, their case has to go back before the judge, and whatever evidence they have, or they
release.
Well, no, that wouldn't be. I'm
that
just making it relative.
Thing in the First Step Act that would be referencing what you're talking about is compassionate reliefs. The First Step Act did nothing else in regards to actually tackling people's cases and convictions.
Well, you just listed something. You just said that was the first. I think what you do, you try to delegitimize it by making it seem less than what it is.
What I'm talking about, and if we're saying the First
no,
Step
you try
Act
to
did something,
delegitimize.
then you need to cite what about the First Step Act did said thing, because that would be a provision that I can easily pull up and display to every single person in this live.
See, I don't have the live in front of me to actually view
I know
which
you
I
don't.
do. I like talking.
I do, and I'm
I like
familiar
talking
with
to
the
the
case. Do you have a secondary device that you can use to look up information?
No, but the only point I'm trying to make is I can't see you, but I know you're probably making facial expressions. I know you're probably, gasping at every word. I don't have to be in front of you, but I deal with narcissists on a day-to-day basis.
I don't know what any
and
of
I
that
know,
has
I know
to do
how,
with the point. Fun fact, whether I'm a narcissist or not, we're talking about the First Step Act, where my narcissism has fuck all to do with the lies that you're telling on the bill.
Okay, that's fine. Agreed.
Yeah.
So I do think the First Step Back is good. I also think Donald Trump is good for the black community, because in order for you to establish some type of economical.
You said that you know people. You said that you know people.
Yeah, I know
who,
people. Yeah, I do.
After this act was passed, was able to do this and able to do that, and you tied it to the act specifically. So again, if you're going to make the First Step Act bigger, out to be bigger than what it was, which was ultimately just letting a couple people out a few months earlier, then I would need you to make some attempt at substantiating that. Because again, the closest I can find is compassionate release, and then of course we have the provision in regards to reduced mandatory
What is compassionate
minimums.
release?
We already know about that. But again,
what
that
is
was the tip of
compassionate
the iceberg.
release?
Compassionate release. It was
was that a part of the First Step Act?
Yes, that's what I said.
Awesome. Okay. So somebody benefited from it. I rest my case. I'm not gonna.
Who the fuck
you
said that they didn't? Bro,
Okay,
I'm
so
the one who just had to
benefited.
tell you what compassionate release is. Compassionate release.
Okay, I
so
didn't know
if you didn't know
anything.
before,
I
okay,
didn't know
now,
what it was.
yeah. So you didn't know this. So before the First Step Act, compassionate release if you wanted to apply for a compassionate release, you had to go through the Bureau of Prisons, right? You have to go through a whole nother department. It was basically red taping it, which I actually agree with. Like that portion of the bill, that was good. It was red taping it and allowed prisoners to directly petition to the courts, which some cases fast track the process. I don't know the numbers on how many more people was able to get it, but again, that had nothing to do with actually getting rid of wrongful convictions or allowing these individuals after that point to be back into the workforce, tackling their federal crimes, anything of that nature. So again,
okay, you're
no
talking
one's
about a
sitting here
writ of
and saying,
habeas corpus, the great writ, right?
what?
That's what you're talking about. So what is the difference between compassionate release, right, and a writ of habeas corpus? Explain, break down the difference for me, since the First Step Act didn't do anything.
The compassionate release would simply allow people to petition to the courts
versus a writ of habeas. A writ of habeas corpus, the great writ. I want you to explain what juxtaposition both legal terminologies, and I want you to break down the difference for me.
I'm not sure what you want me to say on that. Are you implying that there would be no difference?
I'm not implying anything. I'm asking you a simple question.
I'm incapable of telling the difference that you want me to tell you. I will look that up and we'll figure that out.
Okay.
Writ of habeas corpus. I am so confused. Okay, let's see. What exactly? Legality in court. Thoughtful authority for detention.
Okay. Now you said compassionate release, right?
Uh-huh.
So I want you to tell me the difference between both of those legal terminologies.
No problem. No problem. Before I tell you the difference, I want you to tell me why you brought it up.
I'm asking you a question. I
have no problem. I'm going to answer your question. I'm just curious as to why you brought it up specifically.
I want the infinite wisdom and knowledge that your big.
I literally just had to Google it, so I don't know what the point of that was. Why did you bring it up?
All right. Well, there we go. You have to Google it. I thought you knew what that was.
No, I just had to double check what it was because I was trying to figure out what point you were trying to make. If you're trying to say there was a difference, there was no difference. It was an addition to the bill. That's what I was trying to figure out because I was like, what? And I just had to Google it to refresh my memory.
No point. I just wanted you to juxtaposition both legal terms.
Why would you want me to juxtaposition it? There was a purpose of you bringing it up. I don't know why you're not spilling it right now, but I'm super curious.
It was a purpose.
I know.
I don't
so stop lying. What was the purpose?
Except what?
What was the purpose of you bringing that up?
The main purpose that I knew you didn't know what a writ of habeas corpus was. That was first. And then second, I don't think you know legally what the difference between both of those legal terms adjudications
no
are.
problem.
That's all.
No problem. I'm a stupid nigga. And I don't know the difference between. I know. I'm a stupid nigga who doesn't know the difference between the writ of habeas corpus and compassionate release. It is now the floor is now yours. The floor is now yours to tell me the difference. I just told you because I'm a stupid nigga. The floor is now yours. Tell me the difference.
Okay, no, you don't. You don't know, and you're being passive aggressive because
I just said that. I just said I don't know. I just said I'm a stupid nigga. Tell me what it is. Tell me what the difference is.
I know you don't know. That's why you have
no
to
problem.
Google it. And
tell me what the difference is.
You can't. You're not going to use me as a scapegoat.
I'm not using you as a scapegoat. You literally said you brought up a writ of habeas corpus not only to prove that I didn't know what it was, but to show that I wouldn't know the difference. So now the floor is yours, oh wise nigga, to tell me the difference.
Now you're using my semantics by me calling you your great knowledge.
I'm using your words against you. I'm using your words. If you use something that I did, you would be wise on said topic that you brought up. So now you have two options. Option A is you now telling me, said stupid nigga, what the difference is between a writ of habeas corpus and compassionate release
I told you.
Or
semantics. I knew you didn't know what it was.
You can go ahead and say that you're full of shit. There was no point whatsoever in you bringing that up.
I told you my
point
of doing it.
And it has nothing to do with the First Step Act and the fact that it was a joke.
I told you what my first point was to play semantics with you. I knew you didn't know what that terminology.
You knew I didn't know what that term was.
I knew that you didn't know what that term. You would have to Google.
I didn't know what that terminology meant in the context of how it would be applied and relate to compassionate release. I literally just said that. I literally just admitted that. I claim straight ignorance on it. I just told you I'm looking it up. You
Beautiful.
said you know what the
I'm
difference is.
happy.
What is the difference?
I do. I don't have to explain it to you.
Yes, you do.
I know
What
what
is
it
the
is.
difference?
No, I don't.
You absolutely do.
I
Because
just
I'm about
wanted
to
to
hang up
prove
the
the point.
goddamn phone if you don't. What the fuck
I
is the
know. I'm
difference?
getting
Because you
you
brought
mad.
it up for a
Calm
reason.
down. Oh, look at him. We got
You
him.
brought it up for a reason, my guy. What's the difference?
I know. I got him.
What's the difference?
You hear him cursing?
What's the difference?
Cursing. Have I
I
used one
always
curse
cuss. I've
word
been
since
literally
we've been
cussing
talking?
this entire time. I was cussing when I was
I know,
calm
but
to you.
you're
Did
angry
you not
this
track the
time, so
conversation?
it's better for me.
I have a grin
It's
on my
angry.
face. You said you were looking at my face or whatever, so
I know,
you can look at that.
but it's not
Can
real.
you tell me what the difference is now?
Carlos Dunbar. You know who that is?
Unfamiliar. No. Who's that? And what does that have to do with the
Wow.
difference that
We
you're
wear
supposed to
we wear
define
the
here?
mask. You claim to
What
be
does that
so
have to do with the
pro-black
difference that you're supposed to display here?
because this is how you're acting. I want
Okay,
you
cool.
to know.
So all this pivoting that you're doing from answering a simple question
It's
is
not
really funny.
pivoting. I'm
Chat,
revealing
chat,
yourself
let's have
to
fun.
you.
Let's have some fun here. Let's have some fun here.
Yeah, please.
Because all
thank
of you guys were listening.
Stop
all
being angry.
300 and something of you over here on the TikTok side and how much ever the fuck is on
Yes.
the YouTube side, okay? This individual tried to pull a gotcha. He tried to pull a gotcha. It's very common with Trump supporters to try to pull a
did.
gotcha. And they'll say things and then not be able to substantiate what the thing that they're citing is. We saw this heavily last night. Those of
did.
you who watched the live last night, you remember the guest where we were talking about E. Jean Carroll? He
Oh,
brought up Rule
Lord.
13, Rule 403, and Rule 415, and then he couldn't even define it. Remember when I had to Google it to define it to him because he didn't know the difference? Okay, cool, great, wonderful. So now we're going to ask this guest another
I got
time.
my small violin
We're going
playing.
to ask this guest
I got my small
to then
violin
tell us
playing.
the difference between the thing that he cited and is now trying to insult me for not knowing.
Oh.
I'm going to give you the
Yeah,
floor
you
again.
didn't.
Can you tell me the difference between a writ of habeas
You-
corpus
you-
and
you-
compassionate release?
You didn't know what it was. That was the only point that I was trying to bring up, which is beautiful.
No,
you
no,
just
no,
admitted
no,
it,
no,
and
no,
that's
no,
my
no,
win.
no,
I want to
no.
take
I
my
literally
win.
didn't. You're
Can
not
you let me
listening to the
take
words
my
coming
win?
out of my mouth.
Please.
Can you tell me the difference between a writ of habeas corpus and compassionate release?
Okay. So, can I take my win?
Can you
Please?
answer the question?
Okay.
Because you choosing not to answer it
What?
that's not making me look bad. I just want to be super duper clear. Although I'm
Okay.
pretty sure you
So,
don't
okay,
actually
I'll
care how
give
you
it to
look
you.
because
I'm
you're a
gonna
Trump
enter-
supporter. So go ahead and explain
Okay,
to me
I'm
what
going
the
to
difference is.
entertain you. I'm going to entertain you.
Don't
I
entertain
don't
me.
have
Just substantiate
to, and-
what you say. It's not
No,
about
no, 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 no,
entertaining
no, no,
me.
no.
Back up the things that you say. If you're going to use
Okay.
big words that you think people don't know, substantiate it.
You know all the big words.
Sure.
You're the all great
Substantiate
knower.
it.
Okay? Okay.
Buddy.
So-
You could have literally looked it up
So,
at this point.
so.
Just look it up at this point.
No,
I wouldn't
but
even
I
know.
don't.
Just say it.
But listen, I don't need to look
Just
anything
say
up.
it.
I can just not say. It's a very
You can just
very
not
very
say.
easy
Okay.
read.
A writ of habeas corpus,
It's a very easy
quote
read.
unquote, you have the body,
Is
a
a challenge of the
fundamental.
legal system.
Oh,
It's
no, you
challenge-
want to? No,
a
shut the fuck
challenge
up.
of the
Shut the
legal
fuck up. Shut up. No, I gave you the
Challenge of
fucking
the
floor.
legal
Shut the fuck
system.
up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. No, fuck you. Shut up. I gave you the fucking floor. I gave you the fucking floor to tell me the difference. You didn't do shit. Shut the fuck up, okay? I'm going to tell the difference now because you fucking can't. Cool? Great. Wonderful. Shut the fuck up. Can't stand this shit with you guys. A writ of habeas corpus, quote unquote, you have the body, is a fundamental legal procedure, often called the Great Writ, that allows detained individuals to challenge their imprisonment's legality in court. It forces custodians to prove the lawful authority for detention, acting as a safeguard against arbitrary government imprisonments. Okay? I want to go back to a specific part here. It allows detained individuals to challenge their imprisonment's legality in court. Let's go back to compassionate release. This is why I started chuckling, guys. Okay? Compassionate release. This would be a law or provision in the First Step Act that allowed you to directly petition courts for a compassionate release, removing the sole discretion from the Bureau of Prisons, right? Well, one would specifically control the release under the definitions of what would, quote unquote, be compassionate, which would not change your convictions or anything of that nature. The next one allowed you to stop or petition your imprisonment, right? Your imprisonment's legality, the lawful authority for detention. One's not in regards to the lawfulness of it. Compassionate release is already based off of a conviction, a true and tried case. That's already done. That's already settled. And then you're just trying to get out based off of being a good boy. This other one completely challenges your detainment and the legality of it to begin with. That is the difference that this individual couldn't fucking cite. But he wanted to try and pull a got you on me, right? You don't know what the difference is. Nigga, neither do you. Not to mention There was no not knowing the difference. You brought up something that had nothing to do with my argument, which was the First Step Act, which had nothing to do with the writ of habeas corpus and the degree to which you're making it out. I am so over Trump supporters saying shit that they cannot define, that they cannot articulate. I still have yet to find the provision in this bill that attacked wrongful convictions, as he said. Fun fact, it's not in there. It's not in there.
Call from
Little Mike.
to accept, press 1.
Hey, stupid nigga, are you ready to answer the question now?
Yes, I am. I appreciate
Wonderful.
your answer.
The
Let's go.
floor is yours, stupid nigga.
Okay, so you explained it beautifully. I was able to get on and watch. It's just semantics.
I
It's
didn't
just a
ask
funny
you.
game. I like
I
to
didn't
play.
ask you to tell me what I explained. I asked you to tell me the difference.
Okay, well, I was trying, and then you hung up
No,
the
the
phone.
fuck
When
you
did
weren't, because
challenge-
I started reading it after
Okay.
asking you for 3 to 5 goddamn minutes to read the fucking definition, and you refused to, because you didn't know what the fuck it was. But you tried to pull a
I
gotcha.
did.
How
I-
does
I
one
did.
pull
I
a
didn't- I
gotcha
didn't have
on a
to
nigga
Google it.
when you don't know
I did.
the definition of the gotcha that you're trying to pull?
I did get you. You had to Google it. That was my whole point.
My guy, I Google most things that I cite on this platform. The reason why I Google most things that I cite on this platform is not only because I'm not a law expert, but because everything I cite, I try to make sure is as accurate as possible. And I'm sleep deprived, and I be dealing with a lot of shit, including just moving into this
can
new
tell.
place that I'm here. I know you don't give a fuck. Shut up. Okay? That's why I
do
make
care.
sure that I Googled everything. And because of stupid niggas like you who try to pull these stupid nigga
I don't
gotchas,
think you're
I make
stupid.
sure that I'm especially articulate what I'm about to say. Because I'll be damned if I sat
Okay.
here like a fool and tried to explain the writ of habeas corpus off
Well,
the top
you
of
sat
my
here like a
head,
fool and
off
Googled
the
it.
top of my head, and then I cite it incorrectly. So yes, I
Okay.
6,000% am confident in double checking something and Googling it so I can give it to you specifically so that we can have
but
a
at first you
definition
said you
that
didn't know what it
cannot be
was.
contended based off of my words and preferences over saying it out my mouth.
Okay, that's fair enough. But at first you said you didn't know what it was, so you had to Google it.
I
That's why you said you had to
literally
Google it.
never said I didn't know what it was. Outside, no, yes I did. I said it in the whatchamacallit. I was being fucking facetious, my guy. I said, yes, I'm a stupid nigga. I have no idea what it does. Tell me the difference. That is exactly when I said that. Yes.
Well, you were being facetious. I don't think, first of all, I don't think you're stupid. I don't use ad hominem to coqui attack.
I appreciate that.
You're
I
extremely
think you're
smart.
stupid. I just want to be clear.
Well,
Save
that's fine.
save
It's
the
an
civility.
opinion.
I think you're a stupid nigga. I think you just tried stupid nigga tactics,
everybody's
and it's
welcome.
fucking hysterical.
Yeah, everybody's welcome to their opinion. I don't think you're stupid. I don't think I wouldn't call anyone, black, brown, stupid. We get enough of that
I
from
do.
the white people.
I don't think your
Remember,
race
we don't need- we
excuses
don't
you
need it
from
amongst each
stupidity.
other.
Do you
We
think
don't-
your
we
race
don't need it.
excuses you from stupidity?
So what percentage of black people do you think is stupid?
What percentage? I would not have a percentage on it. I can only speak on my anecdotal experience. Now,
Okay,
if you're
what is
asking
your
me specifically on the
anecdotal
percentage of Trump supporters, black Trump supporters that are stupid, 95% of you when it comes to the political process.
95%.
That's correct.
Okay, that's fair enough. Why? Why do you think that?
Why do I think that? Because you do stupid nigga tactics, like you just... Just like what you did on this platform. That's one of the examples I could give to say that you're a stupid nigga. That was a stupid nigga tactic. You proceeded to tell me about the First Step app and things that it never fucking did, things that are outlined nowhere in the bill, things that you can't even
I
cite.
told you what
And
it did,
what's
and you
super
agreed
funny,
with
what's super funny is I was going over what the bill did not do. Your response to that was, I know niggas who was able to benefit from the First Step Act and appeal this and appeal that. Things that you would not be able to directly tie to the First Step Act. Things that they most likely wouldn't be able to directly tie to the First Step Act. You're more than welcome to call those niggas or tell those niggas to call in the line.
They can.
But it's
They're
simply,
in prison.
please
Some of
do,
them-
please
some-
do. I really want to know. I really want to know. Please do.
Okay, so you think what percentage? 15. So I would say you believe roughly 15% of the black populace is dumb and ignorant.
Wow. I'm going to give you
I'm
reason
asking
number
you.
2 why I think you're a stupid nigga. Okay?
No,
I
15%.
literally
You
said I would
anybody that
have
voted for
no
Trump.
numbers based off of my anecdotal experiences with some black people to say that I can put a percentage broadly on how much of them are stupid. And then I specifically said that when it comes to black Trump supporters who voted
Yeah.
for black people who voted for Donald Trump, 95%. I specified a demographic there. You didn't hear any of that, though, because you're a stupid nigga.
So 95%, 15% is what you're saying, right? How much is 15%? You're a very learned man. How many black people are in America today?
95% of 15%. You want to try that again?
So you have 15%. I'm asking you.
15% of what?
That's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you because
Why
you're
the
a
fuck
very
are you
learned
asking
man.
me? You're the one who brought up the 15%. I never mentioned 15%.
Well, I'm asking you, how many black people, or that the census would say, are here in America?
Roughly 13 to 15% of the population. How much people is that?
It's 340 million. So out of 340 million, how much is that?
There's 340 million in the United States? Or are you talking about black people? Are you talking about? Oh, yeah.
No.
Well, it's 360 actually.
Wow, it's grown.
Let's see. How many fucking black people? How many black people?
About 45 million. Million. 45 million.
Roughly 45.
Somewhere in that
million.
range.
Yes.
Okay. So what is 15% of 45 million?
What is 15% of 45 million?
Yeah.
I'll do the
What would
math.
be the purpose
I'll do the
of
math.
this?
How is that applicable to this? What are we talking about?
I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you how it's applicable, and just tell me, and then I'll be able to.
It's not applicable because you weren't talking about all black people.
Let's do 49 million. Okay. What is 50% of 49 million? So the number is 7.3 million.
So 7.3 million. You believe, because that's how, essentially how many people voted for Trump, 7.3 million. Do you believe that portion, over 7 million black people here in America, are dumb?
15% of black people in the U.S. voted for Donald Trump?
15%, roughly.
Okay.
I'm
I'm going to go over now reason 3 as to why you're a stupid nigga. Okay?
Okay.
So, we went over the black people that would reside here in the United States, right? The overall percentage versus the number of black people that would be registered to vote and participating in our voting system would be lesser than the 15% because not all black people vote. So you are, once again, a stupid nigga because you brought up stupid nigga numbers in our political process that would not apply.
I'm asking you 7 million, however many the percentage that voted for Trump.
You just had us do all this math when it wouldn't even be the percentage of black people who voted for Trump.
Okay.
That would be a different number.
Okay, I said 7 million. Let's say 7 million people voted. Black people voted for Trump. Roughly.
I missed this. W's in the chat to Erica for the $5 Venmo. Hector, did he say you'd have to file a writ for a compassionate release? Did you? I think he did. Did you say that you have to file for writ of habeas corpus to get a compassionate release?
Say it again.
Did you say that you have to file for a writ to get compassionate release of habeas corpus?
No, because I said it's a difference between the two.
The difference you weren't able to
That's the only reason why I was asking you to juxtapose.
I'll tell you what, Erica. I'll look for it. I'll look for it later. I'll look for it in the live playback because I think he did say it, but I'm not gonna die in that hill right now. Okay, go ahead.
No, I didn't.
Whatever.
I never said it. So what is your direction? What would as another black brother in America? What is the direction for the black community? You said Trump is not it.
I think the
think
direction
Trump is
for
doing
the black community is ensuring stupid niggas like you get educated. I think that would be a
Okay.
great start.
Cool. That's good. What is your highest form of degree?
Oh, I'm a homeschool dropout, good sir.
God bless you.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you're telling me to get educated?
Yes.
Beautiful.
Education isn't just in
Absolutely
our school process. Education is more than just a degree that someone hands you. Or do you disagree with that statement?
Absolutely, I agree with your statement. So I'm going to list off the people who I follow. My economist is Thomas Sowell. Who is your economist?
I don't cite any one economist specifically.
Wow.
I think that would be
You
a
don't
very
have an
limiting
economist.
way to view the economy by going off of the
No, it
evidence
isn't.
of
Name one
person.
Name one you listen to. An economist, a world-renowned economist that has written books, that has an accredited. You say you're educated.
Oh,
you said you're educated. I don't think you know any.
Bro.
I know. You're hiding the pain.
Are fucking
Laugh behind the
pathetic.
mask.
Listen.
I know. Laugh behind the
Listen,
mask.
chat. chat. There's no point in talking to him. I'm going to talk to you, chat. I'm going to talk to you guys, chat.
Yeah.
So, those of you who've been watching my platform for some time, okay? You know exactly who I am. You know exactly what I'm about. You know that I'm very honest about things. You know that I say what I don't know. I don't know when I would have during this entire call said that I'm some economic specialist or whatever that may be. I don't know when I mentioned on this live that I would have followed economists specifically versus reading some of the articles and sources from many of them collectively. But I digress. Now this individual is trying to go bar for bar, okay? We just completely have changed the conversation, which he's been trying to do this entire time. If you guys remember how he came up here initially, right? He came up here trying to ask me about capitalism and then socialism and black people and then Africa and stuff. And it took us fucking forever to finally get to the topic of Donald Trump and regretting his vote, which he said he doesn't. Pivot fucking patriot. And now, when we are on the topic of the First Step Act and what it did for black people versus what it didn't, and all this other stuff, he tried to pull these gotchas and semantics and all these things that backfired in his goddamn face. And now his new attempt to distract us from the fact that Donald Trump is a raging piece of shit who has been destroying the country since he's gotten to the Oval Office, is continuing to do so, and being a net negative on black people. His new topic is now going bar for bar on which economist you follow. Guess what, buddy? I can follow a goddamn rock, and it wouldn't change the fact that the president of the United States is a civilly liable sexual assaulter. I can follow a rock, and it wouldn't change the fact that Donald Trump's tariffs are not only inherently inflationary, but also been the reason for rising costs for American goods here in the U.S. I can follow a rock, and I can still say that Donald Trump is a racist and has done nothing but shit on black people that he would not consider to be the exceptions, the exceptional Negroes. I can say that I can follow a rock, and it wouldn't change the fact that you are a stupid nigga.
Okay. You said he sexually assaulted somebody.
He was held civilly liable of the sexual assault of E. Jean Carroll.
Okay. So, the news outlets were sued for, those same defamatory remarks. Are you going to retract them or are you going to double down?
Okay, hold on. You know what? Got you. What news outlet was that?
Just look. Donald Trump wins whichever suit. You just type it in. Donald Trump's win. He's won many lawsuits for defamatory statements, towards him. So all you got to do was look, and they had to retract it. Even The View.
I did not see your message here, Manny. I'm sick. The First Step Act only helped black people on, we're going to say DAC instead of CRACK. DAC charges pre-2010. Retroactive DAC cocaine powder resentencing. Section 404 of the First Step Act made the Fair Sentencing Act retroactive. It allowed federal judges to reopen and reduce sentences imposed before August 3rd, 2010
That's what I was saying.
for DAC substance offenses, which would still go along with my point that it did nothing in regards to overturning wrongful convictions or anything of that nature. It ultimately was just, again, reducing sentences for people, which is exactly what the fuck that I said. That's crazy. W's in the chat to you, Manny.
But you heard me
W's
break
in the
it
chat to
down.
you, Manny. I appreciate your support. You didn't break down a goddamn thing. What did you say I was
I
supposed to look
did.
up in regards to the sexual assault?
Okay, well, defamatory. The news outlets being sued for defamation. Look and see.
Would that news
the
outlet that you're
sexual assault.
referencing happen to be ABC?
I mean, it was a lot of them. I don't know the specific one.
Let's see.
It was he sued CNN. He sued NBC.
News
for January 6th, as a matter of fact.
For
one news outlet had to close down.
Sexual assault case. Okay. Cool.
Defamation.
Great.
Defamation.
Ba 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 bum 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 bum. Let's do E. Jean Carroll. Wow, that's crazy. So I'm looking it up here, and I'm seeing that there is no other case outside of the ABC one where they settled.
Well, I didn't say it was multiples. I just said he sued multiple people.
I said he sued multiple outlets. And I mentioned specifically ABC, the one where the case actually had some quote unquote fruition.
It's settled.
And then you went on to say
more than ABC.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about who he sues. Who he sues means
he
sues everybody. We're talking about the case that he would actually tout it around as a win, which would be his lawsuit against ABC. Correct?
Okay, well there you go. That was a defamation suit
Correct?
against ABC. Yeah. I agree.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Cool. Can you tell me what they settled on?
Can I tell you what ABC? There's so many suits. You tell me.
We're
I don't
talking about one.
I don't know. There's been a lot of defamation against Trump.
Why
and
the
he's
fuck
sued
did
a
you
lot.
bring it up if you don't know? Example that you're a
Well,
stupid nigga one number four.
I had to because you made a claim, and I said, well, be
You
careful.
love
That can be
bringing up
considered
shit that you cannot
is
substantiate. don't you?
defamation. Well, you just looked it up for me, and you just proved my point. They were sued for
So let me
defamation,
tell
and you
you
just
why I
said they
looked it up.
settled.
Let me tell you why I looked it up. I run a show here,
Okay.
right? And I have to make it somewhat entertaining. So I entertain things that I already know. Okay. Plus, like I said, going back to the point I made earlier, I do try to double, triple check things because sometimes I forget. So the case that you're referencing would be the ABC lawsuit. Trump sued ABC because they went on the network, George Stephanopoulos, and said that Trump raped E. Jean Carroll. If you looked at the document of the case specifically, the word rape could not be used based off the statute of limitations. Where at that time, you couldn't get someone for rape. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. Trigger warning. You couldn't get anyone for grape at the time, especially based off the fact that that the specific constitution would be, it would have to have been his P member, right? His P member. And that would have to have been one of the basis for grape. And based off the case, you couldn't say that. You can only say sexual assault. Okay? Now, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a question. Is penetrating a woman against her will with any item rape?
I'm sorry. You said penetrating a woman
Is penetrating
against her
a
will.
woman against her will with any item, whether it's your pee or not, grape?
Legally, or you want the colloquial, my definition
I know what
of
it is
what
legally.
I think.
We literally just went over what it is legally.
I would say, yeah, that would constitute my opinion.
Okay. Based off the legality of the case, they couldn't use that word. That's why Donald Trump was able to sue them, but that's why Donald Trump actually had grounds for the settlement and why ABC settled. They settled off of one fucking word. Based off the legality of the case, based off of official terminology, if you're going to cite E. Jean Carroll, if you're going to cite the case, you have to cite it accurately, which would be sexual assault. We universally know it doesn't matter what the fuck you do it with, it's rape. But if we're citing the official case, based off the legality of it, you have to say sexual assault. Now, do you think that's a fucking win for Donald Trump?
Is what a win? I'm winning a lawsuit?
The lawsuit. Because this win would not prove that they lied on him. They would just prove that they used the wrong word.
Yeah, well, first, that's why I was referring to you. I didn't know the exact terminology, but you said he sexually assaulted somebody. And I simply stated,
that's what he
be
was
careful
civilly
because
liable
people have
for.
been
That's
sued.
what I said. I was very specific in my language. I'm sorry you're struggling to understand the words coming out of my mouth.
I said people have been sued for defamation. You went and looked up. Somebody was sued for defamation. ABC. Trump settled. I was right. I never.
Those of you on the YouTube side, I muted because I have to play the drop song. And drop song will get me flagged on the YouTube side. Really quickly, Stephen Jones, did you vote for Trump? Stephen Jones, did you vote for Trump? I will invite you to unmute and give you 10 seconds to respond. No callers can't hear it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Stephen, come back up when you're ready to talk. It's been a while since we've done a full-blown PSA. So give me a second. First and foremost, Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people that I want to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you may call in the number on screen, 737-295-5321. There's two specific reasons why I hung up on that call, just in case anyone was confused or worried. First off, I've beaten a dead horse so many times, and I really was tired of the sound of his voice. This individual was trying to pull games, got yous, and would barely address the topic of Donald Trump, okay? Second point is, I had a long night last night where we went over all the fucking details of E. Jean Carroll, and I'm sick and fucking tired of arguing rape with people who not only don't know the case, but keep misquoting it and misinterpreting it. Him off the bat, well, he was sued, he won a lawsuit because ABC lied. That motherfucker ain't never even read the article on it. I promise you that. He's read fucking headlines. Trump supporters are a bunch of headline hoochies. They don't know things, but they love to argue with me, a person who admittedly is just a homeschool dropout who knows how to read things about stuff that I at least am read up on. It's fucking infuriating. Guess what, guys? Whether you want to admit it or not, and this is why I'm always specific with my wording, I believe with my full goddamn chest, based off of Donald Trump's history, the testimonies of E. Jean Carroll and the individuals involved in the case, and everything that took place afterwards, that he raped her, that he raped his first wife, and God knows how many else's who haven't come forward, including the 6 or 27 allegations made against him in regards to the Epstein files. And then I can say definitively, legally, that he was held civilly liable for the sexual assault of E. Jean Carroll. And if you disagree with that, go argue with the law. And no, it's not getting fucking appealed in the Supreme Court. Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people that I want to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you may call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Fun fact. If you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every single Saturday at 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Upon doing so, also consider sending a fan club, sending the Heart Me, the fan club Heart Me. You get a couple free stickers. You become a member of the team. We greatly appreciate it. Share out the live with your friends and family. Make sure you repost and add it to your story as well. Continue to tap the screen. We do have some dolphins here. Let's get the dolphins up. 90 more of those to go. It really helps with the platform. And then also, if you look at my name in the top left corner, you scroll down to the B whatever league gallery, you can also consider knocking out one of the 3 gifts that I think we have left. I think one of them are the pricey ones. I'm keeping it $1.50 with you. But if you like me and you support the platform and everything that we do, it's greatly appreciated. Check out the links in the bio. The links in the bio, or those of you on the tube side, the links in the description of this live stream is going to take you to several other things. One of them are going to be my other social media platforms, including the Discord community that you should be joining and following. If you're a subscriber, you want to be a member, you can subscribe directly to the Discord. God bless you. Thank you, Emmy, for the gifts. I have not set up memberships on YouTube yet. I have to figure that out, but we do currently have TikTok superfans, which I tell you not to do because it's too expensive. The Discord community. Not only do you pay less to support this platform, but I also pocket more. TikTok takes 70%. No, 50%. Hold on. What's the fucking percentage now? Hold on. I'm getting this wrong. Discord only takes 10%. I believe TikTok takes 50%. And if you hit a certain goal, only 30%. It's fucking robbery. So the best way to support the platform via subscription would be in the Discord community. Consider joining. The link is available in the bio. Finally, there's going to be the shop where you can get yourself some merchandise. You see one behind you. Make 2 + 2 = 4 again line. We also have the Comma Would Never and the 10 Commandments line. Get yourself something nice if you like to be a loud lib who talks through their clothing. And then finally, the best ways to support the platform are going to be the Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. The shit is a lot, clearly, and I've been crashing out a little bit more. This one was tame, though. Best way to support the platform is going to be Cash App and PayPal and Venmo. Hector Talks with 2 R's, except PayPal. Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the tube side, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. Those of you on the tube side, welcome in. I hope you hit the like button on your way in or on your way out. Also consider subscribing and turning on that notification bell. I greatly appreciate you. Just want to double check something real quick, make sure I didn't miss anything. I don't think I did. If by any chance I did miss anything on the super chat side, please let me know. Please let me know. Thank you very much. What's up, Manny?
Hey, that was infuriating. You should, get a massage after that.
I have to get one in general. This moving has fucked up my back. But yeah.
I sent you, because it seems like the more you want to deal with Black, the more you're going to need it.
The more I want to deal with them. What the fuck did I want to deal with them?
So I sent you the Federal Bureau of Prisons First Step Act, the numbers. It's a link that actually, because, fun fact, things like this have an oversight committee. So they actually have graphs and numbers of fair sentencing, retroactive reductions, how many people have been released, all these things. The first Step
God bless you.
by far and large, was a retroactive, which is why it's in there. It says retroactive. Retroactive sentencing reductions based off of the Fair Sentencing Act of 2010. Yes, Barack Obama had a also positioned something very similar to, or not position, but enacted a law very similar to this, which did 2010 and onwards. This
Thank you, Rachel.
did 2010 and prior. It was for the Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson stuff that was flooding the streets.
Really quickly, I detest the N-word, but the original Webster definition of ignorant people is spot on for Black Trump supporters. I apologize. No, I don't apologize. I am sorry for the more cursing sensitive people, because I cuss a lot. I do try to tone it down, but then moments like then, I just let the fuck off and I don't care. Sorry. I do try to watch it. I do, but then I don't. I know it makes it easier for some people to listen to. They don't want to hear fuck every other word, and I try not to do that. But in moments where that fucker is going off, it's like, oh my God, like, fuck you. Sorry, go ahead, Manny.
No, you're good. So he did it because Obama.
God bless you.
It is actually the same.
Thank you, Cammy.
The same exact law in like reverse time. So instead of 2010 onwards, it did 2010 prior, which is the major piece of that law. There are other things that it does, as you were talking about the commuting of sentences. Jesus, what did he tell you to look up? The compassionate release, right? Mm-hmm. Which I have no idea what habeas corpus is, but like you got to clip that. Habeas corpus is very. Also, he used the word juxtaposition. See, this is where my tism gets in. He used the word juxtaposition.
Yep.
Completely wrong. You can't juxtapose habeas corpus because it doesn't exist, but habeas corpus with compassionate release, that doesn't work. It's not. Anyways, anyways. Yeah, the First Step Act, the numbers, even if we're looking at the release of just how many inmates were released by it, 57K. Federal prison, you're looking at, on any given year, about 180,000 people are actually jailed in federal prison. Where, like, in any given year, there's like over 2 million people in the state and local prison system. And Black people are disproportionate, make up the numbers disproportionately for state and local. So this did nothing for the Black community. When I say nothing, it's like, it's a red herring, and saying it's for the Black community when we see what the Trump administration is doing. He created a bunch of tokens and now he's spending them, niggas. That's all I gotta say. He created a bunch of tokens and now he's spending them.
That is correct. W's in the chat for Manny. He was sending me a couple messages during that call that I wasn't able to get to on time. That was funny. For y'all, not me. Oh my goodness gracious. Any cases, we have one here, but I'm going to make the call again. Trump supporters request up in the box you the demographic of people that I want to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side and you can actually keep on topic, which is Trump and defending your vote for him or explaining why you don't regret it, call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Actually, I may have taken it down. Hold on. I did. That's my fault. There it is. My apologies. All right, Gixer, I believe I've spoken to you before. I believe you voted for Trump, and I believe you do not regret it, correct?
Correct.
Cool. How do you feel about the Constitution?
I just want to say, Manuel, you're completely wrong. You can definitely juxtapose ideas. What the hell are you talking
Never
about,
mind.
bro?
Have fun.
Can you? All right, cool. So can you juxtapose? Writ of habeas corpus and compassionate release?
Yes, writ of habeas corpus is like your Hail Mary attempt to get redress from what you believe to be a bad trial, so to speak. So Ghislaine Maxwell, for example, that was what she sought after the Supreme Court rejected her trial. So that is what habeas corpus is. Compassionate release, it has to do with let's say someone is old of age, or someone is sick, or your sentence and your conviction is going to stand regardless, whereas habeas corpus, your case can be thrown out entirely and your record can be cleansed.
Awesome. So in the context of which the Blaga was using it in, when we're looking at habeas corpus and the testing of the legality of detention versus compassionate release, can you make sense of that? Can you actually give me the context in which you used the word juxtaposition?
Yes, and I think when he said juxtapose those two ideas side by side was to delineate them in a fashion that I just did, which makes complete sense. You do not
what
have...
he meant was, because he asked him to give him the differences between those two, what he was trying to do was just use a big word that he didn't know the definition of.
And I can definitely agree with the fact that, yeah, perhaps he's just trying to use a big word, but to argue that he used it incorrectly is just
he did
not
use
correct.
it incorrectly, because
No,
he
did
didn't.
not.
That wasn't the intent of the actual argument that he
You
was
can
making.
use a word correctly while simultaneously trying to use
So
a big word. And I agree
are
with
you-
you that he was trying to use pretty big words, definitely, but he used it in the correct context.
Not if the context in which he was using it wasn't the one that he meant to.
Manuel, you're a pretty smart guy. Don't go down that rabbit hole.
wrong
my friend.
Not if the
do
context.
not go down that rabbit hole, my friend.
Anyway,
You're pretty smart. Let's
which
move
would
on.
then
Let's move on.
contrast or challenge the definition of the word that you are using with your wrongful context. Then it would be wrong.
Your intent of usage of a word does not negate whether or not you use it grammatically correct.
Intent is literally everything we have in this world. If you do, that's
Guys,
crazy that you would rather that you would that
this is
You're
why
not
people
making
it's
like
ridiculous
Donald
that
Trump
you came
is
up here
allowed to
for the
win.
sole reason of bringing that up. Like,
that is all right. Let's move on to policy. What are we talking about here?
W's, guys. I'm gonna need to see at least 30 W's in the chat. At least 30 W's in the chat to Vincent for the $30 cash app to start your pool for a massage or a ton of boba. Man, I think I'm gonna do a boba, so that's gonna be like 6 or 7. And I'm gonna put the rest towards that pool. Big W to you, Vincent. Big fucking W to you. I need to see 30 W's at least in the chat. Big W to Vincent. I appreciate your support. Guys, best way to support the platform, once again, is going to be the links in the bio. If you'd like to donate towards the massage pool, apparently, you can donate to the links in the bio or send a super chat or super sticker on the YouTube side. All right. Before we move back to this bike fool, Seth, did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Do you have a 5-minute window where you can hold?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right, GXR. How do you feel about the Constitution?
GSXR. Don't disrespect my bike.
Okay, bike.
I
How do you
believe
feel
that the
about the
Constitution is obviously what makes the USA possible. So it's good.
Okay. Do you think the Constitution makes America great?
Of course.
Do you
And
think
sorry if I'm shivering. I'm a bit cold, so that's why my voice is echoing.
Okay.
No, I see people keep. Go ahead. Yeah.
Probably figure that out. So, would you say there's any parts of the Constitution that needs to be amended?
That is a question I have never thought about that much, to be honest. But I would argue in a ever so developing world and society, perhaps that will be the case at some point. Sure.
Okay. So no, not right now. Not anything you can think of. Cool. So the Constitution.
Not that I can think
No
of.
problem.
No.
The Constitution as it sits right now is good, It's the foundation of this country. Doesn't need to be amended with anything you can think of on the spot. No problem. Cool. So, when Donald Trump passed Executive Order 14160 or 14170, Manny, help me out, the one that directly challenged birthright citizenship, which would have been protected under the 14th Amendment, do you think that was good or bad?
I do not think it's inherently either. I believe that the Trump administration is entitled to their interpretation of that law, which is their right as the executive branch. And there is a good argument there to be made. And the other side, your side of the political aisle, I would argue, is also entitled to what you believe to be the correct interpretation of that law. And I don't think it's inherently bad for you to do so.
Disagree. The executive branch does not interpret law. Sorry,
Well,
the executive
by
branch just
extent-
the executive branch enforces the rules and laws and regulations
All right,
that are
so
on the books.
listen, Manuel, we're not
I'm-
going to do semantics here.
That's not
okay?
semantics. Interpreting versus enforcing are not semantic.
We're not
I guess
gonna
we can
play that
juxtapose
game,
those two
Manuel.
terms as well if you'd like.
Let me simplify this for you. Maybe
Simplification is not necessary. I need you to restate it in a more clarifying way, not
Sure.
simplify it.
Sure. Let me restate it in a more clarifying way for you, Manuel. First of all, I'm sorry. I forgot. Remind me what I was gonna clarify for you.
I
I'm
will
sorry.
not. You guys know I typically have a rule against talking to the same people over and over again. I only do it to help get other people in the box, which we have someone here. But I want to be clear. In Trump's America, executive branches and executive orders can challenge law. And semantics would be saying that it can't. All right, Seth. How you doing today, bud?
A little tired. Just got done work.
I feel you, bro. I feel you. So you said you voted for Trump. Do you regret your vote?
I don't agree with everything he's done, but I would still have given him my vote.
Okay.
I don't agree with everything Trump does. A lot of people just say, "Oh yeah, I agree with everything he does," but you can't. Let's be honest. Can't agree with everything anyone does.
Never could. Never could. Of course. Cool. So tell you what. Let's do this. I want you to start with something that you disagree with that the Trump administration has done poorly, and then give me something that you really agree with.
I would say what I would disagree with, like I'm also Latino, right? On how much we're pushing and how violent ICE is acting, but I will also say ICE and enhancing the border is good though, but the level of extreme that we're doing it at is wrong, and the level of force that's being used.
Interesting.
So,
because I feel like
yeah.
your good thing and your bad thing are contradictory, or am I tripping here? Like I
It
feel like
is.
there's a contradictory.
It is. It is. But you're right. It is. It's me being Latino, watching like my family be separated, trying to come to America legally, right? I do feel like it's unfair. I do get people are running for asylum. They're running away from problems that they need to get away from. But like my family will state the same thing, that they feel that it is unfair that they can get benefits, but my family had to spend all this time and money and they don't get those same benefits. Now, I will say ICE removing people that are illegal to the country or coming in illegally is a good thing, but the extreme of how they're harassing people, not that good. Now, Trump put more gas to it.
Every single administration has had deportations. I don't know where this like position that Trump supporters have is coming from that we don't deport. Quite literally, Democrats have one hell of a track record when it comes to deportation. So I find it interesting when a bunch of people
Biden's deported, or not Biden, I apologize. Obama's deported more people than Trump has.
I mean, it's not just Obama. I mean, Biden deported more, Obama deported more, Clinton deported more? Yeah, Biden deported more, Obama deported more, Clinton has deported more. Before Obama even came onto the scene, Bill fucking Clinton should have been actually labeled the deporter in chief for how many people he actually deported. But no
I'll be
one
honest,
talks
I
about
wasn't
that
around for
either. No,
that.
Democrats are heavier when it comes to actually enforcing border laws and enforcement, border enforcement in general. Not just when we say border. When I say border, I mean immigration as a whole. But it's the narrative in which that the Republican Party, specifically underneath the Trump administration, is doing it, as well as the way that we see it currently. Because I don't know about you, but while yes, there were protests in LA about Obama deporting people and what Obama's administration specifically between the years of 2008 to 2010, 11, there were hella protests.
I was
They
born
weren't.
in '05, so I wasn't watching the news then.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm 33, so I'm telling you that there was in LA, specifically East LA, while that was going on, we definitely didn't see ICE agents unaliving people on the streets.
Yeah. Hasn't there? I mean, from what I've seen so far, it's only been 2 people so far. I don't know if it's more just from what I've seen on like social media and the news. Those are like the big 2: the male nurse, and then I forget the lady's name.
Renee
Porter
Nicole
was
Good,
unalived by
Keith Porter,
Yeah.
and Alex
Yeah.
Reddy. Yes.
And that's just the ones that we know of
On
right
the
now.
street,
The only
yeah.
the only reason why we even know about Keith Porter at a week and a half later after he was unalived is because of the parents reporting it. The parents. So no, I don't. If it's 3, then there's, I'd say triple it. There's more than that we don't know of, and that's what we're knowing about for citizens. Still, no one's talking about the over 30 or 40 some odd immigrants. Just last week, there's an immigrant that was detained and had his skull fractured in 7 different places.
There's that one
Oh,
kid
shit.
who had his eye shot out. He's permanently blind in one of them.
California. So no, the conduct by ICE, considering that, I'm going to quote the other interagencies within the executive branch, the fact that people know ICE is hiring, quote, from the pound, by the pound, that ICE agents can't even go to other organizations to get jobs because of how the lack of vetting and the and the lack of qualifiers. Nah.
Yeah.
Not at
Well,
all.
ICE's only qualification right now is just a college degree and a $75,000 sign-on bonus you get now.
I think they've reduced it from the college degree, actually.
Did they?
Yeah, I know. From what I've being read on reports, they're not giving that funding either for their college, whatever. What is it? The sign-on bonuses and reduced college pay or whatever the hell that is. They're not getting that, as well as they've foregone the polygraph test to become an ICE agent.
Correction. Correction. I may be thinking of a different field, but no, you still do have to have a bachelor's degree, and if you don't, you would have to have a very specific experience in other fields. Looks like it looks up here at the level GS 5 through 7. So yeah, you still need it.
Excuse me, I just burped. I'm not sure if you guys heard that.
So do you think the deportation of undocumented migrants, the number of them that we've, I guess, caught, would justify the response to other individuals, or even especially American citizens who have not committed any violent crimes?
So, accordingly to what I saw, it might not be accurate. It's 300,000 people have been detained, and then 248 were legal citizens. Now, I don't know if that is the actual number. That's just what I saw and what was kind of displayed upon me. Could be a lot less, or it could be a lot more. But that's just the number I saw. So if that is the exact number correctly, statistically, that's not all that bad when it comes to other departments in the world. when they arrest people that have done nothing wrong.
I would say you allowing, even if the number was 300 or even 200, if you allowing 200 people that should not have been detained, let alone arrested by ICE, and saying that that's pretty good, is allowing for constitutions to be violated. So no, that's not good enough for an agency that their job is to check whether or not the first of all is to claiming that that person is they're knowing who they're going after, right? And then secondly, their job is to check identification. So no, that's not good enough. In a hostile environment where people are firing back and forth at each other and they're trying to detain and arrest anybody and everyone while they try to then figure out who is there, that is not what ICE is going into.
But if you were to, I just take I guess a marginalization of people that, like from other kind of government agencies that have arrested people and arrested them.
When's the last time you've seen a federal a raid by DEA?
Last time I've seen a raid by DEA, I've never seen one in person.
Yeah. When's the last time you've seen a raid by the ATF?
Yeah.
Never seen one in person. I've seen one on.
The reason why I'm bringing this up is because you're saying that you're trying to draw comparisons to agencies that you've never even seen do raids before. ICE is. It's not my fault that this administration is plastering ICE on every single billboard, news agency, and social media outlet that they can in order to display the rhetoric and narrative that they're getting out the worst of the worst while violating people's due rights and constitutional rights. Like, no, it's not okay if it's 200, 300, 400, which why would any, this goes for Obama, Biden, Trump, Bush, Bill Clinton, why would any administration admit to the wrongdoings that's going on? Of course, we need oversight in order to figure that out. That's why we know between 2014 up until 2020 that over 70 citizens were deported. Yes, we know that because of the GAO reports. That's not, it's only 70 citizens. 70 United States citizens were deported.
What report is that again?
GAO report.
GAO.
Government Accountability Office.
So no, that's not good. I don't care if it's one person that has their rights violated. We do better, especially when we're funding an agency, not a department, an agency within that department, of the tune of what is it, 90 bill or 90 extra bill? Like, no.
His number was correct. It's looking like Bavaria track that it's over 290,000 people that they have detained. Emphasis on detained. We know a large portion of them are wrongful. And then I will say again and again, my prioritization of said detainments would be for violent criminals, because that's how you would attack the or go about the argument of protecting American citizens. You'd be going after undocumented migrants who would threaten the safety of American citizens. And we know from several reports that the majority of people that have been detained and even deported have not been the violent criminals that Trump makes them out to be. I am a firm believer in.
Not even.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer in individuals who have literally no criminal records here should not be treated as criminals. I understand we have the law, and then if you break it, you have to pay the consequences. But I think just for crossing an invisible border and wanting a better life in the United States, we should give those individuals the ability to become citizens. And if they choose not to take that option for whatever reason, kick them out. Sure, it is what it is. I can't change that. But we're literally putting more American citizens at risk by not only not focusing on the violent criminals that we do know would be here in the United States, but also allowing American citizens to shoot us in the face with the backing of the Trump administration.
With the, I mean, our system is god awful. Like when it comes to be able to get your citizenship, it's known. It's a known fact. It's awful. Now, wouldn't it be fair for people to get a green card, get their status here for, I forget how many months it is, 10 months, and then go back to their country for a month or 2 months and then be able to return?
What?
Not their green card, their
visas?
A visa, sorry, visas.
You're asking for people who are seeking refuge in the United States to pay for an expensive system. They already have to pay for asylum application, and then they have to wait for that. You're asking them to triple that payment to get some type of Visa card, which I don't know if you know, but the vast majority of the visas of our visa system statuses have quotas on it that typically get filled at the end of the fiscal year. So you're asking them to compete with other people while they're waiting for their asylum case to be heard, which also, by the way, if you're in the midst of your proceedings for asylum, it is illegal for you to be deported.
That is correct. And the Trump administration has not helped that by making it even more expensive.
I never knew about if you're in the middle of proceedings, it's illegal to be deported. That I never.
Yes, because it would be asylum. Asylum is a legal process.
I'm saying in the middle of trial. In the middle of trial, like if you're waiting for trial.
Yes.
Then I did not know that.
Well, yeah, the trial would be to allow you asylum here in the United States. And until that trial is finished, you would be protected because you're in a legal process to be here in the United States.
Okay.
And Trump has literally been picking people up as they're going through their court hearings, as they're leaving the court cases, mind you. You're also not allowed to leave the country voluntarily. Yeah.
What happened?
I was reading a comment. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So that I never knew. So I didn't know like while you're waiting for trial, that you get to stay. I never knew that. I thought it'd be you wait and then you're told, hey, you're good. Now you can come. That kind of thing.
That's interesting because then it's like what. It doesn't matter. Okay, you know now. So again, why do you like, or the parts that you do like, why do you like what the Trump administration is doing towards undocumented migrants?
Undocumented migrants?
What threat do you believe they pose to you? That's the better question.
What threat do I believe they pose to me? I never thought of that. No one's ever asked me that question. You might have to give me a second for that question. I never thought of that. To be honest, as of right now, nothing's coming immediately to mind.
Yeah. So your answer isn't necessarily uncommon. In fact, by now we would have had a different Trump supporter respond with something that we would have to debunk. But I think it's a really good question to ask people. Now, I'm not saying something has to happen to you specifically and you have to have an anecdotal experience to say that this thing could be good or bad. But I am saying I find it crazy that a large portion of people really didn't care or pay that much attention to immigration until Trump started making it a main talking point. Now, obviously, you can go back and watch all the debates. They always talked about immigration, but Trump changed the conversation around it when he demonized all of them, or a large portion of them, as being rapists, murderers coming from mental institutions. They're bringing this person, that person, and some, I believe, are good people. They're poisoning the blood of our country. That introduced a very, 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 very dangerous position for anyone to have, and then how his policies would have been implemented throughout the U.S. And we've seen the negative results of that across the United States. Funny fact, a fun story. I had a Trump supporter come up on the panel the other day, and he looked at me dead in my face, and he said, "I don't look American." And I asked him, "How would you be able to tell if I'm an American or not?" And he said, "I don't know. You just have a look about you." Now, I want you to think about that individual under the Trump administration with reduced requirements and lesser background checks could now go and apply to ICE. That individual looks at me, someone who's born and raised here, and then decides to say, he don't look American. And then the Supreme Court backing these ICE agents and their ability to be able to stop me, detain me, based off of the color of my skin, racial profiling. That was a Supreme Court case that they just went along with. I think that's dangerous. I think that's bad. In fact, no, I think that's batshit, actually. I think that's absolutely fucking batshit. Better yet, why would American citizens now, in the year of our Lord and Savior, 2026, so if I can say God, I don't believe in him necessarily, why do American citizens have to walk around with their birth certificate to prove that they're Americans now? because they can be stopped at any point in any time for any reason by ICE. I think that's insane. Better yet, what do you do if you do carry around things like your birth certificate, and in the case of a young woman named Dulce, they then say that you forged it?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but like your license, right, doesn't say like if you're a citizen or not and all that.
No, undocumented migrants can get licenses.
Okay. It won't say in like a system at all. Like if when we get pulled over like by a cop and he looks us up in the system, it won't say
The
anything.
system is different on your license, on your actual license. No.
Okay. So why did they then just go like, can I see your license? Can I see your ID? Then what's the point of even asking that
Because
question?
we have an Alabama Supreme Court that's, or an Alabama court case that's making its way to the Supreme Court that's stating that identification such as state ID as well as state and driver license, even almost even going up to the passports, can be forged, and so you cannot trust them. This is why we have veterans being pulled over and detained by ICE, because they're saying that they cannot trust those cards. So it is not a lack of identification. It is apparently the agency that we have in place that is supposed to be able to identify who is here in their intent on being here cannot do that in a competent way.
Correct.
To be honest.
Real quick update. Her name is Dulce Consuelo Diaz Morales. She was released as of the 7th with an ankle monitor. They're continuing to challenge the validity of her documents, but she is currently not being detained. And again, she should have never been detained to begin with, but I just want to put that out there. Her name is Dulce Consuelo Diaz Morales. Sorry, go ahead.
All right. So I know ICE has certain units that will investigate and target specifically people that have committed murder, rape, things of hostile things.
Yeah, we're not talking about the HSI unit, which is small.
Yeah, it's tiny. It's tiny. It is tiny. Now, would you say those units are good though, because they're specifically only targeting those people?
No, because underneath this administration, we're seeing that ICE specifically is wearing the badges of not only HSI, but also police in general, and they're swapping their gears around. So no, I am not going to say the fringe agency within the agency, the fringe investigative unit within the ICE agency that is supposed to Homeland Security investigative unit is supposed to do certain specific things. I'm not gonna rule them out as underneath this umbrella of like terrible people underneath this administration by the name of DHS.
I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Nothing about ICE can be trusted. And let me be clear, I will stay consistent with that even after Trump's out of the Oval Office, because these people that are being hired, they're not just going to get fired under a Democratic administration. He's damaged the relationship or the reputation and relationship of ICE with the U.S. for decades to come. And then again, with these individuals who would be committing these atrocities, with these individuals that would be fucking us over and then violating the due process even of undocumented migrants, we have no idea who they are. The very first step that needs to take place in the United States, if we're to talk about any kind of ICE accountability or restoring trust in the process of them actually going after the worst of the worst, would be for every single one of them to unmask. And every single one of them who has any type of charge against them, internally or outward, to be put out in the public. Because I think it's ridiculous that cops who protect and serve, allegedly, on a daily basis, go out there with their full face and take that risk, while fucking untrained ICE agents don't.
Would you say because of the hostility ICE gets like on a day-to-day basis from people?
No, because police get the same thing. Police have gotten it a lot worse for the shit that they have done to marginalized communities for decades. The moment that Trump gets into office and one or two ICE agents starts getting doxxed for being actual part of actual white supremacist groups, all of a sudden they all need to be masked up. No, we literally have corrupt cops walking around in New York City, as well as the largest gang in America, the Los Angeles PD, that are unmasked, walking around the streets of Compton, Watts, unmasked, don't give a fuck, and all of a sudden, an ICE agent is known to be a part of a white supremacist group, and now they want to be masked up. No. Also, while people have been calling it doxing, the only thing that's being displayed, the only actions that have been taken on their information has been public shaming. Their names have been plastered, their affiliations have been plastered, and they're publicly being shamed by it, and they can't handle it.
I am unaware of any ICE agent. And again, if Christy Dome said it, I especially don't believe it. I am unaware of any ICE agent who has had a substantial threat to the degree of, say, someone like Melissa Hortman, the Democratic Congresswoman, and her husband and dog that were killed last year. I'm unaware of any threat to an ICE agent to that extent. It's literally just all been rhetoric. And then, yes, absolutely, there are absolutely like footage of them being assaulted on the streets. Many of those videos, if you rewind a little bit further with the context that ICE and DHS like to leave out, started attacking American citizens first. And I'm not a comply or die kind of person. So there's that. I'm a firm believer in this, okay? I believe that there are jobs out here that really suck because they're going to get you in contentious situations. I believe that if you have a job, because it's a real job, as a spam caller, then you're going to talk to people who are going to cuss you out. You're going to talk to people who are going to shit on you. You're going to talk to people who are going to fucking hate you. I think the second you sign a contract and choose to do a job where that's the dynamic, you don't get to cry and complain about what comes with it. Whether it's from Americans or undocumented migrants, that's a part of your job. You get to defend yourself in the case of ICE if your life is actually at risk. But there's been no instance whatsoever where any ICE agent's life has been at risk and they've defended themselves from some crazy liberal.
So, my stepmom, she works for Customs and Borders Patrol, not ICE. All she does is just check vehicles that are coming in and out of the country and make sure they're not stolen.
Port of entry.
Right. Yeah. So that's all she does. Right. So, they just made a new unit. It's just pretty much searching vehicles for, can I say DRU? Can I say that
substance?
word?
No, just say bro. Yeah.
All right. Substance. Right. Like substances and ammunition, things like those that aren't being hidden inside of vehicles. So they strip things apart now. And they're still making sure they're not illegal. So she tells me how, like, when she goes to like lunch and stuff like that with her unit, they then, instead of going in the cars that they do get, because it is set on their Customs and Border Patrol, that they then go in their own vehicles and they take off their uniform because of their fear that something might happen to them. Because beforehand they were wearing their stuff, and as things started getting a little more critical, people started looking at them and talking crap to them and stuff like that. So it's kind of like a little bit of a fear of where things are going, that something might happen to them. Is that like a fair thing?
Have you ever asked your mom did your mom get transferred any of the people that are going through non-ports of entry? Considering she's CBP, she works at the port of entry. So does she ever get any transfers from USBP?
I don't know. I would have to ask her that.
I wouldn't, if this is true, okay, if what you're saying is true, I would ask you to ask your mom, okay, if she does get any transfers from USBP, and specifically, what do they call those people when they get transferred?
Hold on, let me go grab a pen and paper so I can write that down, because I'm actually genuinely curious now. I'm grabbing paper.
To answer your question, your mom fearing that she's going to get harassed because of what this administration is doing with DHS. No,
I was gonna say. So I care, and let me be very specific. I care for the individuals who have been working for ICE for long before this administration made a career out of it, and unfortunately has to be subjected to whatever actions that a new president does that can put them at risk. I do feel bad for those people. I think that's a terrible position to be in. If you're an ICE agent, you've been in your field for years, you've been doing your job, trying to focus on the baddies, and then you got some stupid young 21-year-old over here who doesn't know shit about fuck, and he is now knocking people above the head, doing all this stuff as he's out on operation with you, and then someone sees you and they want to go after you. I do feel bad for those people. Absolutely. If we're talking about ICE as it stands as a whole, I don't really give a fuck. But no, there are going to be people in this role that are just trying to do their job. And they're just trying to do their job, and they're now at risk. I don't like that. I don't think that's okay. Yeah, Monica, occupational hazard. I do not like the occupational hazard. I do not like that someone may have to be put in a position that where they may have to quit their job. They would believe so for their safety, because it's a hard market out here. I think that's fucked up, which is exactly why I voted for the person who would have never put them in that position. I didn't vote for this shit.
I'm sorry, but I have little feelings towards people who work for the organization that calls those people that they're transporting thuds, which is the sound that they make when they throw them in the back of the metal vehicle as they transport them to CBP.
Oh yeah, well fuck them. Yeah, we be talking. Yeah,
I'm not going to hold any remorse for somebody who feels like they can't go out in public for the job that they do because of the literal inhumane treatment that organization has been doing. I understand the reason why DHS was created, specifically because of 2001. I understand the reason why DHS is there, and I'm not against having security for America, because when America does a lot of fuck shit, I guess you do need a big, strong security guard at your door to not get fucked with. I understand, right? But that still doesn't give you the right to treat people the way that you do. Fuck that. So no, I get that people are going to, people are going to go into a position not knowing what, I'm going to try and say this, go into a job not understanding the occupational hazard of it all, right? But then you learn about what the fuck goes on in that organization and you choose to stay there or find somewhere else, right? The fact that you would choose to do that knowing everything that's going on in that organization, this isn't like, oh, I have to work at Walmart. It's the only place that's hiring. No, you're working for the federal government, for a department, one of the youngest departments in the executive branch, that is known for its most racist, most xenophobic behaviors. INS and the immigration system as a whole is terrible and is racist. Now, I don't feel bad that your mom is probably feeling a certain way because she can't go out in public wearing CBP uniform.
I wouldn't want to do that in general, regardless of the administration. But yeah, fair enough. I had a point to make, and I just completely lost my train of thought really quickly. W's for you guys are hitting three. No, not you. W's for you guys are hitting 300K likes. Can we get the likes up to 400K? And can we do that within the next couple of minutes? Continue to tap the screen. If you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday at 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Thankfully, the live has calmed down, and I would love to keep it that way for the remainder of it. I appreciate all you guys' support. Let's knock out these little roses here. Once again, supporting the platform can be in simple ways like this. If you're unable to do things like knocking out the roses or clearing anything in the gift gallery, tapping, commenting, sharing out the live, that is engagement as well, and it helps a ton. I appreciate you guys and your support. Links in the bio, the best way to support the platform, whether it's following me in the other social medias, joining the Discord, getting yourself some merch off the merchandise shop as you see behind you, or donating directly to the links in the bio if you just want to say thank you because you like my face or you want to send a message specifically you want me to read out. You can do so with the links in the bio, Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. Hector Talks with 2 R's, or Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the tube side, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. Also, make sure we're taking care of Manny while he's here. Please, let's get him up to over 1,000 coins. And let's get back to the conversation at hand. Really quickly, Seth, before I let you respond, Maddie, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Got you. Give us a moment, Maddie. I'm going to finish up with Seth here.
Seth here.
Go ahead, Seth.
Manuel, what did you want me to ask my mom again?
What do they call the people that they transfer between ports of entry to CBP or OFO officers?
The people they transfer to from Port Authority to CBP.
So USBP to CBP would be probably the easiest way to say it.
From USB to what was the last part? I apologize.
No, you're fine. From USBP to CBP.
To CBP. All right. Yeah. So I'll ask her that in the morning. I saw one of the comments in there that said she could always quit. She says the only reason why she
won't quit right now is because of how close she is to her pension. So she has another year left, and then she gets to retire with pension.
So she doesn't sound like she's
I-
a fan of what's going on then.
She's not a fan of all the hate that's going on, according to her.
Ah.
Because it was mellow, and it was just like, oh, she's just doing her job. No one looked at her a certain way. Like, no one was like, she'd go into a convenience store, no one would look at her like, oh my God, are you going to like come after me kind of thing, when that's not even her role. And she does hate that people see her like that.
I would argue she should be more concerned with the threats that's been put on her by this administration and American citizens versus, I don't know, getting hazed or whatever the fuck. But anyways, I'm going to go ahead and move on to Maddie up here. I do appreciate you coming up and having a civil conversation. It sounded like to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounded like the crux of your vote for Trump was mostly surrounding immigration, but even then you didn't seem the most solid on his position and if it's being good. So I would strongly suggest that you take a second look at everything else the Trump administration is doing, and especially reevaluate what his immigration policies actually mean for America, such as our the GDP that they bring in, the tax revenue, our workforce, so on and so forth. And you're more than welcome to come back at any time when you do.
All right. Yep. You guys have a good night.
Appreciate you coming up.
You too.
See, we can have civil conversations. God damn. Why is that so hard? Why is it so hard for Trump supporters to not be a bunch of... Anyways. All right, Maddie. I believe you said you voted for Donald Trump. Do you regret your vote?
No, I do not.
No, you
And
don't.
one thing I want to talk about, you said there was no ICE agent had the right to unalive someone because they were not in harm's way. 6 months ago, Jonathan Ross was dragged around 100 meters by Carlos Munoz, who was convicted, who was an undocumented immigrant, who was convicted of sexually assaulting his 13-year-old stepdaughter for 3 years prior.
Awesome. Does that give him the right to unalive Renee Good?
Yeah.
No, being on a drag 100 feet is going to give him
Awesome.
conflict
So
of
I
interest.
guess either he should have been, I guess he should have been off duty because he is suffering from PTSD, or he should have at least had his weapon removed from him. Either way, you trying to justify the unaliving of Renee Good because of what happened to him weeks prior doesn't
I'm not
bode
justifying
well
this
for
at all.
anything.
I'm
No, you
not
just did. No, you just did, right?
But I want you to
We talked about Renee Good, and you brought up an incident that happened to him when
But you said no
when
incident ever happened in
he
ICE.
tried to open up the door of somebody of an undocumented immigrant car, and then that person drove off. He decided to hold on. He decided to hold on to that car, and then he got dragged for it, right?
It's not-
Literal
He
drag.
was stuck in it. He was stuck, first off, so I want you to
Hey,
retract your
that's-
statement. I want you to retract your statement saying...
I'm not going to retract anything. Am I the press? What the fuck is
Retract your
this?
statement. Retract your statement, kind sir, because you just said there's no ICE officer that said that ever had to unalive someone because they were never in harm's way. So retract your statement because I just gave you...
Hold on. First and foremost, I'm the one who said I am unaware of any cases where an ICE agent had to unalive an undocumented migrant because his life was threatened. Okay? And I guess I'll go ahead and add this caveat now. I'm unaware of any cases where an ICE agent had to unalive an undocumented migrant because they put themselves in harm's way, such as allegedly, I'm going to say allegedly for right now because I'm not the most informed on this case, decided to hold on to a moving car.
So the whole thing literally says from here was he was there to arrest the person. The person was refusing the situation. They tried to stop him. They broke the glass. He got his arm stuck, and he was dragged over 100 meters, and he had to get 30 stitches in his leg. That gives every right to unalive that person. In my clear view.
Did he unalive that person, by the way?
No, someone else did.
I see. So he didn't unalive that.
Yeah, but
He
it
didn't unalive
gives
that.
them every right to do it.
I see.
Does it give it every right to do that though, to unalive someone after doing that? Every right?
No.
Then you're clinically insane. You need to get mental help.
All right, that's awesome. So just because you get your arm stuck after you try to arrest somebody, that gives you the right to use deadly force.
Thank you, Seth, for the rock star. I appreciate
So
you.
that wouldn't actually hold
So
up in
when
the
you- okay,
so
I'll
that
give
wouldn't
you an
hold up in the
example.
court of law based off of what the Supreme Court just ruled on in 2025.
Well, I can give you an example real quick. So
I don't need an example. I gave you a Supreme Court
No,
precedent.
you did not. So,
Supreme Court precedent states that wouldn't hold up in the court of
It was
law.
because he was released. They were both released. None of them were charged because it was,
I
it was
see.
the right.
I'm telling you the statement that you're making, not what happened. I'm telling you that the statement you're making would not hold up in a court of law. That the legal right to unalive somebody because you get your hand stuck, right? Which, by the way, what happened to that court case? You said it went to court. What happened? What was the name of that court case?
So for JD Vance, what JD Vance said himself,
JD Vance doesn't know what qualified immunity means. Can you actually give me the court case name?
Homeland Security Kristen Noem spoke about the officer that
So first off, Kristi Noem doesn't even know that she's Secretary of Homeland Security, considering that she's never had any of the operations and she's only there for pressers. Also, we know this to be true because we know that Greg Barvino, who has now been relieved of his duties for his incapability of doing his own job and has been replaced by the border czar, who is an advisor to the president, not even an elected member of the executive branch, by the way.
Correct.
An elected being the operative word because through the Senate hearings, okay? So no, Kristi Noem doesn't even know that she's the Secretary of Homeland Security. Greg Bavino, who was running all DHS and ICE operations, has now been relieved. We have seen a revolving door of the acting directors of ICE, not even a real director of ICE, because they cannot keep anybody to actually do the position. And now we have the entire agency of ICE, as well as CBP and USBP, being ran by an unelected advisor to the president. Your administration can't even do the job that you've elected.
I'm going to read you the court document real quick because you're going to kind of get mad and no interrupting because I didn't interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. An affidavit from the FBI agent said federal law enforcement approached Munoz in his car outside his home on June 19th, but he drove away. Agents followed Munoz, pulled him over, and asked for identification. Munoz provided his identification, but refused to get out of the car, the affidavit said. The officer believed that to be the same one who allegedly
then broke the driver's side window of Muniz's car and tried to reach for the lock on the driver's door. Court documents say Muniz drove away with the agent's arm stuck in the vehicle, dragging him nearly 100 meters over about 12 seconds. The officer was knocked loose when Muniz hit a curb. Okay. What would be the purpose of you bringing this up? Do you think I'm going to say this undocumented migrant was justified? Like I'm confused.
Was it justified to be unalive? Was it justified?
For him to be unalive? No. There would be no instance where he needs to be killed. Okay.
So if you, I'll give you this. If
a criminal getting stuck in a vehicle and getting dragged, this person being unalive wouldn't change the direction of the vehicle.
Why did he drag? Why did he drive the vehicle anyways when he was supposed to get out?
Trying to get away.
But did he not sexually assault his third stepdaughter? Do you agree that he should have been able to do that?
You think I'm going to say yes? The fuck?
Well, you are saying yes. You are saying yes. It's okay to do stuff to your 13-year-old daughter.
I'm sorry. Did I say?
Wait.
Did I say you fucking disingenuous prick? Did I say that
you did. Saying just to be unalived after what he did to a knife officer?
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay. First and foremost, he was there. He was there to be caught and prosecuted. I got it, Gucci. Thank you. I got it. Right? He was there. The ICE agent was there to catch this individual, to prosecute this individual, so they can serve time or get the deportation that was necessary for them to ensure that they weren't allowed to do that heinous act that you mentioned. Okay, cool, great, wonderful. I am pro enforcement of ICE against violent undocumented migrants. And yes, I do believe sexual assault is violent. I don't know what the fuck you heard just now that made you believe that I don't agree with that. I think you're a prick and I think you're full of shit. All right. So now back on to your next point. Yes. Now on to your next point. I do not think that a person being dragged on the side of the road, allegedly, is justifiable reason to get shot and killed. No. Because that ICE agent was not dead and the undocumented migrant wasn't trying to kill him.
So if you pew a cop, then does that guy deserve to be unalived by his partner because he
Hold on. The undocumented migrant did not shoot at the ICE agent. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, but he still dragged, which can cause him. Because what happens if he kept driving and then he slammed right into a pole and Officer Ross was unalived by hitting a pole at a certain mileage?
He was swerving. Yes, he did not slam into a pole to kill the ICE agent.
But he could have.
If he was listen to me.
I would say, damn, that's crushed ice.
If
so you want him to be
diabolical, if the undocumented migrant made any attempt whatsoever to kill the ICE agent, I would say you have every right to pop them. Because that would be equal force.
So I can show you pictures of him actually, all the cuts he had, stitches through his hand and leg.
I don't know what the stitches has to do with the fact that the undocumented migrant was not trying to kill him.
So when you drag someone, okay, look, how about you get dragged more than 100 meters, and let's see if you're gonna be fatally unharmed, or if you're gonna think your
He
life's like
wasn't fatally harmed. We know he wasn't fatally harmed based off the medical documents.
By court documents.
He
By court
didn't.
documents, he's almost fatally
He
harmed.
didn't.
So then why was he there in Minnesota doing a quote unquote operation, getting his car stuck?
Getting his car what?
He got his car stuck. That's per Christy Gnomes.
That's correct.
Yeah, he
So
got his car
why
stuck,
was why was he in if he was almost fatally unalived, he was
Or he
so
left to run a
injured
mile?
beyond recognition, beyond anything that he could possibly deal with, contend with, that he needed to seek medical help immediately. Why was he there in Minnesota?
Why was he there? Because
Yeah.
one, he got his car stuck. I will say that. I'm not agreeing what happened to Renee.
Mike is up, Amanda.
I'm not saying what happened to Renee Good was good, but I'm saying you can't just say that this case was justified where this immigrant.
I see. So you want to bring up one case. Let's say if it was justified. You want to bring up one thing that happened and
But he
try to
said there's not
justify
a
the
case.
entire lot.
He just said
You want to
there's
bring
not-
up you want to do every little one case that you want to bring up. There's thousands of more that are
Aren't
that
you
can
guys
go
the
exact
racist
the
ones?
same
Aren't
way.
you guys the racist ones? Because you're warning people of ICE, and guess what? What if those people are illegal, and you thinking they're illegal
What?
because of that?
Did you
Wait, did you just
wait? Okay.
What a fool.
Yeah.
What a, okay,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Before we get to that, I just want to make this clear. Okay. The agent. Here's my position. Okay. Here's my position. If your life is not at threat by an undocumented migrant in any kind of enforcement, then you do not have the right to kill someone else. If someone points a gun at you with the intention to shoot, you have every right to shoot them back. If someone doesn't do anything that would take your life, you don't get to take their life. That is my position, okay? Equal force. That's all. Equal force.
Is a car a deadly weapon? Is a car a deadly
No,
weapon?
a car is not a deadly weapon. A car can be used to kill, and in the specific instance be considered a deadly weapon based off the actions of said car, which would not have taken place in this incident. And better yet, to follow up with that, this incident that took place 6 months, it was June, if I'm not mistaken, 2025, 6 months prior to what took place with Renee Nicole Good, I would argue was even more reason as to why he not only should have been out there around the vehicle, but he also should not have been walking in front of fucking cars. If you literally had an incident 6 months ago where you allegedly, which again isn't even proven in the photos that you're talking about, I'm talking about Renee Nicole Good, you fucking dope. Listen closely for a second, okay? Where you shouldn't be walking in front of the goddamn car and then use her trying to run you over, despite his own camera footage showing she was turned in the complete opposite direction, as a basis for self-defense. That would only further solidify my point and Manny's point that this fucker should have never been out there to begin with. And quite frankly, he should have been fired, prosecuted, and damn near, I say it, the goddamn death penalty.
He deserves the D penalty, right? He does?
I
So
think
what
he
about
does.
the illegal immigrant that unalived Jakara Thompson, a 16-year-old girl, a black individual who's unalived by an illegal immigrant? Does he deserve the death penalty then to you? Does he deserve that? Unaliving
Did I
an
not just say?
innocent American citizen?
Did I not just say equal force?
Equal force? So does he deserve to be unalived?
If an
That illegal
undocumented
immigrant-
migrant killed someone, then I would not. So I want to make this super duper clear. My position varies differently from a lot of people on the left. I'm one of the people who is okay in certain instances with the death penalty. I know a lot of people on the left don't like that. I differ from you. I just don't think some people need to be here personally. But I understand why people hate that, and I get it. I'm just so my opinion is just mine. Okay. In that instance where that person would have unalived the little girl, I don't care about his existence being here. But our law says you get prosecuted and tried, and that's what's going to happen to him until it changes.
You know, but what percentage will Barack Obama do without due process to?
Why are you jumping all over the place?
He really is.
It's jumping. You called us racist, and then you went to Cara Thompson, which
Yes, the girl
didn't
that
say
was
her name
alive.
correctly,
And
and then you went from
Cara?
like, can you actually stay on one topic at a time?
Wait,
do you
is
want
her
to go
name
to the
Cara?
Do you want to go to the black man in the tan suit? And if we do, you're gonna have to stay there.
Actually,
It just
we're not
makes-
going anywhere
it's
else.
a
We're
name
going
for
back to him
Obama.
saying that we were racist for a whistle. That's what I want to go back
we
to.
can do, yeah.
So why don't, okay, so I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you a video. Okay, it's nothing gore, nothing anything. I'm gonna show you a video.
Yeah, let's see the racist
of-
whistle.
Okay, I can show you. I'm gonna show you this real quick. And where is it? It's right here.
What's the context of the video before you show it?
It's a white woman using the hard R to an ICE agent for no.
Oh, I
valid
see.
reason.
So yeah, he is a house nigga. I'm sorry. Did you didn't think I know? You didn't think I watched that? Yeah, no. She's already been condemned by the black community on specifically on
Is she
TikTok.
allowed
I
to
can
say
show
that?
you those. I can
Is
show
she
you those
allowed?
videos as well if you want. But no,
Is
he
she
is
allowed to say
100% a
that?
house nigga.
Is she allowed to say that? The hard R, the
No,
hard
she's
R.
no. But he is 100% a house nigga. No, she is not allowed to say that. Not
So
in
then why are
any
you
light.
defending it?
Yes, I already told you that people on literally on social media who after seeing this is already condemning it.
I'm
But
gonna
he is
show you a
100%.
video.
I understand
sorry.
that you want. I understand that you don't think that we
I'll show
hold
you a
people
video.
accountable. I understand that you don't think we hold people accountable. That does not refute. You can go ahead and show it, but he is still 100% a house nigga.
What am I missing here? Hold on. What am I missing here? What is this instance?
Oh, is this person arrested? Yes or no? Getting dragged by police. Is
What
this
happened,
person
Manny?
arrested?
No.
Oh
We're not
my
moving
God,
on from
look.
this.
She's lying. She's not in handcuffs.
We're
Why
not-
is she lying?
we're
Why-
not
why are
moving
those
on
lying
from
being
this.
arrested?
Okay,
We're not
I'm
moving-
literally
I
just trying to
understand
get
you
the
wanna move
basis
on
of this
from
story. What the fuck is the story that y'all are talking about?
So these are people
A
who are
white
getting
woman.
My guy, I didn't ask you.
don't shut the
Please
fuck
shut up. What is this? What is
so there
this
was
story?
a white woman that was at that there was in Minneapolis there was a white woman that said that was going up in front of an ICE agent's face and called him a house nigger.
I'm sorry.
Said he went up to a black ICE agent and called him a house nigger.
Hey.
And said you are betraying your race and all this stuff and called him a house nigger. And literally there are tons of videos by black content creators that have went out and said right message, wrong person. You are not the person that needs to be saying this. You cannot. There's literally people who are condemning her.
I'm sorry.
For doing this. Her
Hey.
DMs and her videos are flooded. You haven't seen that video yet?
No, I haven't.
Why?
Maddie, what is the purpose of you bringing that up?
So I'm pointing this video up right now is because everyone thinks this person's getting arrested, but this person's not in
No.
cuffs.
You said something about racism. What the fuck is the purpose of you bringing that up?
Racism. So do you think everyone has the right to assume that there's illegal in the area by blowing whistle? If they blow a whistle, is that to warn illegal?
My guy, what the fuck did I just ask you?
You just asked me a question. Don't disrespect.
The question about what?
Why you're racist, and I just told you why you're racist.
I did not ask you what. Oh my fucking god! Let me try this again. I need you to open up your ears, okay?
No, man.
Can you tell me what the purpose was of showing us this video and talking about this instance where a racist white woman called a black ICE officer the hard R?
Well, why she said? I'm saying, why did she say that? Why did she say that?
I don't know why she said that. I know that she's wrong as fuck.
But no
Did
one
you
can
think
say
we
that
were gonna
about
say
her.
W her just because she's against ICE?
No, but
Like, what did you? How did you think
why
this
are we talking
conversation
about
was gonna go?
You guys,
You don't have anything. You don't have anything to back up any of your claims that you're making. That's why you keep pivoting all over the place. What's the next video that you have saved?
I'm legit. Hold on. I'm legit confused. What did you think we were gonna say to that, Maddie?
Oh, I'm not saying you would agree. I'm just saying, why did she say that to her point of view? Why,
How the
why did
fuck
she
can
get-
I answer that for her? Why do
does
racist
she
people
get to
say racist things? What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing?
Wait a minute. Hey, Maddie, can you tell me why they ate black people during slavery? Hey, Maddie, can you tell me why they created Jim Crow laws? Hey, Maddie, can you tell me why they in fact created the credit system? Hey, Maddie, can you tell me why they institutionalized or removed rather? Can you tell me why they removed?
Why did they agree with the 3/5 compromise? Why would they do that?
They did redlining. Hey, Maddie, can you tell me why the president that you voted for is now doing opportunity zones in black and brown neighborhoods where redlining districts were?
Okay, I'll go on.
Oh, hey Maddie, can you tell me why? Hey Maddie, can you tell me why the party that you voted for has committed some of the most heinous laws against black and brown
Try not to get me flagged real quick. I have to use the bathroom. Do me a favor. By the time I get back, we should be at. By the time I get back, we should be at 375,000 likes. Do not slow down. Show the algorithm want to be here with all the engagement. Friendly reminder to donate to the links in the bio because this shit ain't fucking free. Okay. I'll be right back. I have to use the bathroom. Try not to get me flagged.
So Manuel, I'm gonna bring up a point.
So you want me to go ahead and tell you?
I let you talk illegal. Let me talk you illegal. Okay, first
I'm an
of all-
illegal?
Yes, you are illegal if you want to keep talking and interrupting.
So now you want to be the racist. Awesome. So no, you don't get to talk.
Oh, I don't get to talk because you.
No, you
wanna
don't
keep
get to talk.
interrupting? You want to keep.
So we can keep doing this while you guys tap, actually. Since I'm the illegal, I'm actually going to legally use my right to mute you. I'm the legal though. I'm
Use
the
my
illegal
legal right to
apparently.
find your.
Yeah, I'm
I'm gonna find your
violating.
address,
I am definitely violating you.
I'll find your address.
Go ahead, dox me.
Put it on the dark web for you.
Go for it. I'm in cybersecurity. You think that shit scares me?
I mean, I could find where you live and send people.
I do not give a fuck, bro. Also, show your whole ass as if this is not recorded. I do not care.
Okay, hold on.
I'm actually a public figure. I don't know if you know this. You can go ahead though. You can keep trying. Dox me. I don't have social media, so this is like my only one, but
So you're a public figure. I can show you racist for saying the N-word. Then.
yeah, go ahead. I'm racist for calling out your racist rhetoric.
And arguing, yes. If you're a public figure,
I'm racist, yet I'm racist, yet you showed your whole ass about being racist.
Me, no.
You called me illegal, which means that there's some level of racism because you believe that I'm somebody who shouldn't be here in the United States, which probably means you believe I am someone of either Latin descent or somebody who's came over the southwest border, right? Or maybe you think I'm just a visa overstayer. Considering the connotation that illegal has in America today, it's very interesting. So did you find my address? Actually, can you give me my address currently?
Probably none if you have a cyber VPN.
Yeah. So can you actually give all 431 viewers my address currently right now?
Wait, whoa, wait. What the fuck is happening right now?
Can you go ahead and he said he's gonna dox me because he called me illegal, then he said he was gonna dox me. So now we're not talking anymore.
Oh.
Yeah. So can you go ahead and give my first and last name out to everybody?
I don't know, Manuel.
You think that does something? Did you think that does something? Okay, so can you go ahead and give my first and last name out to everybody as well as my address?
Cortez, I don't know.
Cortez. So you do think that I'm Hispanic, right?
No, you can be Manuel Anthony. You can be literally Manuel James. You can be anyone.
Bro, I leave for 2 seconds. I leave for 2 seconds.
You know what happens when you leave me with Trump supporters? They instantly jump to racism and xenophobia with me. They don't know what ethnicity I am, so they just try to.
I'm trying to move on to a different.
So
topic.
they just try to go and figure it out. They're, what continent do you think I hail from?
I tell you what's crazy.
I'm not gonna actually. We're gonna keep muted.
You guys snitch on yourself in 0.2 seconds. The second Trump supporters try to make arguments of us being racist, usually it's to hide their own. I'll tell you what. I don't know what the fuck this whole conversation is about, and you apparently allegedly trying to dox someone. We'll take care of that in a second. But I just want to ask you again about this racist whistle business. That's what I really want to know about. Okay. That's what I really want to know
Am I
about.
gonna get muted? Am I gonna get muted again?
No, you're not going to get muted if you specifically speak on the point that you made about racist whistles.
When you whistle when ICE is coming, you are warning people that ICE is here, aka illegals or immigrants who are there, and you're assuming that they could be illegal and letting them know. Correct?
No,
you're not.
You're not.
Then why are you blowing your whistle?
No. You're
Who are ICE arresting? Who is ICE? mainly
ICE
for this?
is arresting, detaining, more so is the accurate word, legal immigrants, American citizens. So when they're blowing their whistles to literally anyone and everyone in the vicinity, regardless of status, they're not just doing, yes, absolutely it would apply to maybe some undocumented migrants in the area, but they're doing this based off the fact that ICE is allowed to racially profile you. ICE is allowed to be racist and go after every single individual in the area. So what's super fucking funny about that pathetic point that you just tried to make, absolutely pathetic point that you just tried to make, is that ICE would be the ones who would be allowed to weaponize racism under the guise of enforcing immigration law, and then it would be the American citizens who would be fighting back against said racism by blowing their whistles and warning people in the area.
So if I blow my whistle saying, "Oh my God, there's a black guy coming in the neighborhood," is that racist? Yes or no?
What? So
I want you to answer that question. I want you to answer that question.
You just tried. So this is why we say you guys show your whole ass. You just tried to use race as a comparison to somebody's
Ethnicity?
occupation. No.
So if African American,
first off,
an African American then.
So you just tried to use ethnicity again, comparing to somebody's
If you're Mexican, then what are you?
Occupation.
If you're Mexican, then what are you?
Occupation. See, this is why you guys
is
are
Mexican
so
an
stupid.
occupation? Is a Mexican occupation?
No, ICE is, you dumbass motherfucker.
But who is they mainly?
But if
arresting?
ICE is an
Who are
occupation,
they arresting mainly? What race?
What?
What race and what ethnicity is ICE going for?
Indiscriminately black and brown individuals.
So can you tell me why? It's not off topic. Can you tell me why? If that's so, and I'm gonna say this now, per capita, do you have a higher chance of getting unalived in a white neighborhood or a black neighborhood per capita?
This guy just can't stay on topic.
Yeah, no, he can't stay on the same topic. So yeah, no, I can. So 90% of all H-side victims are done by their own race. This is not only black, but this is also white as well. That's actually per the FBI statistics.
So
2024 data.
Really quickly,
Yes,
W's
on
in the
FBI.gov,
chat.
statistically speaking, it is done by
the FBI.gov that shows African Americans do more violent crimes than murdering people.
Hold on, Manny.
Yeah, I know, of course.
Come back.
But
Do you have your backup? Come back on your backup, Manny. I gotta remove you. And you shut up for a second. W's in the chat to Darius for the $5 Venmo. If you watch the entire video, you see a black dude. Yes, fuck off. If you watch the entire video, you see a black dude step out of the shadow. I actually think it was him that said it. I haven't seen the video, so I cannot speak to that and who would have said the hard R in that scenario. What I can say is that again, if it was a white woman, obviously no. Thank you for running, bitch ass motherfucker. Appreciate you. Give me a second.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
There's that. Yeah, I have no idea. I haven't seen the video. I have no idea what's going on. So I can't really speak to that. But I can say, I don't really care who said it, but yeah. The fuck was that? I'm still stuck, Manny. I'm still stuck up. This man said, "You're racist if you see ICE coming and you blow a whistle to warn the people in the area that ICE is coming because you're assuming that they're undocumented or illegal." Which, first off, documentation or not would not be a racial issue. That's not a race thing. So his equivalency was false off the bat. And even then, yelling at a bunch of brown people that ICE is coming to protect the brown people regardless of status would be, if anything, pro that race. I don't know. Like, am I missing something here? You'd be like saving them. You'd be protecting them from the assaults that they're going to endure with these ICE agents, as we've seen across the entire U.S. That was funny. That guy was so stupid. They're so stupid.
So now I get to cosplay as a white woman because TikTok took me down when that other person was not only being xenophobic and racist, but then said he was going to dox me, apparently.
I missed
well,
that.
I guess I can count this towards Black History Month reparations by me cosplaying as a white woman. I think that somewhere it's 40 acres and a mule plus whiteface? I don't know.
W's in the chat to Manny.
Oh no, now the Trump supporters will never be able to guess what I am.
W's in the chat to Manny. I appreciate your support. Guys, do me a favor. All right. Well, Manny needs to come back on his account. But Olive and Manny are the same people. Give Olive's account. You'll be gifting them both anyway. Also, I haven't heard any thank yous from Manny's Links. I haven't heard a single thank you from Manny's Links, so I'd greatly appreciate it if you always take care of the guests that I have up here on this platform for the knowledge and information that they display. When they help take the load off from me whenever I have to use the bathroom, do whatever else, please make sure we're taking care of my co-hosts just as much as we're taking care of me, which y'all been low on that too. It's fine.
Bro, you left me with someone who went straight to fucking...
I'm going back. Hold on. I'm going back.
As soon as you left, it went straight into just like debauchery. It was like, you left me with this guy that I don't know his ethnicity. He's probably an illegal. I'm gonna dox him.
How long would we say it's been? It's been like maybe 7 minutes, roughly 7 minutes, I would say. I'm going to say 7 minutes. I'm gonna go back. We're gonna play it because I apparently missed a lot. Okay, we're gonna go back a couple minutes and I'm gonna see what y'all are talking about. Hold on here. Let me pull it up. Why is it not pulling up?
I just shat on him about like can he explain why white people did racist things?
Thank you, Barisha. I appreciate you. Thank you guys for the roses. Thank you so much. So make sure you're sending your daily heart means as well. Okay, is it up now? Yes. Okay. I'm gonna see what I missed. I'm gonna see what I missed. So let's shrink this here. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Okay, I'm just gonna expand you, put you right there, and let's go back a couple minutes.
Word that he didn't know the definition
No,
of.
and I can definitely agree with the fact
That's
that
moron. Let's go back. Let's go back about 7, I think.
When you whistle when ICE is coming, you are warning people that ICE is here.
Yeah, I gotta go before then. It's when I stepped away. Here we go. Hold on. By the time I get back, we should be at 375,000 likes. Do not slow down. Show the algorithm when to be here with all the engagement. Friendly reminder to donate to the links in the bio because this shit ain't fucking free, okay? I'll be right back. I have to use the bathroom. Try not to get me flagged.
So Manuel, I'm gonna bring up a point.
So yeah, so you want me to go ahead and tell you?
I let you talk illegal. Let me talk you illegal. Okay,
I'm an illegal.
Yes,
I didn't even say shit.
So I'm gonna. So now you're.
It was literally the moment you left.
Oh, I don't get to talk because you.
Bro, that was 10 seconds. That was 10. Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up. That's fucking insane. I'm going back. That was 10 seconds after I left. Ain't no fucking way, bro.
Can you tell me why the party
That's
that you voted for
insane.
has committed some of the most heinous laws
I went too
against
far back.
black
Try not to get me flagged real quick. I have to use the bathroom. Do me a favor. By the time I get back, we should be at. By the time I get back, we should be at 375,000 likes. Do not slow down.
I'm about to count.
Here with all the engagement. Friendly reminder to donate to the links in the bio because this shit ain't fucking free. Okay. I'll be right back. I have to use the bathroom. Try not to get me flagged.
So Manuel, I'm gonna bring up a point.
So you want me to go ahead and tell you?
I let you talk illegal. Let me talk.
6 seconds.
I'm an illegal.
Yes, you are illegal. You want to keep talking and interrupting.
So I'm gonna. So now you want to be the racist. Awesome. So no, you don't get to talk.
I don't get to talk because you.
No, you don't get to talk.
You want to keep.
So we can keep doing this while you guys tap. Actually, since I'm the illegal, I'm actually going to legally use my right to mute you. I'm the legal though. I'm the illegal apparently. Yeah, I'm violating. I am definitely violating you.
I'll find your address.
Go ahead, dox me.
Put it on the dark web for you.
Go for it. I'm in cybersecurity. You think that shit scares me?
I mean, I can find where you live and send you.
I do not give a fuck, bro. Also, show your whole ass as if this is not recorded. I do not care.
Okay, hold on.
I'm actually a public figure. I don't know if you know this. You can go ahead though. You can keep trying. I was embellishing. I'm a local figure, specifically in Los Angeles though. I don't have social media, so this is like my only one. But
so you're a public figure. I can show you racist for saying the N-word. Then
yeah, go ahead. I'm racist for calling out your racist rhetoric.
And arguing yes. If you're a public figure,
I'm racist. Yet I'm racist. Yet you showed your whole ass about being racist.
Me no.
You called me illegal, which means that there's some level of racism because you believe that I'm somebody who shouldn't be here in the United States, which probably means you believe I am someone of either Latin descent or somebody who's came over the southwest border, right? Or maybe you think I'm just a visa overstayer. Considering the connotation that illegal has in America today, it's very interesting. So did you find my address? Actually, can you give me my address currently?
Probably none if you have a cyber VPN.
Yeah.
Look at
so
my
can
face.
you actually give all 431 viewers my address currently right now?
Wait, whoa, wait. What the fuck is
Can you
happening?
go ahead and he said he's gonna dox me because he called me illegal. Then he said he's gonna dox me. So now we're not talking anymore. So can you go ahead and give my first and last name out to everybody?
I don't know, Manuel.
You think that?
Bro.
I didn't do it. It wasn't me this time. It wasn't me.
Bro.
You can't blame me.
6 seconds. 6 seconds.
That's all I'm saying.
Bro went straight to calling him an illegal and doxing, probably within, I don't know, 20 after that. I learned an important lesson tonight. I can't use the bathroom when I'm live.
Not when I'm up here, apparently. Like,
I can't use the bathroom anymore. Guys, I have to destroy my bladder from this point on. I cannot use the bathroom when I'm live because apparently all hell fucking breaks loose whenever I do. Holy shit. That was something. Guys, I think we're gonna call it. We're gonna call it, man.
Speak too.
I know you were.
The moment he started begging, I was like, all right, I'll be quiet. And he said illegal, and I was like, well, now I'm not shutting the fuck up.
Bruh, Izzy just opened the door over there. Izzy was like, what the fuck? Whoo, hi Jessica, how have you been? Welcome to the shit show. Guys, I have the wildest fucking lives sometimes. I get some very weird people, and I watch a lot of creators. I was just in Parker's lives earlier. Parker gets some fucking weirdos. Erica gets some fucking weirdos. Everyone I know has their fair share of weirdos, but I don't know. There's just something about the ones that come up here. I don't know, man. Oh, God. All right. Tell you what, where's Mel? Let me see where Mel is. Let me see if Mel can tune in and do our little wind down segment. And I'll end it on the YouTube. Oh boy. They said, what, illegal? The sheer amount of guys, like, if you're not familiar with Manny and what happens regularly when he gets up on panels, when I tell you guys, this motherfucker gets the craziest shit out of Trump supporters. I don't know if it's the hair. I don't know if it's skin tone, which is colorism. The nigga's black, okay? Manny's fucking black. And they'll always come up and they'll go, Manuel. Like, they'll say his name real. How do I say this in a way that will be racist? You know how they'll say, they'll do the roll, right? They'll do the roll. They always say his name like that. And then they'll just come up with some crazy shit. And then he's like, bro, I'm black. I'm American. What do you want from me? It's fucking insane. It's fucking insane. Thank you so much, Bill. I appreciate you. Wow. I don't even know what to say. I think we're going to switch tomorrow's topic, guys. I think we're going to switch tomorrow's topic. In fact, let me give y'all a preview. We haven't done it in a while. I'm going to give you guys a preview of what we're going to do from now on. Because while I've been actively avoiding talking about Donald Trump and the posts he made about the Obamas as monkeys, I've been avoiding that because I'm tired of talking about it. I think it's stupid. I think you guys using that as some new argument that he's racist is ridiculous. We have everything we need for that already. But for some reason, specifically the last two lives, today and yesterday, racism has heavily come up. Racism is just out in full force. It's crazy. So I think we're gonna have to. Bring back a topic, and some of you guys may remember the topic. We haven't done it in a hot minute. Okay, we haven't done it in a hot minute. Let me show you guys. OGs remember. OGs remember. Donald Trump is a racist. How racist are you? I think that's what we're going to start doing tomorrow. Since all they want to fucking talk about is racism, we're going to give them what they want. We're going to bring back this topic. If you guys recall these topics, Trump supporters don't mind being called fascists. They don't mind being called sexual abusers. They don't mind being called a lot of things. But for some reason, when you call not even them racist, because again, the topic is Donald Trump is a racist, and I'm asking what they are. You call this man a racist here, Jesus Christ, they lose their fucking minds. They lose their fucking minds. It's the craziest thing to me. How would I fix this sticker? Those of you on the tube side, you can't see it. I'll show y'all in a second. You know what the topic is anyway. It's Donald Trump is a racist. How racist are you? You'll see. Do I have those lives on my YouTube? Yes, I do. They're older ones, but I do have some on there from the last time we did them. We're gonna start doing this one. It's been a while. The last time we did it was a couple weeks back, I think. And I decided to not use any point before the year 2025. So everything that I cited was you were there for that. I only use points for 2025 because I got tired of them saying, "Oh, you guys always have to go all the way back." Blah blah. I'm like, okay, bet. Everything I compiled was from 2025 alone, and this motherfucker is already giving us even more in the past. What's the day? The 10th. 40 days. It's your favorite topic. That's because you messy. Because you goddamn messy, Gucci. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out how it would look. How it would look on here. No, that's the wrong one. Because I may have to adjust the font a little bit. I'm cutting off the platform thing. So let's do... I think I'll have to change the font to something more solid. So it's easily readable. I think I'll change the font a little bit. But other than that, yeah. This is what we're gonna do tomorrow.
Okay.
This is gonna be fun.
I'll be there for your mental health.
I'll need all the help I can get. There's a pic of Trump as an orangutan that would go great on the title. Will make MAGA go nuts. Ooh. Shot a what? Ashua, God, that's diabolical. That's diabolical. All right. Final PSA. If you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday at 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Don't worry about the shares. Obviously, send your heart me's always. Don't worry about this gift goal. I'll reset it to like one big one before we go. But yeah, we're about to end. And I'm going to look on the app here and see who we can raid. Does anyone else know who's live? Who's live right now? I'm curious. Actually, no. Hold on. What the fuck is in the gift gallery? What's left in the gift gallery? Someone check the gift gallery real quick and tell me what's left in there. Spell correctly. We click on my name in top left corner, scroll down to B, whatever I'm in. Does anyone know what's happening with this Nancy Guthrie situation? I keep seeing the emails and reports that I have. Galaxy? Is that it? Galaxy under control.
Galaxy under control and Jets. How many under control
is it? Just one Galaxy?
Yeah, it's just one Galaxy.
We can knock out a Galaxy. We can knock out a fucking Galaxy. Hold on. Where's the Galaxies at?
There you go.
God bless you.
Manny, you were supposed to wait.
Oh.
So now we're going to do something else. What else is in there? You said the under control? Okay. All right. So I have a rule. Because I pay attention to certain things, and you guys are not going to like it. I have a rule. It's fine. In fact, hold on a second. Those of you over on the tube side, I appreciate every last one of you for being here. Thank you so much. Do me a favor. We're about to end here because the rest of what we're going to have going on is on TikTok. I'll tell you what. Ooh, Santana's live, right?
Yeah.
We'll do a Santana raid. Give me a second. I'm going to hook it up to do a Santana raid for y'all. Let me see if I remember how to do that. Shit. Erica just showed me how to do this. Channel URL, contact info, description, handles, fans, home tab. She just showed me how to do this shit, and I do not remember. Is it content? Collaborations. Aha! Okay. So if I go here, and then I click, is it live? And more actions, no, not delete, not edit. YouTube is different. So obviously when we do the raids here, it's just like I just send y'all over there. YouTube, I can connect to the person's live, and then send you guys directly to it. But I don't remember how to do that. View in live control room. Collaborations. Fuck it. Okay. So Santana's live. Those of you on the YouTube side, Santana's live. Just go to his live. I believe his username is Santana Speaks or Santana Politics 24. I'll double check it. Let me see. I don't want to fool with this right now. But go support Santana. Oh, I'm in studio. Go back. God damn it. I'm still figuring out YouTube, y'all. So Santana's username is literally at Santana Speaks. Santana Speaks. That's literally it. Santana Speaks. So go ahead and go over to Santana Speaks. Send him a raid, y'all. Send him a raid over on the YouTube side. When you go in there, make sure you say Hector Raid. Do it for 1 and 2 reasons. 1, let him know the love and support is coming from me. And 2, to stroke my ego. Hector Raid and Santana's live. YouTube, thank you so much. Big shout out to some of the hardest working mods out there. They're watching the streams that I do not. I saw a ton of comments and stuff getting muted, so y'all were really putting in work today. Go ahead and go over to Thank you so much for your support. Again, on your way out, make sure that you hit that like button. Make sure you hit that like button, subscribe. Also turn on notification bells. I will see y'all tomorrow for the new topic. Deuces.